Chapter 1. Yahiko, hurry, take Nagato and Tianyu away. On the hillside, Konan, who was controlled by Hanzo, didn't care about his own safety, and shouted to the people not far away. Konan, I can't abandon you. As the leader of Akatsuki's organization, Yahiko first looked at Tianyu and Nagato next to him, and then at the kidnapped Konan. Even in the rainstorm, the ninja present could still clearly see the entanglement and pain on his face. Leave me alone. Shut up. Before Konan had finished speaking, Hanzo had already pinched her neck. The sudden great power made Konan's pretty face turn pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yahiko, Nagato, you guys don't want Konan to die. It's very simple, as long as you kill Yahiko now, the old man can guarantee that this female ninja will be released. Hanzo tried his best to hold Konan, naturally not to kill her. From beginning to end, he had only one goal. Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko. When Nagato heard the words, his expression changed in horror. Nagato, didn't you hear? Do it. Yahiko took a deep breath and reached out and grabbed Nagato's shoulder. Hanzo had said so, but he still didn't understand. The goal of this ninja demigod is not Nagato, not Konan, nor Tianyu, but him. Yahiko is not dead, Tianyu and others don't want to leave alive today. I can't do this. Nagato shook his head, his face full of struggle. If you don't do this, Konan will be dead. Do you want to watch Konan die in front of us? Yahiko shouted angrily. But the struggling color on Nagato's face became more intense. No but, read more at fictionzone.net. Listen to me, do it. Yahiko said without a doubt. I can't do it. Want me to kill you, I can't do it. Nagato lowered his head in pain. Sorry, Nagato. Looking at Nagato, who was full of pain, Yahiko suddenly calmed down. He didn't push Nagato anymore, instead he showed a bright smile. Take good care of Konan and Tianyu. After speaking, before Nagato could react, the others had already rushed towards the kumu that Nagato was holding. Yahiko. Do not. Konan and Nagato's pupils tightened, and their faces were full of excitement and roared wildly. Let you carry everything to live, it's hard for you, Nagato. Yahiko closed his eyes, a touch of calmness appeared on his face. Between life and death, he still thinks about his companion the most. Konan. Nagato. And Tianyu, the first to join the Xiao organization. Hey. Just when everyone thought that Yahiko was going to die tragically by Nagato's hands, Tianyu, who stood beside Nagato, had a panoramic view of everything, but never said a word, suddenly sighed. Then, under Hanzo's frightened and angry gaze, he suddenly stretched out a finger, grabbed Yahiko's forehead and pressed him firmly on the spot before Yahiko touched Kunao. Tianyu, you. Yahiko opened his eyes and looked at Tianyu with a surprised and puzzled expression. 10 years. I signed in at Xiao for 10 years, and was taken care of and protected by the three of you for 10 years. It's time to return it to you. Tianyu ignored Yahiko and thought silently in his heart. 10 years ago, he crossed the ninja realm, but he was not born in Novice Village, Konoha, but was born in a rainy country that was full of days and nights and wars. Fortunately, I met Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from the Grass Creation Organization at that time. Not only became Akatsuki's first member, but also activated the sign-in system. However, although his system has 3 sign-in modes, one is to sign in members of the Akatsuki group, the other is to sign in at Akatsuki, and the last is to sign in to the ninja world. Akatsuki has just been founded. Except for Nagato and Konan, naturally there are no other members of the Akatsuki mission to sign. Adhering to the cognition that not being able to kill a shadow with one punch is not a strong person at all, Tianyu dare not run around in this perilous world of tolerance at all. As a result, he could only retreat and ask for the second time, a mindful organization, with the personal protection of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and the ability to sign in time. This grudge, not right, is that this sign-in is 10 years. Host, Tianyu. Sign-in time, 10 years. Sign-in location, Rain Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village. People who sign in at Akatsuki, Nagato, Konan. Character template, 4 Emperors Kaido, 100% completion. Devil fruit, fish and fish fruit Eudemon's blue dragon form, awakened. Haki, armament haki, top level, observation haki, premium, conqueror's haki, top level. Physique, immortal body. Stick method, thunder 8 trigrams. Although Tianyu has never stepped out of the country of rain in 10 years, he still won a lot of rewards by virtue of 10 years of uninterrupted sign-in time. For example, the template of 4 Emperors Kaido. He not only unlocked a 4 Emperors template, but also relied on the 10-year sign-in time to sign in the Kaido template to 100% completion, fully possessing the same powerful strength and abilities as Kaido. Chapter 2. After signing in for 10 years, I finally feel a little safe. It shouldn't be difficult to at least punch a shadow to death. Glancing at the Kaido template, looking at the 100% completion, Tianyu felt that he finally got rid of the label of the week and had the capital of the sign-in location. But before that, he has to balance Hanzo, Danzo, and a bunch of Rain Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi in front of him. The grace of the spring, when the water drips. This has always been Tianyu's purpose of life. After signing in for 10 years in the Xiao organization and eating for 10 years, the 3 Konan can definitely be called a spring to him. Then he still has Konan and Nagato a drop of water. No, it's a Yahiko, isn't that right? Boy, do you really think the old man can't kill? At this moment, Hanzo's cold voice like a life-demanding ghost came faintly, and at the same time, his hand gripping Konan's neck became harder. Nagato, the old man has changed his mind now. It's just that Yahiko isn't enough. You have to kill the little devil next to you called Tianyu, and the old man will return Konan to you. It can be seen that Hanzo is in a bad mood. But think about it. He has always had a great vision, and he sees people accurately. Tianyu was in his eyes, but Xiao organized a dry meal. However, it happened to be a member of Akatsuki's organization, who had eaten dry food, and destroyed his plan. It's strange that this makes him feel good. Add another Hanzo. Tianyu didn't speak, but glanced at Hanzo with the eyes of the dead. Originally, his dripping report was only intended to give Konan and Nagato a Yahiko. Now, he felt that adding another drop of water was wrong. It would be okay to add another Hanzo. Hanzo. Yahiko suddenly turned his head and stared at Hanzo on the hillside with murderous eyes. For Konan, he was willing to die. Because this is his life. But if he was asked to compensate the first senior member of the Akatsuki organization for this, he would never be able to do it. Don't scare me. Otherwise, if the old man becomes scared, he will let the 3 of you commit suicide before releasing Konan. Facing Yahiko's beast-like gaze, Hanzo smiled disdainfully. Read more at fictionzone.net. Ninja, tricks 2. As long as he can achieve his goal and kill the enemy, he can do nothing at all. Not to mention using a woman to blackmail the enemy, even with a baby, he can do it. Sorry, Konan. I can die, as long as you can live. Even if you die 10 times, I will not hesitate to Yahiko. But I can't make Tianyu die here too. If I really do this, then what is the difference between me and the brute Hanzo? Yahiko clenched his fists in pain, his face extremely grim. When he yelled this sentence, he knelt on the ground in pain. Do you see it? This is the leader of your Akatsuki organization. You, a companion who grew up with him since childhood, are not as important as an outsider in his heart. Hanzo's pupils tightened slightly, but his lips were silently divorced. "Are you finished?" Just when the three of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were about to be tortured to a nervous breakdown, a cold voice carrying a will of the world blasted into Hanzo's ears. "You, what kind of eyes are these?" Hanzo, whose ear door was humming, subconsciously raised his head and looked at Tianyu. A pair of vertical pupils exuding terror and oppression instantly came into his eyes. It's not just him, everyone present, as long as the line of sight touches Tianyu's pair of vertical pupils, their minds are shaken without exception. Humph! Tianyu's pair of black pupils have long since disappeared, replaced by a pair of blue dragon eyes. His sight contained a terrible long way. His voice also carries great oppression. A line of sight? A cold snort. It instantly changed the discoloration of everyone present. "You, who are you, kid?" After all, Hanzo is the demigod of the ninja world in the past. Although he was shocked by Tianyu's mighty aura like a dragon, he immediately stabilized his mind. "You can't stay here." Danzo's eyes, surrounded by the Umbu crowd, flashed with cold murderous intent. He is the same as Hanzo. Never put Tianyu in the eyes. The only thing he feared was Yahiko and Nagato. However, at this moment, he pays more attention to Tianyu, who has more terrifying eyes than Orochimaru, than Nagato and Yahiko. "The one who killed you." Tianyu's eyes were sharp, and his tone was like pinching a chicken to death. "Kill me?" Not to mention that Konan is still in the hands of the old man, just these ninjas around him are enough. Before Hanzo finished speaking, an old face was shrouded in horror. He noticed that the continuous heavy rain that had enveloped the country of rain all the year round, stopped. The terrifying will to put the Buddha to rewrite the celestial phenomenon will forcefully change the weather in the space here. "What do you think about these ninjas around you?" Tianyu walked towards Hanzo on the hillside unhurriedly. Every time he took a step, a rain shinobi or Konoha Umbu suddenly fell on the muddy ground. When he climbed the hillside and stood opposite Hanzo and Danzo, there was no more ninja beside the demigod and the Nabe King. Suddenly, the battlefield of Nyoda became silent. Everyone only knows to stare at Tianyu with dull, unbelief, and shocked eyes. Chapter 3. Is he really Tianyu? Nagato looked at Tianyu facing the demigod and the pot king on the hillside. He really couldn't treat the stalwart figure like a god in front of him as the same person as the member of the Zaixiao organization that he remembered for 10 years. "So you actually have such power?" Yahiko looked at Tianyu and lost his senses. "Tianyu." Konan, who was already desperate, burst into hope. "Stop for the old man. If you dare to take a half step forward," the old man immediately killed Konan. At this time, Hanzo also woke up in shock. He looked at Tianyu who was close at hand, and immediately shouted, "You can try." Tianyu's cold and sane color in the pair of dragon pupils became more intense. Before Hanzo could do anything, his eyes were already bursting with appalling red light. With his body as the center, the sky was discolored and thick dark clouds emerged, and Conqueror's haki, which was violently hurricane from earth coiling, rolled out like a shock wave. Is this imposing? Or illusion? Hanzo and Danzo trembled. In the face of Conqueror's haki who came suddenly, even if they were expensive shadow-class powerhouses, they were shocked to stare at Venus and dizzy. "It must be difficult for you to let go of Konan. It doesn't matter, you can keep holding her, leave a wrist and step back." Tianyu stepped out, and he flashed in front of Hanzo, and grabbed his wrist pinching Konan's neck. "Don't be too rampant, kid. The old man is a demigod in the ninja world." Hanzo struck a sharp spirit all over his body. He pinched Konan's left hand and immediately released it, and a chain was added to his palm instantly, tangling Tianyu like lion majesty. At the same time, the empty right hand also appeared abruptly with a sickle stained with poison, and then slashed down at Tianyu's head from top to bottom. Between the electric light and flint, perform the physical skill and the chain and sickle two-stage strike. This old fellow Hanzo has been pampered for many years, so he still has such a skill. Danzo, who had recovered from the side, was also shocked. Originally, he saw that Hanzo no longer had the style of the demigod of the past, and thought that the demigod of the ninja realm was old and dead. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, this two-stage strike with the chain and sickle made him instantly understand that, in terms of skill, Hanzo was absolutely the same. Chien. However, what made Danzo sluggish and horrified Hanzo was that Tianyu, facing the oncoming chain and sickle, did not move, allowing Hanzo's body art and chain sickle to hit his body to full output. Click. But when the sickle and chain touched Tianyu, they were all broken without exception. What? Hanzo's scalp was numb in shock. Thunder 8 trigrams. The corner of Tianyu's mouth raised slightly. Fang Buddha was quite satisfied with Hanzo's reaction. At the same time, he grabbed the broken half-sickle and swiped it directly toward Hanzo's face with the knife as a rod. Scoff. Hanzo wanted to dodge, but the thunder of Tianyu's 8 trigrams was too fast. And it's completely a playstyle of exchanging injuries for injuries, and the same death. Even though this ninja demigod had not reduced his skills back then, he still couldn't escape. In desperation, the demigod could only follow the example of King Luffy, accepting all the output from the thunderous 8 trigrams of the face goalkeeper. Boom! What? A scream pierced the dim sky. However, this participation came quickly and went quickly. Almost the moment it came out of Hanzo's mouth, it stopped abruptly. Ninja demigod, after receiving a set of thundering 8 trigrams with his face wearing a gas mask was not only blown up, his body flew out like a rag. Bang bang bang. Under a continuous heavy noise, it broke nearly 100 towering trees, smashed several mountain slopes, and finally loaded into a lake. Hanzo, what kind of god do you think you are? With a thunderous 8 trigrams, after smashing Hanzo to death on the spot, Tianyu threw the sickle in his hand into the mud, and glanced at Hanzo, which was flying thousands of meters away. The tone and eyes are full of disdain, joking, and contempt. Ha! Hanzo was beaten to death all at once. The expressions of the people who witnessed the scene were very wonderful. Danzo stayed. Yahiko was stupid. Konan was dumbfounded. Nagato was shocked. Witnessing the demigod of the ninja world was blown to an explosion, especially the close-up of the scene where Hanzo received the thundering 8 trigrams, which made everyone present numb their scalp and their hairs horrified. Especially Danzo. As a veteran ninja in the same era as Hanzo, no one in the room knew the strength of Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja world, better than him. But such a powerful shadow rank powerhouse was beaten to death by a young man in his early 20s in front of him. How could this not make him horrified? However, Danzo soon ignored the shock of Hanzo's death. Because Tianyu's pair of dragon pupils full of awe-inspiring murderous intent has already stared at him. Run. Being stung by Tianyu's dragon pupil so much, Danzo only felt cold all over, and the pores all over his body were tightly closed. The first reaction of the king of the pot was not to fight, but to run away. The old man hasn't become Hokage, so he must not die here. Danzo roared in his heart, and fleeing madly in the direction of the country of fire. As for the unconscious Konoha Umbu, he abandoned them on the spot. Chapter 4. Tianyu, he is going to run. At this time, Konan, who was rescued by Tianyu, finally recovered from the shock brought by Hanzo's death. Looking at Danzo who almost ran out of flying thunder god speed, she couldn't help but said to Tianyu. Are we going to chase? Yahiko, who has always had his own opinion, is also a little bit disobedient at this time. Not to mention Nagato, who has always had no opinion. At this moment, both of them looked at Tianyu with a sullen look. Why chase? Tianyu asked in a hurry. He must die. Danzo Konoha's high rise. Once we are run away by him, we are afraid that we will not be peaceful. Konoha may not see that we Akatsuki will continue to exist. Yahiko was finally relieved. Perhaps everything that happened today has had an unprecedented impact on his three views. He who has always believed in not relying on extreme power for peace, he actually proposed that Tianyu kill Danzo. You have finally grown up, Yahiko. Now you finally look like a leader. Tianyu first glanced at Yahiko with a little relief, and then said. But you are only half right? Not only Konoha, but the 5 ninja villages will not want Akatsuki's existence. In the past, Hanzo and Danzo could not tolerate the growing Akatsuki. But now, Akatsuki has herself who can kill Hanzo with a single blow, and it is no longer Danzo who can not tolerate Akatsuki, and there are 5 great shinobu villages. After all, a demigod almost pulled Rain Shinobi Village into the 6th largest nation and Rain Shinobi Village into the 6th largest shinobi village during World War II. Akatsuki has Tianyu who can smash Hanzo to death, and God knows what it will develop into. Then you let him run like this. Konan couldn't help but said. When did I say let him run away? Read more at fictionzone.net. After Tianyu finished speaking, before Konan could speak again, his whole body had burst out with dazzling purple electric lights. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked eyes of Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, he suddenly transformed from a human body into a blue dragon that was hundreds of meters long, soaring above the sky of the Kingdom of Rain. Dragon. Tianyu is actually a dragon. It turns out that the dragon is not a legend. The Yahiko trio looked up at Tianyu who transformed into a blue dragon and entangled in the sky, with complex colors on his face. There is shock, excitement, joy, but no jealousy. Damn. Is this Akatsuki ninja a human or a dragon? No, the old man must not die. Konoha can't live without an old man. Danzo, who was fleeing quickly, also noticed the movement behind him. When he caught sight of Tianyu's voice changing into a dragon from the corner of his eye, he was frightened by 3 points faster on the spot. But he had already made a secret decision in his heart. As long as he can escape back to Konoha this time, he must become the 4th Hokage, and then use all his strength to eradicate Tianyu. He does not allow Xiao Xiao to have such a powerful person as Tianyu. Want to run? A trace of disdain flashed in Tianyu's eyes, who had turned into a blue dragon. Then he moved. Even though he was huge after becoming a blue dragon, his speed was not slow at all. Tenjiun, driving with one hand, let Danzo run 1 kilometer first, and still caught up to the top of the King of Pot in a flash. Such a huge body, there is such an amazing speed. Watching the huge shadow falling from the sky concealed himself, Danzo, who knew that he could not run Tianyu, stopped decisively, pulled off the right eye bandage with his left hand, and his head suddenly turned. A pair of scarlet cherry non was not only exposed to the air, but at the moment when they looked at Tianyu, they performed illusions. It turns out that he is afraid of illusions. Danzo looked at Tianyu, who was motionless and suspended above his head, and his heart was overjoyed. Originally, he only planned to use illusion to create a gap and fight for time to escape. But now, he feels that he can be bolder. At the moment, he gave up the act of escaping, then took out a handful of kunao, and opened his mouth. Wind-style vacuum blade. As wind-style chakra injected Kunwuo, Danzo suddenly jumped up, flying to the front of Tianyu, holding wind-style Kuivu aimed at Tianyu's dragon head and poking hard. It's just that he didn't notice at all. Tianyu, who he regarded as having been in the illusion, showed a touch of sarcasm in a pair of huge dragon eyes at this time. Click. In the end, Wind-style stabbed Tianyu in the head without hope, but Danzo's expression became very ugly. After his injecting Wind-style chakra, the indestructible Wind-style kunao pierced Tianyu, not only could not scratch the skin, but also shattered the kunao in his hand. His the old man's vacuum blade can't even cut the skin. What a powerful physique this is. Danzo looked at the shattered Kiwi with a hell expression. Have nothing to say. A second ago, Danzo, who felt he was good enough to be bold enough, staged a wave of unscented dragons, his courage vanished on the spot. Without saying a word, he threw the broken suffering to the ground, turned and ran mercilessly. It's really you, Danzo. Kiwatatu Dragon, how dare you? Tianyu looked down at Danzo's back, and the look of a dragon's face was also a little subtle. Chapter 5. Although Tianyu already knew that the King of Pot had a similar record. In the future, the Pot King will also perform a wave of feats without thorns. But when he saw Danzo holding a small kunao, turning into a blue dragon, stabbing him, who is definitely the strongest creature in the world of sea, land, and air, he still couldn't help being the touching IQ of the King of Pot. Impressed. Looking at the entire ninja world, looking at the past, present, and future, Konoha Nabe King is the only one who can do such a stupid thing. Really? If you think you are stupid, remember that Konoha once had a Pot King, who was alone in nothing, trying to pierce Suzuo. No matter how stupid people are, just think about the King of Pots, and they can find confidence in their IQ. Atom of damn it. It's just a member of an organization in a small country, so I dare to look down on the old man. Danzo sensed that Tianyu was disdainful of him, and his heart was suddenly furious. At the moment, he did not hesitate to speed up the pace of escape. The instant technique does not need to be used madly like money. I don't care about chakra who is passing quickly in my body. Humph. Tianyu sensed that Danzo was heavily malicious towards him, and a pair of majestic dragon eyes flashed with murderous intent immediately. Although his observation haki cannot predict the future, it is okay to perceive the emotions of creatures. Danzo's evil intentions for himself can be clearly sensed hundreds of meters away. This wave has lost. The grace of the well-proclaimed spring will be reported by dripping water. But this time I actually reported 3 drops of water. Tianyu sighed while opening the huge dragon mouth, exposing the cold glow of the dragon teeth. Immediately afterwards, the hot breath rolled out. Even Danzo, who had run a kilometer away, could feel an extremely high temperature coming from behind. That dragon doesn't mean to attack the old man a kilometer away, right? Just when Danzo had an idea that stunned him, a mouthful of dragon's breath that surpassed fire style and was even higher than lava style had spewed from Tianyu's mouth. In an instant, a hot, majestic dragon's breath has crossed a distance of kilometers, directly blocking all Danzo's escape routes, and drowning Danzo, who jumped up and down, and even hundreds of meters around him. The rain floating in the air. A muddy land beaten by rain for many years. Trees everywhere are extremely humid. Under Tianyu's breath, they melted one after another. Read more at fictionzone.net. When Tianyu dissipated the dragon's breath across the sky, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato standing on the hillside had discovered that the rainforest a kilometer away had disappeared. A breath of dragon, spanning thousands of meters, instantly turned a rainforest into nothing. Witnessing Tianyu's terrifying power that is not like a human being, the 3 of them gasped in shock. As for Danzo, they have selectively forgotten. This dragon's breath continued, covering a kilometer indiscriminately. Unless Danzo is similar to Flying Thunder God's time and space ninjutsu, there will be death and no life. Are you really Tianyu? Konan looked at Tianyu, who had once again transformed from the body of a green dragon back to a human being, and his beautiful face was no longer as cold as before. Replace it like a fake. Tianyu descended from the sky and floated in front of Konan. Is that a lie? How could Tianyu be able to fight like this? Nagato couldn't help muttering. Having lived together day and night for 10 years, he couldn't think that Tianyu, who had always been a stubborn person, was actually a super powerhouse who could kill even a ninja demigod in seconds. Look at what you said, I never seem to say I can't fight. Tianyu smiled. After signing for 10 years, he achieved 100% completion of the Kaido template. As he wished, he had the ability to kill a shadow with a stick. He felt that he could finally barely protect himself in the ninja world, but he was in a good mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be grateful for the spring, and he would have repaid 3 drops of water. First he saved Konan and Yahiko, and then he rewarded Hanzo with a thunderous 8 trigrams, and the last bite overwhelmed the king of the pot. This is a serious violation of his purpose of being a man of the kindness of springs and dripping water. It seems to be too. Nagato heard this, although he always felt that Tianyu's words were a bit wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong for a while. Great. Tianyu is so strong, who can bully us Yao in the future? No, with Tianyu, no one dares to invade the country of rain. At this time, Konan finally accepted the fact that Tianyu was a super strong. Yahiko opened his mouth, as if to say something, but didn't know what he thought of, but in the end he didn't speak. Obviously, Hanzo's incident had a great impact on him. He, who has always advocated not using power, doubted for the first time whether his ideas were wrong. Tianyu, what should those ninjas do? Suddenly, Nagato pointed to Rain Shinobi and Konoha Umbu who were unconscious on the hillside. All killed. Tianyu didn't even think about it. He signed for 10 years with Xiao organization, but it was not in vain. Although he has hardly ever touched anyone in the past 10 years, the 4 words of compassion and softness are long gone. Wait, Tianyu. Forget those umbus, but Rain Shinobi shouldn't have to kill it. After all, they are just taking orders from Hanzo. Yahiko couldn't help but persuade. Release them, and then let them continue to hold Konan. Tianyu didn't have a good air. It seems that Yahiko is still naive. Such a person is really not suitable for Xiao's leader. Chapter 6. This. Yahiko was a little speechless when asked by Tianyu. But he is from the land of rain, strictly speaking Rain Shinobi. It's just not under Hanzo's control. Killing dozens of Rain Shinobi in front of him just like that, he was more or less unbearable. You think they won't die, but it's not impossible. Tianyu glanced at Yahiko who was unbearable, and suddenly moved in his heart. Before, he felt that ninja was too dangerous. Even Nine Tails was judged by Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito as the strongest tail beast with too much power. Since the Sengoku era, it has not been beaten, but sealed. For this reason, in the past 10 years, he has only dared to stay in the Xiao organization and strike time. For the 2 sign-in locations and the people who sign in at Akatsuki, he didn't dare to sign at that time. I'm afraid that if you stay away from the 3 of Nagato, Uchiha Obito wearing Madara's vest will jump out of the grass to give him a look. But now, after signing in for 10 years, he has signed the Kaido template to 100%. He who can beat a shadow with 1 punch is a bit self-preserving. The sign-in location and the sign-in staff can also be put on the agenda. Is there any way? Yahiko's eyes brightened. You go to be the shadow of Rain Shinobi village. Tianyu said lightly. This is not right. Hanzo is the shadow of Rain Shinobi village. In shock, Yahiko subconsciously refused. After I hammered him to death, it was no longer. Tianyu asked back. But it's nothing good. Hanzo is dead, Rain Shinobi village is like a group of dragons without a leader. You don't want the 5 great ninja villages to take the opportunity to invade the country of rain, do World War II and World War III again? Once the war breaks out, there will not be as few as the dozens of Rain Shinobi today. Tianyu interrupted Yahiko directly. Will the people in the village convince me? Yahiko was a little moved. He himself grew up amidst the chaos of war, so naturally he didn't want to see the Kingdom of Rain being involved in the war again. For this reason, he founded the Akatsuki organization. Read more at fictionzone.net. You underestimate yourself, and you underestimate Akatsuki's prestige in the Land of Rain. Hanzo is gone, Yuyuhiko is the best candidate for the leader of Rain Shinobi. Don't you want to change, to bring peace to the ninja world? Then start from Rain Shinobi Village, the country of rain. Tianyu said every word. Tianyu is right, you are the best candidate for the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Yahiko, you don't want more orphans like us in the Land of Rain. Before Yahiko spoke, Konan and Nagato were already moved by Tianyu. They are all convinced that with Yahiko's character, being the shadow of Rain Shinobi Village will definitely benefit this country. At least families and orphans in this country who have suffered due to the war will definitely be taken seriously. But, what if the people at Rain Shinobi Village don't convince me? Hanzo has been the leader for so many years, he must be very prestigious in Rain Shinobi Village, and he has cultivated a large number of cronies. They don't necessarily follow in my footsteps. Seeing Konan and Nagato both say so, Yahiko is even more heartwarming. He is not moved by the position of the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, but because he can bring changes to Rain Shinobi Village and the country of Rain. Especially after seeing Hanzo's dirty methods and despicable behavior, he is even more reluctant to have a second person like Hanzo to be the leader again in Rain Shinobi Village. It's not easy. As long as Rain Shinobi doesn't want to go with you, I will let them go with Hanzo. Tianyu said without changing his face. For it. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan couldn't help but glance at the remains of Hanzo. At this look, while the three of them were shocked, they couldn't help but tremble. Is this the true face of Tianyu? Weigo did it, under the appearance of 10 years of dry food, there is such a terrible side. Okay, it's so finalized. In the afternoon, let's go to Rain Shinobi Village to fully settle your succession to Yueying. Tianyu gave the final word directly and did not give Yahiko a chance to refute. Then what should Xiao do? If I have 2 jobs, I can't manage it. Yahiko gave a wry smile. Standing with Tianyu, he always felt that the other party was the leader. Hey, isn't there a leader ready? Tianyu heard the words and directly twisted Nagato over with one hand. Nagato. Yahiko and Nagato were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect Tianyu to make this decision. Nagato has Rinnegan, who is also one of the founders of Akatsuki. If he is not the leader of Akatsuki, who will do it? Don't you two make up exactly as a pair? You are in charge of Rain Shinobi, the main development. Nagato is in charge of Akatsuki, the master of force. 1 article and 1 military can defend the country and fulfill your childhood dreams. Tianyu pointed at Nagato, who was suddenly arranged, with a face caught off guard. What about me? Konan saw that both Nagato and Yahiko had been arranged by Tianyu, but he left himself and immediately asked. She is also one of the founders of Xiao, but she can't eat dry rice? If you are a rich woman, it would be nice to be in charge of Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi Village's finances. After all, whether Rain Shinobi Village or Akatsuki is organized, everything is inseparable from the word money in order to grow and develop. Tianyu said without thinking. Akatsuki's first 10-year plan is inseparable from Konan's banknote capabilities. He signed for the first 10-year plan in Xiao, even more so that he could not do without Konan's great help. Chapter 7. You seem to make a lot of sense. I will raise Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi Village. If you don't have money, just ask me for it. Konan smiled, then turned his head and said to Tianyu. By the way, Tianyu, this is your pocket money and salary today. Don't save it, just come and ask me after you spend it. I still have 100,000 detonating charms stored here. If it is not enough, I will work overtime tonight, and I should be able to get tens of thousands more. As she said, she took out 2 stacks of detonation charms from her pocket and handed them to Tianyu. A rough calculation, 200. No way, the rich woman's confidence is so full. Tianyu instinctively stretched out his hand, glanced at his eyes, calculated roughly in his heart, started with 200 sheets, and then skillfully put it in his pocket. After a set of actions, there is no trace to be found, like an antelope hanging horns. The stomach has not been bad for 10 or 8 years, it is absolutely impossible to practice such a familiar movement. It's not that he is not hard-hearted, he signed all Kaido templates to 100%, and he still needs to be supported. He simply has a bad stomach and has no other meaning. Tianyu, I am the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Konan becomes the financial officer. How about you? You are so strong that even Hanzo can be beaten to death with one punch. What are your plans for the future? Seeing that Tianyu arranged the three of them clearly, Yahiko couldn't help but ask Tianyu. The world is so big, I want to see it. Tianyu thought for a while, and then said. In the past, he only dared to organize the sign-in time at Xiao Xiao, because the shinobi world was too dangerous. Even Nine Tails will be beaten to the ground. Stronger than Uchiha Madara will be stabbed. How dare he go shopping? But it's different now. Being able to beat Hanzo to death with one punch, he felt that even if he was not as strong, he was also free from the label of a weak. At this time, if you don't go to the sign-in place, and the staff who don't sign in at Akatsuki, is it possible to continue to eat soft meals? He must admit that rich women are good, and soft rice is fragrant. It can be signed for 10 years before signing the Kaido template to 100% completion. He is no longer satisfied with this schedule. Read more at fictionzone.net. Everywhere in the ninja world, wild members of Akatsuki waved to him. You want to leave? Did I not give you enough money? Don't go, can't I add money to you? As long as you don't go, you can add as much as you want. Konan's face tightened. Come on, I'll give it to you. You are just like before, you don't have to do anything, just stay with me. While she was talking, she excitedly grabbed 2 stacks of detonating symbols from her pocket and brought them to Tianyu's face. It's not a question of money. As Tianyu spoke, his right hand received 2 stacks of detonation charms very skillfully. That's not enough. After Konan finished speaking, 2 more sets of detonating symbols passed. It's not enough. Tianyu took it again. What's the problem? Konan opened the 2 scrolls, and a full 50 packs of brand new detonating charms were placed in front of Tianyu. No problem. It's just that I need to explain. I definitely didn't leave it because of these detonating symbols, but Akatsuki needed me. Tianyu repackaged 50 stacks of detonating symbols with a scroll, then inserted them into his pockets, and said righteously. It's really not that he has eaten too much soft food and can't be stiff in front of Konan. He was simply reluctant to part with Konan, and Akatsuki also needed him. Anyway, he can sign in at the same place as the Xiao organization, and can sign in the wild Akatsuki personnel as well. Yeah, I know you are definitely not the kind of man who buckles for money. Konan has a pretty face like a flower and agrees very much with Tianyu's words. Yahiko and Nagato were speechless. No matter where they look from, Tianyu is a person who is bent over money. But for Konan to be able to keep Tianyu, they are also very happy from the bottom of their hearts. Not because of Tianyu's strength, but because of the fetters formed by getting along for 10 years. In Hanzo's burial place, a black and white figure emerged from the ground like a ghost. Madara, your plan failed. Yahiko is not dead. With him, Nagato would never agree with our thoughts. Black Zetsu's tone was a little gloomy. Obviously, he is in a bad mood. Whether it is the Eye of the Moon or the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, Nagato is an indispensable candidate. Not once, then twice. I don't believe he can be so lucky every time. As soon as Black Zetsu's voice fell, the space beside him was suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Obito appeared in Uchiha Madara vest. That was before. Now that Tianyu, a monster that can kill Hanzo with one blow, is there, Xiao can no longer let you rub and squash like in the past. After all, it is not easy for you to defeat Hanzo, let alone smash him to death on the spot with a single blow. The more Black Zetsu speaks, the more he gets angry. At the same time, he was puzzled. How come a dragon suddenly appeared in the Xiao organization? It's not that dragons have never existed in the ninja world, but they have basically become extinct. What about the dragon? Without the blood of Senju and Uchiha, he wouldn't be a threat at all. What's more, he is alone, can he still guard Yahiko every step of the way? Uchiha Obito's voice was full of disdain. Chapter 8. Dragon. In front of his Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, it was just a stronger crawler. Without the blood of Senju and Uchiha, there is nothing to worry about. That's right, the person wearing the Uchiha Madara vest is so tough. What if that dragon really did that? White Zetsu, who is mentally retarded so that even Danzo can find confidence in him, raised the bar. It's not Yahiko that makes Nagato sink. Don't forget the woman Konan. Compared to Yahiko, don't you think she is more suitable? You said she died in the hands of the Konoha shinobi, how about this script? Uchiha Obito made a chilling proposal with a smile. If this is the case, then it is not Nagato who sinks first, but the dragon. Hearing this, Black White Zetsu's eyes brightened at the same time. Buy one get one free, let two strong people agree with their will in one go. Konan's death benefit is much higher than Yahiko's death. The script is good. Arrange the four of us clearly. Just when Uchiha Obito was proud of his plan, a huge dragon shadow fell from the sky and reflected on the three of them. You. Uchiha Obito looked up suddenly. A blue dragon that was hundreds of meters long instantly reflected in his Sharingan, which was full of horror. Damn it, when did we expose it? Black Zetsu's face grew darker. Madara, didn't he listen to all our plans just now? White Zetsu's heart tightened. Almost frightened to leave Black Zetsu, he dived into the ground. He is not Uchiha Obito. Facing Tianyu who could kill Hanzo with a single blow, spanning 1,000 meters with a mouthful of heat and overpowering the Pot King, he was not afraid of it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Have you heard it all? Uchiha Obito looked up at Tianyu, and the scarlet Sharingan bloomed with a touch of fear. He also wanted to arrange for Konan to come. As a result, the action didn't even start, and the script was heard by the master. This time it was really stealing the chicken and losing the rice. Hanzo is despicable enough. I really didn't expect that you guys together are not as despicable as him alone. Tianyu occupies the void, and the huge dragon eyes burst out with terrifying cold light. Uchiha Obito in a different space, he didn't perceive it. However, the breath of Black White Zetsu, under his observation haki, is almost the same as two big light bulbs. I pretended to leave just now, but I took the opportunity to let the Konan trio go ahead and prevent the Konan trio from being caught by the eager Uchiha Obito. Now Konan has gone far away, and he has nothing to worry about. Go. Without saying a word, Uchiha Obito played Kamui directly on Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, trying to involve them in a different space. Now that it has been exposed, what will happen next? He can use his toes to think about it. Being stared at by an angry blue dragon, although he was not afraid, he didn't want to either. Retreat is the best choice at this time. After all, he is only wearing the Dance King's vest, and he is not the Madara who really wants to dance when he sees the strong. Aren't you Uchiha Madara? Why do you want to run when you see me? A trace of disdain flashed across Tianyu's face, and then his dragon eyes full of sorrowful colors shrank suddenly. Boom! Shocking purple lightning flashed from the dim sky in an instant. The huge tornado brought up countless rainwater and turned into a waterspout into the sky. The doomsday-like natural disasters came within his thoughts. Damn it, I'm Uchiha, I'm afraid you won't make it. Sharingan of Uchiha Obito has a murderous intent. In the face of the tornado that swept through and the flash of lightning, he could only stop Kamui, turn his head and spit up in the sky, and at the same time his hands were imprinted like lightning. Fire-style flurry. The surrounding space was instantly twisted, and then the flames gushing from his mouth turned into a serpentine snake under the influence of the space distortion and bit on the water spout. Puff. Hiss. What made Uchiha Obito's heart sank was that after his fire style encountered the water spout, it was immediately submerged. What kind of Uchiha Madara are you? Such a weak Madara, it's the first time I have seen you. A touch of sarcasm appeared in Tianyu's dragon eyes. Without waiting for Uchiha Obito's rebuttal, the majestic tide, mixed with the mighty and powerful conqueror's Haki's sanctions, was crushed down. What? White Zetsu rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted neatly. Although Black Zetsu's face was sinking and breathing quickly, as at Satsuki Kagaya's will, although he did not inherit the power of Kagaya, he withstood the shock of Conqueror's Haki of Tianyu. He didn't faint under the impact of waves of Conqueror's Haki like waves. What kind of power is this? Can something like momentum attack the spirit? Uchiha Obito's brain went blank. Even if he possessed Mangekyo Sharingan, he lost consciousness for a while when faced with the crazy impact of Tianyu's 4 Emperor's level Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 9. Uchiha Madara. Tianyu stretched out his right paw, peeked down, grabbed it. When Uchiha Obito woke up from the absent-mindedness, he found that he had fallen into Tianyu's dragon claws. Damn it! Seeing his situation, Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. He just wanted to use Kamui to make his body hollow, but his overwhelming grip has exploded from the dragon's claws. Puff. Before his body was hollow, he was squeezed into a ball of blood. Trouble. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu immediately wanted to dive underground. However, he hadn't started to act yet, and Tianyu's vision that swept across the mighty long way had been fixed on him. Since you and Madara, who don't know what kind of breed, are in the same group, go with him. A group of people just want to be neat and tidy. Tianyu dived down. Under a dazzling purple light, he had changed from a blue dragon back to a human, and fell in front of Black Zetsu. If I tell you now, I don't know that Madara very well, do you think you can accept it? A drop of sweat the size of a grain of rice appeared on Black Zetsu's forehead. Boom. The answer to him was indeed Tianyu's punch that compressed all the air and then exploded. Want to kill me? It's not so easy. 1 second, Black Zetsu was shocked in a cold sweat. The next second, when facing Tianyu's fist, he did not retreat but instead moved forward. I saw him bullshit and bumped into Tianyu's fist. Call out. When his body touched Tianyu's fist, he was not blown out by a punch like Hanzo. On the contrary, it turned into a black liquid and directly merged into Tianyu's body. Tianyu frowned, and the movement of punching suddenly froze. Madara. Black Zetsu, who controlled Tianyu, immediately screamed. The juniors now are really arrogant. If it weren't for the battle between me and Hashirama, the injuries I suffered have not healed until now. Killing you this level of stuff would be enough for me. Uchiha Obito, who was pinched into blood just now, floated out strangely from the ground behind Tianyu. I saw that he tried his best to maintain his ruined Uchiha Madara to the very little left, and then squeezed Kunao with his right hand and poke at the back of Tianyu's heart. Click, read more at fictionzone.net. Suffering ended without answer. Uchiha Obito was silent. Come on. King Dance's force that had just rescued a little bit was gone immediately. Black Zetsu was also silent. He felt that he could hardly hold Madara's coffin to cover it. I always thought of a wizard like Danzo, and throughout my life, I can only meet one at most. But I never thought that an ordinary ninja world would be able to train you two Wolong and Phoenix Young at the same time. With a scream of horror from Black Zetsu, Tianyu slowly turned around and looked at Uchiha Obito, who was holding a half-kunwu in a joke. Kyu no Tattoo Dragon. This kind of stupid thing unexpectedly was met by two people in one day. Even he had to say something to Uchiha Obito in his heart. How dare you? He didn't even need armament haki to attack this kind of attack, and he could take it without damage with pure physical strength. You can still move. Black Zetsu attached to Tianyu's body was full of horror. This is the first time for him. This is the only strength Kagayaji left him. To the effect, the Dance King who did not flash also hated Jiquan. Why not? How can my body be controlled by a mouse in a ditch like you? Tianyu sneered, then his body shook. Shocking purple lightning bursts from all around him. In the next second, the Black Zetsu attached to his body screamed and flew out. After breaking more than 10 big trees, the whole person was limp on the ground like a puddle of mud. Who is Kaido? One of the 4 emperors. The Sea Emperor with the will of the king. Strong spirit and will rank on top of the world. Apart from the red-haired Shanks who is also one of the 4 emperors, who can dominate Kaido on the king's will. Not to mention, Kaido's physical strength is unmatched by Grand Line. Tough will. Strong physique. Tianyu, who is 100% integrated with Kaido template, inherits everything from Kaido perfectly. This is how Black Zetsu can operate. Fix one end, the next one will come to you. After smoothing Black Zetsu in an understatement, Tianyu exuded an astonishing dragon scorpion at that moment, and refixed on Uchiha Obito. This look made Uchiha Obito, who had not been ashamed to say that Tianyu did not have the blood of Uchiha and Senju, and could not become a threat, felt a shudder. Being stared at by a dragon, is that what it feels like? Suddenly a thought came to Uchiha Obito. The living Uchiha Madara is nothing more than that. As soon as this thought came out, he couldn't help but startled. Immediately, he shook his head sharply. Impossible. How can an ordinary person who has no blood of Senju or Uchiha be comparable to Uchiha Madara? Aren't you calling yourself Uchiha Madara? How? Have the courage to call yourself Madara, but dare not even do it? Tianyu walked towards Uchiha Obito without rush. With every step he took, a wave of majestic conqueror's haki hit Uchiha Obito's mind once. When he walked in front of Uchiha Obito, stopped, and looked down at him condescendingly, the so-called Madara began to tremble slightly. Chapter 10. Hee, I didn't expect that I would be looked down upon by juniors. I advise you not to be too rampant. Even if the injury that Hashirama brought to me is still not healed, I can still do it for you as a junior. Uchiha Obito opened the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, and stared at Tianyu savagely. In the next second, Kamui launches. The space Tianyu was in was suddenly distorted. However, Tianyu did not tell the prophet, before the space was twisted into a whirlpool, others had disappeared in place, appearing behind Uchiha Obito as if teleporting. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a sharp shout, Uchiha Obito was so scared that Uchiha Obito immediately removed Kamui and decisively hollowed his body. Boom. Using a fist instead of a mace, Tianyu, who used the thunderous 8 trigrams, instantly passed through Uchiha Obito's body with his fist, and hit the ground fiercely. Guru. In the hollow state, Uchiha Obito glanced at the Buddha at his feet, as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and collapsed into a ground with a radius of several hundred meters deep pit. Although he was so shocked that he swallowed his saliva, he still tried to break Uchiha Madara's branch. The force of the grid is sticky. Don't waste your effort. The power of Sharingan is not what you can please you. All the proud abilities you have, in front of my eyes, everything becomes meaningless. Uchiha Obito said pretentiously while maintaining hollow. Yes. Tianyu smiled without anger, reached out and picked up a mace left by Rain Shinobi on the ground. As he clenched his 5 fingers, the purple electricity that was visible to the naked eye burst out, surrounding the mace like a snake. Junior, you don't think you can deal with my Sharingan just by picking up a weapon? Don't be naive. The gap between you and me cannot be made up even if you are given an artifact. Uchiha Obito put his hand on his back, and a full of scowling voice floated from under his mask. Thunder 8 trigrams. Tianyu stomped the ground with his right foot and rushed forward without saying a word, just as the 8 trigrams thundered over. Still in vain? But it doesn't matter, read more at fictionzone.net. Anyway, such physical skills must be very burdensome for you. Uchiha Obito sneered. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thunder 8 trigrams. Under the gaze of his gradual collapse, Tianyu is like a perpetual motion machine, twisting a mace in one hand to him is a thundering 8 trigrams. No matter where he goes, where Tianyu is chasing with his mace. Bang bang bang. Is this BD never ending? Is it possible that thunderous 8 trigrams, such a powerful physical skill, is just a normal attack for him? Looking at Tianyu, who just pulled the stick when he didn't agree, and thundered at himself for 3 minutes, the face under Uchiha Obito's mask gradually turned green. No matter how dull he was, he understood. This thunderous 8 trigrams is not a big move at all, but it is Tianyu's Blue Dragon's flat A skill. By the way, he just put a wave of force in front of Tianyu. Whether it is to defend Uchiha Madara's ruined force, or to save his life, he can only hold hollow with a smile on his face and welcome Tianyu's torrential wind-like flat A combo. At the same time, I still don't forget the crazy slapstick. But as time passed, Tianyu was still there thundering. After 8 trigrams, the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more rigid. Could he see through my Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique? Drops of cold sweat began to appear on Uchiha Obito's forehead. Because the 5-minute hollow time is approaching. On the contrary, Tianyu is still doing his own way, regardless of what he says and what he does, it is just that he will force him to be strong. Thunder is blowing the hills, he will be arrogant, and the 8 trigrams will illuminate the river. In the face of Tianyu's crazy style of play and endless horror physical ability, he has no hope of using hollow to kill the opponent. Judging from Tianyu's current performance, he estimated that the dragon in front of him could thunder completely. 8 trigrams himself for 3 days and 3 nights. Is it possible to use Izanagi to escape again? Uchiha Obito was struggling constantly. He was pinched to death by Tianyu's dragon claw just now, he has already used Izanagi once. Now he only has one Mangekyo Sharingan left. If I were to use Izanagi again, his Mangekyo Sharingan would lose its light forever. On one side is death, on the other side is lost Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter how you choose, it will be painful. However, the time left for him is running out. Because hollow is 5 minutes, it's time. Izanagi. Once the hollow was over, watching the mace falling from the sky, Uchiha Obito roared in his heart and chose to lose Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is gone, you can dig Kakashi. Anyway, those are my own eyes. But the fate is gone, then there is nothing. Although it's good to see Yue Enlin, he didn't want to meet Yue Enlin with this kind of useless method of death. Armed Thunder 8 trigrams. Tianyu's eyes flashed red, and armament haki surged out of his body, as large as the ocean of Wangyang, and dyed the mace that he swung toward Uchiha Obito with a black light. Looking at it, it looks like it is coated with a layer of black metal. The changes between the electric light and the flint cast a huge shadow in Uchiha Obito's heart. Chapter 11. What is this? Uchiha Obito looked at the mace, 1 meter away from him, and his pupils shrank suddenly. His Mangekyo Sharingan, who was full of horror, clearly saw Kaido's mace flying out of a horrible energy that was different from chakra. With a bang, his Izanagi hasn't been displayed yet, and people have been hit by the terrifying energy of the raging sea. The majestic and tidal wave of shock immediately smashed the ground thousands of meters under his feet. Centering on the place where Tianyu's feet were trampled on, a series of giant python-like cracks crisscrossed out. Like the shocking weather wave caused by a missile explosion, it rose up into the sky wrapped in huge dust, gravel, and broken wood, and swayed violently in all directions. The heavy rain clouds that have been entrenched in the country of rain for many years are scattered. In the sky, there is a huge crack that makes people scared at first sight. One shot entangled armament Haki's flat A technique, Thunder 8 trigrams. It pierced the sky, the earth, and even the atmosphere of the country of rain. And Uchiha Obito, wearing the Uchiha Madara vest, was lying sideways with a tattered piece of cloth in the center of a deep crater where the Buddha was hit by a meteorite several thousand meters away. The mask on the face, the clothes on the body, the half of the body, and the force left to him by Uchiha Madara. In front of the armament Haki who was released by Tianyu, they were all broken to the ground. What do you say is your name, Madara? Above the void, Tianyu generates clouds step by step, stepping down in the void. He looked down at Uchiha Obito, who had shattered the mask, even half of his head and body were shattered, leaving only Uchiha Obito, who was lingering on the ground with one breath. It took 5 minutes to hit one of Naruto's 3 big behind-the-scenes bosses almost corpse on the spot. His eyes and tone were not at all arrogant, or proud. On the contrary, it is like a Wangujing cold pond, deep and calm. For him, letting the Buddha out is just a sparse and ordinary, even trivial thing, to beat a behind-the-scenes boss like Uchiha Obito to half a breath. With the powerful vitality brought by Hashirama cells, Uchiha Obito struggled to open the bloodshot Mangekyo Sharinan. Read more at fictionzone.net. When he looked at Tianyu, the only eye could not help flashing a trace of horror. Such a monster was unheard of. I thought of wearing Uchiha Madara's vest before, and joking in front of Black Zetsu that this dragon does not have the blood of Uchiha and Senju, and is not a climate at all. Thinking about being crushed by Tianyu with a mace, he couldn't take care of himself, and he couldn't help feeling a strong shame. Do you still want to be Uchiha Madara? Tianyu looked down on the remaining half of Uchiha Obito's cheek blankly. He is 100% integrated with the Kaido template. Whether it is helping people to quit the king addiction or helping people to quit the Madara addiction, he is expert in this matter. It just so happened that although no one in the ninja world Tenten clamored to be the One Piece, there was a Tenten who told people that he was Uchiha Madara. With the powerful insight of Mangekyo Sharinan, he captured the fleeting cold light of Tianyu's dragon eyes. Lying in the deep pit, Uchiha Obito, with only one breath left, found that a surge of power came from his body, supporting him to shake his head madly at Tianyu. The mask is broken, so what, Madara? After suffering this beating and realizing that he claimed that Uchiha Madara was about to be beaten, he already vowed in his heart that he would never call himself Madara again in his life. Very good. Tianyu smiled happily. Sure enough, to quit Madara addiction, he is a professional. Uchiha Obito, who wandered around in Uchiha Madara's vest, only met him once, and Madara's addiction disappeared immediately. Thinking of this, he twisted his mace and flattened his skill. Thunder 8 trigrams hit Uchiha Madara Obito, who was only half of his face. And many more. Uchiha Obito's pale paper face showed a trace of horror, and the only remaining arm was immediately raised, trying to stop Tianyu. His response was still the thunder of purple lightning, 8 trigrams. Just when Uchiha Obito was about to repay Mangekyo Sharinan with the pain, when his Tianyu's mace was only 1 centimeter away from his front door, he suddenly stopped. Why are you here? Nagato. Tianyu casually threw the mace to the side, turned his head and looked at Nagato, who had used the Shushin technique and ran from behind. Obviously, it was not Uchiha Obito who stopped him. It's Nagato. For Uchiha Obito, his only interest is to help him get rid of Madara addiction. After quitting, he didn't even want to hear a beep. It's different if the person who spoke is Nagato. In the 10 years since Akatsuki signed in, Yahiko took him in, Konan took care of him, and Nagato protected him. Ninja World, he doesn't have any sense of belonging. Even at the beginning of the journey, Konoha, who once made him think about it, was later regarded by him as a mustache. The only thing that can give him a sense of belonging is the Akatsuki who has signed in for 10 years. The only thing that can give him a bond is Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. Chapter 12. I have been thinking about some things for a long time, but I have been unable to figure it out. This person may be able to help me find the answer. Nagato walked to Tianyu and slowly raised his eyes. Purple pupils, circles of ripples. Even if you simply stare at each other, you can feel the terrible pupil power in the vastness of these eyes. Facing Nagato's sudden appearance of Rinnegan, not only did Uchiha Obito surprise Uchiha Obito, even Tianyu looked unexpected. Rinnegan's pupil power awakened. When did it happen? Tianyu's eyes condensed slightly. Rinnegan. Originally, he thought that without Yahiko's death, Nagato would not be able to awaken the pupil power of these eyes. Even if it is still awakening, it will not be known how long it will be. Unexpectedly, Nagato, who was back on his way, came to see him with a pair of fully awakened Rinnegan. If the two big bosses behind the scenes of Ninja at this stage, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, were beaten to the ground and screamed, he couldn't help but suspect that the boss behind the scenes was arranging Nagato. It didn't take long. Just after you left. But the more accurate time should be when Hanzo seized Konan to blackmail us. Nagato thought about it seriously. Coincidence? Or fate? Tianyu stared at Nagato's Rinnegan, his face was a bit cloudy. He knew that the ninja world had fate and reincarnation. But if this is the case, will Nagato still follow the old path? Should I bury Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito and then dig the grave of Uchiha Malada? Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Nagato saw that Tianyu's expression was a bit ugly, and he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Nothing. Tianyu pondered for a long time, before taking a breath. If the ninja world really has fate, then come. Whether it is fate, there is a bigger hand behind it. Whoever dares to reach out to Nagato, Konan and the others, dare to play with their destiny, I will chop you off. Read more at fictionzone.net. A flash of red light burst out of the dragon's eyes. The mighty horror conqueror's haki is like an open gate torrent, wave after wave surging out of Tianyu. Boom. Under his boundless will to defeat the king's fate, the sky that was torn apart by him not long ago and finally healed again was shocked and split again. Tianyu, where are you, holy? Is the dragon really that strong? This terrifying conqueror's haki, a terrifying vision of the world, whether it is Nagato who started Rinnegan or Uchiha Obito who likes to call himself Malada, feels strong heart palpitations. Looking close at hand, Tianyu, who was full of awe-inspiring haki all over his body, both of them came up with an idea at the same time. If there is a god in this world, and this god blocks Tianyu's words, then the dragon in front of me is afraid that even a god would dare to slaughter it. Want to know what? Just ask. What do you want to do? Just do it. After thinking about it, Tianyu felt that his thoughts were extremely accessible, but at the same time he dispelled the idea of preventing Nagato and Uchiha Obito from contacting. What has become of Ninja World? Will the 5 powers disappear? He doesn't care about all this. As long as he can sign in well and Nagato and others can do what they want, that's enough. As for this matter to the ninja world, to the world, is it right? Is it wrong? Is good? Is it bad? He doesn't care at all. Of course, the premise is Nagato's own pursuit. Instead of being manipulated to death like a puppet in his life as he remembered. Want to be behind the scenes. Want to be the boss behind the scenes. I'm lame for you. Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu, these so-called behind-the-scenes boss, if they dare to cripple Nagato like before, there will only be one end. All crushed by him. It is good. Although Nagato didn't know why Tianyu said this to him suddenly, he could still feel Tianyu's concern for him. Thinking of this, his pair of Rinnegan exuding suffocating pressure flashed warmly. Just ask. Tianyu glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was lying motionless in the pit and was beaten by him like a dead dog. Behind Hanzo and Danzo, you are planning it? Nagato walked to Uchiha Obito, opened Rinnegan, and looked down at Uchiha Obito like a god. Yes. Uchiha Obito opened his mouth, trying to escape. But when he saw Tianyu on the side looking at his gaze as if looking at a dead person, he immediately took away the magical power of his mouth. Why do you do this? Nagato heard the words, and the cold and murderous moments burst out of Rinnegan. However, in the end he was suppressed. Because of Rinnegan. You have the eyes of God, but you don't know the will of God. You can't bear these eyes at all. Only by feeling pain, experiencing pain, accepting pain, and thinking about pain, can you know what peace is. If you haven't felt pain, you can't bring permanent peace to the shinobi world. Uchiha Obito didn't notice, the eyes of Tianyu who watched him gradually became strange. How many floors are carried by a bag of rice? Isn't this script Nagato's? Could it be that I was flattened by the A technique? Thunder 8 trigrams made Uchiha Obito feel the pain, so I picked up Nagato's script. Chapter 13. Can Rinnegan bring permanent peace to the ninja world? When Nagato heard Uchiha Obito say this, his body and mind were shaken. Peace. It has always been the pursuit of him, Yahiko and Konan. Let alone permanent peace. Why not? You don't know how much energy is in your eyes. Once activated, it can definitely bring permanent peace to the shinobi world. Uchiha Obito said surely. Tell me, what can I do to activate these eyes? What can we do to bring permanent peace to the ninja world? Nagato's tone was a little quick. No problem. I do so much for this purpose. What is it to be beaten half to death? It is my honor to witness the infinite potential of your eyes being activated. Uchiha Obito is more excited than Nagato. Can he not get excited? Didn't you see Tianyu on the side already picked up the mace thrown on the ground again? If you can't fudge, no, you can't give Nagato a satisfactory answer, tell Nagato to move, and he promises that he will be hammered to death by Tianyu. Tianyu looked at Nagato and then at Uchiha Obito. Is this stick now knocked or not? After thinking about it, he decided to watch it for a while. Anyway, this Uchiha Obito is the fish on the chopping board. Under his observation Haki's perception, he can't run away. And he knows how attractive eternal peace is to Nagato. The past 3 ninja wars have proved Hashirama's method to be wrong. It is impossible for people to obtain peace by relying on mutual understanding. Read more at fictionzone.net. Only by letting mankind feel the pain of war and fear this pain can the occurrence of war be restrained. To do this, you must use Rinnegan to summon the Gedo statue, collect the 9 tail beasts, seal them in the Gedo statue, and create a tail beast weapon that can destroy the entire country in one blow. Uchiha Obito glanced at the mace hanging on top of his head, which was crumbling and would fall down at any time. For fear that Tianyu would become impatient, there would be another thunderous 8 trigrams, and he quickly finished his plan in one breath. Gedo statue. Tailed beast weapon. So that's it, this is the power and meaning of Rinnegan. Nagato murmured, a strong touch arose in his heart. Yes, this is the meaning of Rinnegan's existence. It is also the reason God gave you Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito felt relieved when he saw that Nagato was moved by him. Speaking of Nagato, as long as he needs himself, he can not only survive from Tianyu, but also control Nagato in another way. Thank you for telling me these things. I will consider all this carefully. After Nagato finished speaking, Before Uchiha Obito could speak, he turned his head and said to Tianyu. Tianyu, I have nothing to ask. You can do it. But Mr. Madara told me so much, please let Mr. Madara go more peacefully. As soon as the voice fell, he ignored Uchiha Obito's horrified and angry eyes and went straight to the side. His change made Tianyu both surprised and gratified. But Uchiha Obito didn't look at it that way. Nagato, you can't do this. Only I know all this. You can better help you complete the tail beast weapon by keeping me, so that a permanent peace can be reached. Uchiha Obito's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect Nagato to be so cruel. White-horned his tail beast weapon plan, but even wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he did not reveal Project Tsuki no Mi, otherwise, this wave is really a big loss. No, Akatsuki has Tianyu, me, Konan, and Yahiko. Even if it is not enough, I can hire people. More you are not more, less you are not more. Nagato turned his back to Uchiha Obito and said without looking back. You almost killed Konan and Yahiko. If it weren't for Tianyu, I think they have been manipulated by you and died tragically under the butchers of Hanzo and Danzo. You wouldn't think that I would be so naive after hearing about your plan for a tail beast weapon, just erase the previous thing like a chalk, and leave you behind the scenes who almost killed Konan and Yahiko, right? Please Tianyu to let you go more peacefully, I have already given you this gift because of what you said just now is indeed a little enlightening to me. His solemn, cold voice stunned Uchiha Obito. This Nagato, who was as indifferent as a high god, saw himself as a musty, and ruled his life and death in a word, made him feel very unfamiliar. He has been monitoring Nagato for years. I never remember that Nagato was such a cruel and decisive person. It seems that the demigods and the Pot King's actions are not all bad things. Not only did Nagato awaken Rinnegan, but he also grew up. The corner of Tianyu's mouth raised slightly. He knew that all changes in Nagato were inseparable from Hanzo's threat. Yahiko didn't die. Although Nagato's temperament would not change drastically, Konan was held hostage, and the incident that almost caused siblings gave him a lesson. Coupled with Rinnegan's awakening, it was enough to make him lose all his innocence and childishness overnight. After replacing the previous Nagato, it is estimated that Uchiha Obito has been crippled by Uchiha Obito. Chapter 14. Tianyu, you can send Mr. Madara on the road. Nagato turned his eyes slightly, glanced at Uchiha Obito, and then withdrew his gaze. Nagato, What else Uchiha Obito wants to say, Tianyu has already flattened his skill, Thunder 8 trigrams swept it over, smashing his half-remaining broken body to pieces. You're grown up, Nagato. Tianyu threw the mace aside again. This weapon is too small and not strong enough, and he doesn't use it smoothly. Especially when performing the leveling A technique, it is better to use your hands to perform it more smoothly. Not to mention the Kaido's exclusive weapon that he left at home, the mace. You are already ahead of us. I can't keep on standing still. In that case, I can't even see your back, let alone protect you like before. Nagato turned around, the awakened Rinnegan still exuded awe-inspiring oppression, but his tone was full of ridicule. Then you have to work harder. It's just this level, it really doesn't necessarily protect me. Tianyu smiled. After signing in for 10 years, he is no longer the man with a bad stomach. Konan wants to support him, and Nagato wants to protect him. It takes all the effort to do it. What's more? He glanced at the remains of Uchiha Obito and said silently. System, sign in Uchiha Obito and Black White Zetsu. Successfully signed into Uchiha Obito, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4 Emperors template, Whitebeard, 0% completion, ... Successfully signed the Black White Zetsu, congratulations to the host for winning the Supreme Knife, Kong Yunkai. Hearing the sound of the system, Tianyu was slightly moved. Besides Kaido, can you get other 4 emperors templates? Should I say that you Uchiha Obito deserves to be the third behind-the-scenes boss of 6 doctrines? Signing you in, actually got me Whitebeard's template. Black and White Zetsu is not bad too, and sent me a great sharp knife. Tianyu let out a sigh of relief lightly. Read more at fictionzone.net. 10 years ago, the first time he signed in for Akatsuki members was with Nagato and Konan. As for Yahiko, although he is Akatsuki's current leader, he is not a member of the Akatsuki mission, so he cannot sign in. But even just signing in to Nagato and Konan, he still benefited a lot. Signed to Nagato, he got the template of 4 Emperors Kaido from the system. Signing to Konan, he obtained Kaido's exclusive weapon, mace, from the system. After that, he signed in at Xiao organization for 10 years, and signed Kaido's completion degree to 100% abruptly. As for Kaido's mace, it's not too big to use. Not to mention that the system is very considerate. When the mace was sent to him, the mace was adjusted to a model that can be used by him. Even if the system did not do this, he could still hold Kaido in the form of an adult dragon. Exclusive weapons. It's just that he thinks Kaido's weapons are a bit ugly. Taking them out to meet people will seriously affect their personal compulsion. Except for the occasional use of thundering 8 trigrams, the mace provided by the system is basically lying in the scroll for many years. But this supreme knife, Kongyun cut it? Good. This weapon is not only non-destructive and compelling, it can also play a role in increasing and compelling the frame. When Tianyu's heart moved, when his right hand opened, the model of a handle was adjusted by the system, and Kongyunkai, which looked like a blue dragon and a moon knife, had fallen into the palm of his hand. As the Qinglong, isn't it reasonable for him to cut the cloud with the shape of a Qinglong Yanyu knife? After playing with Kanjiun for a while, he felt compelled, and after using it so smoothly, he opened the system panel again. Host, Tianyu. Sign-in time, 10 years. Sign-in location, Rain Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village. Sign-in at Akatsuki, Nagato, Konan, Uchiha Obito, Black White Zetsu. Character template, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 0% completion. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit, not activated. Haki, Armament Haki, inactive. Observation Haki, inactive. Conqueror's Haki, inactive. Sure enough, in addition to the original Kaido template, there was also a Whitebeard template. It's just that Kaido has a 100% completion rate compared to Kaido, but Whitebeard's completion rate is 0%. Both Shock Fruit and Conqueror's Haki are in an inactive state. What's the matter? Tianyu. Nagato saw that Tianyu suddenly took out a long-handled knife, and then fell silent again without a word. Nothing. Tianyu shook his head, and then sealed Kongyunkai back into the scroll. Even if the model is adjusted by the system, it is still a bit inconvenient to carry. Let's go, I'll have someone build a knife sleeve for you when I go back. In this way, you don't need to seal this weapon in the scroll when you don't use it. With your height, you can bear it. Although it was just a quick glance, Nagato also saw that Kongyunkai was definitely a rare and famous knife. At least, he had never seen a better knife than Kongyun. Also, Tianyu nodded, but did not leave with Nagato, but stood still. Isn't this Madara dead already? Is there anything wrong? Seeing this, Nagato couldn't help asking. Uchiha has a forbidden technique called Izanaki. Tianyu spoke out the ability of Yukusenaki's pupil technique. Chapter 15. Hiss, even death can be modified. No wonder this Uchiha Madara can survive to this day. Nagato didn't rush away when he heard it. Anyway, Hanzo has returned to the west, Rain Shinobi Village has no one who can threaten them. It's not too late to help Yahiko ascend to the position of Rain Shinobi Village leader. The two of them waited for a long time. But Uchiha Obito's remains were still lying quietly in the pit. Not to mention the resurrection, there was not even the slightest movement. It's been so long. Maybe he really died. After waiting for another half an hour, Nagato finally couldn't help but said. Tianyu doesn't know much about Izanagi. After all, Kishimoto told him all the information about Izanagi. The ghost knows if Kishimoto has concealed it. After all, the one named Kishimoto is a manga artist who knows hammer ninjutsu. So he has been driving observation haki, but neither Black Zetsu's body nor Uchiha Obito's body has changed at all. The breath is still the same as the dead. Fire-style great fireball technique. Nagato thought for a while, and opened his mouth to spray a great fireball at the bodies of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. In a moment, the bodies of the two were burned to ashes. After waiting for a long time, the body was gone. He should be dead. After Nagato burned the bodies of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, he was relieved. If none of this is dead, it's fine. If you really encounter it again in the future, it will be killed again. Tianyu didn't change his face, and wrote lightly. The people who signed up for the 2-4 Emperor's templates are so arrogant. Even if Whitebeard's template is currently only 0% complete, it still does not affect his arrogance. Read more at fictionzone.net. 2. In this regard, Nagato deeply agrees. Not to mention Tianyu, this blue dragon, just himself, after awakening Rinnegan, he also has absolute confidence to press Mr. Madara to the ground. After reaching a consensus, neither of them stayed here long. One Tenjaiun controlled, the other used the instant technique, chasing in the direction where Konan and Yahiko had left. As the two left, the pitted, seemingly messy battlefield left only two scorched and dark objects, quietly immersed in the rain. I don't know how long it has been before, a figure suddenly appeared. He walked up to the scorched Uchiha Obito, looked at it gloomily for a while, and a slightly regretful murmur slowly sounded. The teacher is right. People in Uchiha are all inherently evil, they all deserve to die. Not only caused the old man to waste his mirror's eyes in vain, but he even died without leaving a Mangekyo Sharinan to the old man. Such eyes, used to bury you, is simply the worst waste. Mangekyo Sharingan's blood can only play its greatest value when it falls into the hands of the old man. Danzo stared at Uchiha Obito's corpse and found that, not to mention the eyes, even after he had no complete body tissues, he couldn't help but grin. Teacher Tobirama does not deceive me. Uchiha is, damn it. Sure enough, whenever you meet Uchiha, it doesn't matter whether this Uchiha is alive or dead, the last sentence is absolutely correct. Oh. Unexpectedly, Mr. Danzo, you really love Mangekyo Sharinan so much. Just when Danzo cursed Uchiha, who was born evil without a word, and the more he cursed, the more his thoughts became more accessible, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Who? Danzo pulled out Konao and turned his head reflexively. The moment he turned his head, a scarlet eye with a black dart-like pattern was caught in his pupils. At the same time, he also saw clearly who the attacker was. Mask, black clothes, and the only Mangekyo Sharinan exposed to the air. All of these characteristics tell him the identity of the person. Since you want Mangekyo Sharinan so much, feel the power of it yourself. Uchiha Obito stared at Danzo with one eye. The windmill pattern of Mangekyo Sharinan turned frantically. Damn, you're not dead, you want to manipulate the old man. Danzo's old face became ferocious. Facing Uchiha Obito's pupil power, he did not hesitate to mobilize his spiritual energy to fight against it. However, a black shadow like a stream of water came to his feet along the ground, and then suddenly merged into his body. What? Danzo's face changed drastically, his facial features twisted into a ball on the spot. Although he tried his best to resist, he fisted in a combination of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. His spirit was finally defeated by Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. Huh, This old guy really deserves to be a strong man of the older generation. If he hadn't been annihilated by Tianyu, Uchiha Kagami's eyes, and the use of Izanagi had consumed a lot of chakra, I really might not be able to control him. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Danzo's one-eyed three-hook jade pattern. What are you going to do? With the blue dragon, the road between Akatsuki and Nagato was completely blocked. Moon Eye's plan was about to collapse before it even started. After cooperating with Uchiha Obito to control Danzo, Black Zetsu slowly separated from his body. Chapter 16. Speaking of Tianyu, the blue dragon, Black Zetsu's jet-black face couldn't help showing a palpitation visible to the naked eye. Almost died. If he is not the mother's will. If he is not enough. If he hadn't secretly collected a lot of Sharinan for 1,000 years. Both he and Obito are dead. Even if Obito can live, that Mangekyo Sharinan will definitely be destroyed. It won't be a crash. Akatsuki can't accommodate us, so that's not a big problem. Isn't this an organization that has come to the door? When Uchiha Obito heard Black Zetsu mention Tianyu, the scarlet Mangekyo Sharinan suddenly flashed with deep fear. It was the first time he saw such a monster. Obviously there is neither Senju nor Uchiha's blood, and he has swept the demigod, the Pot King, himself and Black Zetsu on his own, forcing him to almost abolish Mangekyo Sharinan in order to survive. Even if Black Zetsu had not been well prepared and successfully concealed the perception of the blue dragon, it is estimated that even if Mangekyo Sharinan was blinded, he would not be able to survive. Root. It's also a good choice. But Xiao can replace Nagato with Root, but Danzo can't replace Nagato. Without Rinnegan, even if we capture all the 9 big-tailed beasts, there is no way to seal them in the Gedo statue. Black Zetsu glanced at Danzo, who was like a walking dead. You said that Konoha consultant Danzo was attacked by Akatsuki. What will happen to Konoha when the news is returned? Uchiha Obito whispered for a while, then said in a playful tone. You want to sell Akatsuki to Konoha? Hearing this, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up. An organization that owns both Qinglong and Rinnegan, and is also an organization that plots against the 9 big-tailed beasts. Thinking of Konoha's high-level reaction, he found it very exciting. It's just the first step. Hasn't Mr. Danzo always had a Naruto dream? Since we borrowed someone's body, of course we have to help him realize his dream. Uchiha Obito said quietly. Snort. Damn Qinglong. Dare to beat me to death. Damn Nagato. How dare to use my plan in vain. You two won't play with me together, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. Then I will lift the table so that you can't play. Hee hee. After tasting the meaning of Uchiha Obito's words, Black Zetsu also showed a meaningful smile. It seems that being kicked out of Akatsuki's organization is not a bad thing. If everything develops as it should, then the 5 great ninja villages, they are equivalent to 2 of them. Konoha and Mist Shinobi are under their control. Taking a step back, even if Danzo's Naruto failed, they still have a root organization in their hands. No matter how he thinks it smells so good. Coincidentally, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu are thinking about using Danzo as a springboard to control Konoha. On the other side, Tianyu, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are also discussing how to replace Hanzo and control Rain Shinobi Village. However, the 2 founders of Akatsuki, Nagato, and Yahiko, disagree for the first time on how to manage Rain Shinobi. Yahiko wants to choose a Hanzo's trusted supporter as the puppet leader in Rain Shinobi Village, and then take over the authority of Rain Shinobi Village step by step, so as to minimize the impact. However, Nagato believes that at this time, he should cut the mess quickly, taking advantage of Hanzo's death by Tianyu. Rain Shinobi Village has no leader, and takes over Rain Shinobi's authority in one fell swoop. Tianyu, what do you think should be done? Seeing that Yahiko and Nagato were flushed, Konan could only turn to Tianyu, who was eating melons and wondering how to cut Kongyun into a black knife. Although she is also one of the founders, she is the least assertive of the three. When Yahiko was not dead, she listened to Yahiko. When Nagato was not dead, she listened to Nagato too. But here comes the problem. Now both Yahiko and Nagato are living well. It happened that she thought the two of them had a good idea. For a while, I didn't know who to support. A trivial matter like Rain Shinobi Village, do you need to send me out? Tianyu waved his hand indifferently. He is only interested in three things. Sign-in time. Sign-in for members of Akatsuki. Sign-in location. Otherwise, as long as the three of Yahiko live well, he doesn't care about them. He is more interested in how to turn Kongyun into a black knife than to take over the small things like Rain Shinobi Village. This exclusive weapon of the world's strongest man, not a black sword, is already one of the 12 great knives. What if you become a black sword? It's not a big deal, but it's not a solution for them to keep fighting like this. What do you think of this? I give you money, will you help me to balance them? Conan took out 2 bundles of detonation charms and pushed them in front of Tianyu. For the country of Rain, even the richest woman in the ninja world. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Who do you look down on? Is this a question of money? Tianyu didn't squint. He didn't even look at the detonating symbol in front of him. 2 bundles of detonating charms, isn't it more than 1 million taels? Snort. Conan, who is this rich lady looking down on? As a man with a net worth of more than 50 stacks of detonating charms, he really didn't look at the 2 bundles of detonating charms in front of him. Can't I give money? Conan was caught off guard. Over the past 10 years, Tianyu has tried the trick of giving money repeatedly. Unexpectedly, not only was rejected miserably this time, but Tianyu actually didn't even look at her money. Is this blue dragon already unmoved by money? Why don't you try the beauty yourself? Chapter 17. One of them is a sibling brother, the other is my beloved relatives and friends. No matter who I help, it will hurt the other side. Just when Conan was thinking about the nature of the dragon, whether he should consider covering Tianyu with beauty, he saw Tianyu give him a sideways look, righteously said. You have to add money. Conan stretched out his hand to cover his face. I think too much about feelings. This blue dragon still loves money so much. Have nothing to say. Isn't it money? She didn't dare to say anything else. With regard to money, she really hadn't met an opponent in the ninja world. At the moment, 100 stacks of detonating charms have been pushed in front of Tianyu by her. Tianyu moved slightly. With 2 stacks of detonating charms, he can still keep his eyes open. But when Conan makes a bold move, there are 100 detonation charms between his gestures, which is more than the net worth he has accumulated for 10 years, he has to face it. One detonating symbol is 90,000 taels. A stack of 100 detonating symbols is 9 million taels. 100 wads is 900 million taels. Although it is not enough to cut off his righteousness from his brothers, loved ones, and friends, it's okay to forget all the human feelings for the time being. Not to mention, Conan added money to ask him to do errands, but not to ask him to kill his brother. Okay, shut up both of you. Willing to increase money, but also enough, Tianyu did not hesitate to interrupt Nagato and Yahiko who were still arguing. Tianyu, you are here at the right time. It just happens to be fair to the two of us. When Yahiko saw Tianyu no longer eat melons, his eyes brightened. Tell me, is my plan better than Yahiko's? Nagato followed. What is noisy? When a mere Rain Shinobi Village, still need a plan, read more at fictionzone.net. As the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, don't you just have a hand? Tianyu waved his hand. Rain Shinobi Village or something, he is not interested. Akatsuki's affairs were pretty much the same. But he is nothing good. The professionalism that should be there is still there. As a mature little boy who has been kept for 10 years, now that he has received the money from the rich woman, it is time for the rich woman to relax physically and mentally. At the moment, he didn't give the two a chance to refute. He got up and twisted Yahiko and Nagato like a chicken with one hand. Then he called Konan and walked out of Akatsuki's base in a stride. "Tianyu, where are you taking us?" "Wait, you are not going to Rain Shinobi Village, are you?" Nagato and others wondered what Tianyu wanted to do at first. But soon, they discovered that this was the way to Rain Shinobi Village. "Just the four of us going to Rain Shinobi Village, is it a bit wrong? Should I go back and call someone?" Konan sensed Tianyu's intentions and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Akatsuki is not the only four of them. The organization was founded 10 years ago, and at its peak, it had hundreds of members. Otherwise, it will not attract the jealousy of the ninja demigod and the Konoha pot king. What kind of person is it? You just have to look at it. After Tianyu finished speaking, he turned into a blue dragon and flew over the Rain Shinobi village with the three of them. "Look. What's that? Dragon, my god. That's a blue dragon. Take the notice, there is a dragon in the sky of Shinobu village." Hundreds of meters of green dragon, entrenched in the sky above Rain Shinobi village, caused a huge sensation in an instant. Although Hanzo is dead, as Rain Shinobi village, which was second only to the 5 major ninja villages in the past, there is still a reserve of ninjas. It's really a dragon. Hattori Chizo. Not only is the squad leader of Rain Shinobi Jonin's class, but at the same time Hanzo stays at the confidant and stand-in of Shinobi Jonin. After learning that a blue dragon flew over Shinobu village, he immediately brought a large ticket, Rain Shinobi, to come. But when he witnessed Tianyu transforming into a blue dragon's posture, his vision and mind suddenly suffered an unprecedented shock. The dragon body that is hundreds of meters long and winding in the clouds is a size far less than that of an ordinary tail beast. "Tianyu, I think you might as well consider what I just said. Now it's too late for me to go back." Konan stretched out his hand to grab a dragon claw, and saw that the top floors below his side were full of ninjas, and couldn't help but persuade Tianyu. "I agree. I second." Yahiko and Nagato, who had been arguing with each other before, watched Rain Shinobi coming from all directions, and reached a consensus in an instant. "It's not they. It doesn't matter whether you take the power of Rain Shinobi village with a sharp knife, or support the puppets, slowly. This should not be done like Tianyu is doing now. Fly into Rain Shinobi village with all eyes in full view." There was no defense and no action, so Rain Shinobi was allowed to mobilize troops. Tianyu's behavior made them all feel a little nervous. Whatever the intention of this dragon, now that the troops in the village are concentrated, I don't have to be afraid of him either. The Hattori Chizo, who had been staring at Tianyu vigilantly, for fear of any changes in the other party, saw that 80% of Rain Shinobi village's forces were gathered around him, and felt a little relieved. "All those who can come, please shout out." At this time, Tianyu's voice wrapped in the mighty dragon sounded leisurely. In the sky of Rain Shinobi village, thunder and wind roared in an instant. In an instant, the storm of countless rains, the thundering purple lightning, and the terrifying thundercloud that was about to collapse at any time, dragging the sky down together, have enveloped most of the Shinobu village. Chapter 18. You gave us time on purpose. Hattori Chizo changed in horror, and suddenly felt uneasy. "Otherwise, what do you think?" Tianyu looked down at Hattori Chizo with gaze. Just a glance, an unspeakable oppression hit the heart of Hanzo's confidant like a heavy hammer. This dragon, not easy. It's more terrifying than Hanzo-sama. After Hattori Chizo and Tianyu looked at each other, their faces turned pale. As Hanzo's confidant, he knows Hanzo's strength better than anyone else. But Hanzo-sama, who he regarded as unmatched, was far from being comparable to Tianyu in front of him in terms of power. Why are you doing this? For a while, Hattori Chizo stabilized his mind. He was calm on the surface, but secretly gestured to a range shinobi jonin next to him. Tell the other party to contact Hanzo-sama. I have a friend, his name is Yahiko. He wants to be the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. So here I am. Tianyu uttered a word, and the sound exploded like a thunder to Rain Shinobi's ears humming. Is it so direct? Tianyu, I think you might as well be more reserved. At least when talking about your friends, you don't need to call out my name too. When Yahiko heard it, his expression was like bitter gourd. Damn. Yahiko found this blue dragon. It's only Chief Xiao, how dare he? Does Yahiko really consider himself a person? He actually tried to take advantage of the position of the lord of a village. When Hattori Chizo and the many rain shinobi around him heard this name, their expressions became more exciting. Especially when they saw that Yahiko was in the sky, many rain shinobi pointed at Yahiko on the spot and yelled. Whether I am a dragon or a summoning beast that resembles a dragon. But I think you also heard what the ninja in our village said. The Lord of Rain Shinobi, only our Hanzo University are qualified to serve. As soon as Hattori Chizo finished speaking, a tattered corpse had fallen from the sky and landed at his feet. When his eyes fell on the corpse, he was hit hard. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is Hanzo-sama. Impossible. Master Hanzo is a demigod of ninja world, how could he be? Although the corpse was broken, all rain shinobi present recognized it at a glance. This corpse is their Hanzo-sama. The ninja demigod in their mouth? He is not qualified. Tianyu said unhurriedly. You actually killed Hanzo-sama. After Hattori Chizo, who was awakened by Tianyu's voice, blurted out, he immediately regretted it. When he said this, it was undoubtedly that the corpse in front of him was Hanzo. Is it really Hanzo-sama? Master Hanzo is a demigod, how could he be killed? Is the dragon really invincible? As predicted. Rain Shinobi, who had been upset because of Hanzo's corpse, when he said this in Hattori Chizo, not only were people panicked, but their morale dropped crazily. Originally, most rain shinobi were more afraid of the sudden blue dragon. But now when many rain shinobi look at Tianyu, their eyes are already showing fear. Killed the leader of our shinobi village, Hanzo-sama, dare to show up in rain shinobi village. I think you clearly didn't put us rain shinobi village in your eyes. What about the dragon? There are more than 1,000 ninjas here, don't come here. Everyone listened and raised your endurance tools to avenge Hanzo-sama. Seeing that the ninjas in the village were not only demoralized, Hattori Chizo immediately shouted loudly before they even fought. What about the dragon? I really thought that if you kill Hanzo-sama, you can occupy Rain Shinobi village. He really doesn't believe it? There are thousands of ninjas around him. Are you still afraid of the 3 dragons? 1,000 ninjas. Tianyu condescendingly looked down at the starters Hattori Chizo and Daxia Rain Shinobi. His pair of dragon eyes, full of gaze, began to show a touch of terrifying orangutan. Boom. Conqueror's Haki, who was overbearing and full of mighty dragons, suddenly descended. Superior Conqueror's Haki is fully open. Suddenly, it swept across the area like a storm, and even spread to the farther direction of Rain Shinobi village. Where Conqueror's Haki went, whether Rain Shinobi or ordinary people, they all felt strong heart palpitations, dizziness, and powerlessness. Fang Buddha's forehead was beaten frantically with a hammer. Patter. 1, 2, 3. More and more Rain Shinobi fell on the top floor and the ground like the autumn wind sweeping leaves. Answer me. Yahiko should be the leader of Rain Shinobi, who agrees? Who opposes? Tianyu opened the scarlet dragon eyes, and stared coldly at the sluggish Hattori Chizo below in the posture of the Dragon King of the ninja world. Hattori Chizo looked blankly at the ninjas around him who had fainted, and at the dozens of jonin who were standing sporadically besides himself. He opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. The murder of Hanzo-sama is of course difficult for him to accept. But compared with the terrifying picture of Rain Shinobi under Jonin, the demigod is dead again, which is nothing to him. It's not just Hattori Chizo who collapsed, but those Rain Shinobi Jonin who carried Tianyu's conqueror's haki and did not faint, all felt like the world turned around, sitting on the ground one by one, speechless. Looking up at Tianyu who is entrenched in the sky with a grey face. Chapter 19. Is this your real power? Tianyu. Yahiko raised his head and barely saw Tianyu's dragon head. It's really as you said, the master of Rain Shinobi, just have a hand. The stunning feat of Tianyu suppressing a ninja village by himself, Nagato's pair of Rinnegan also lost their former majesty. It is replaced by a strong shocking color. Rain Shinobi's authority has changed hands. Konan stared at Tianyu deeply, muttering in his mouth. Yahiko and Nagato were silent at the same time when they heard this. Hattori Chizo waiting for Rain Shinobi at the bottom listened and was also silent. In front of Tianyu who overlooked the entire Rain Shinobi village, no one dared to refute or deny Konan's words. At this point, let alone Hanzo is dead. Even if the demigod returns, it can't stop Rain Shinobi from changing hands. The change of kingship has not been without blood since ancient times. Although the power of the lord of a village cannot be compared with the kingship, it is impossible to succeed if someone outside the village seizes power by force. However, the change of ownership of Rain Shinobi village this time has come from the beginning and no one has died. From Tianyu's appearance in Rain Shinobi, to Yahiko replacing Hanzo as the leader. The whole process is completed without a bloody sword. Whether it was Jonin, such as Hattori Chizo, who held Tianyu's awe-inspiring shock, or Rain Shinobi, who was stunned by Tianyu, they all cooperated in an orderly manner after waking up. At the end of the day, not only did Yahiko become the leader of Rain Shinobi as he wished, but he had not been in power for half a day, and the weight of power was still higher than Hanzo's life. Yahiko knows, Nagato knows, Konan knows too. All this stems from the Azure Dragon entrenched behind Xiao. Seeing everything develop as it is, and witnessing that his childhood partner has really become the master of Rain Shinobi, Nagato was also aroused with ambitions. After Yahiko became the leader of Rain Shinobi, although the dream of peace in the ninja world is still far away, it is indeed an extremely important step. He doesn't want to be behind Yahiko. For this reason, Nagato stayed up all night, and the next day he twisted a plan called Akatsuki and found Tianyu. Read more at fictionzone.net. You want to regroup Akatsuki. Tianyu lay on the sofa, while using armament haki to constantly try to cut the clouds into black knives, while eating the grapes that Konan had peeled and fed by himself. Good. Although Yahiko became the lord of Rain Shinobi, at best he could only bring peace to the country of Rain. Peace in the ninja world is still unattainable. Let alone permanent peace. Nagato handed the Akatsuki plan to Tianyu, and then explained. My plan is like this. The first step is to reorganize Akatsuki and incorporate all Akatsuki's original members into Rain Shinobi village. The second step is to recruit the strong, with 2 people as a small team, a total of 10 people, forming the core of Akatsuki. The third step is to gather money. The fourth step is to catch the tail beast. As for the last step, if the tail beast weapon is as the Mr. Madara said, then, we will conquer the world and rebuild the order of the ninja world. Speaking of rebuilding order in the ninja world, Rinnegan of Nagato exudes suffocating majesty. His, conquer the world. Nagato, will you come for real? What if that guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is lying to you? If we really capture the 9-tailed beasts, then no matter whether the tailed beasts' weapons are real or fake, it is basically equivalent to declaring war on the 5 great ninja villages at the same time. Before Tianyu spoke, Konan had changed his pretty face, so shocked that he even put down the half-peeled grapes in his hand. Don't worry, when I wrote this Akatsuki plan, I thought about it for a whole night. And before I came, I had successfully summoning out the Kaido statue. After my observation, Rinnegan can indeed control him, and the Kaido statue does have terrible power. If on this basis, the nine-tailed beasts are sealed in the golem, it is very likely that it will have the power of destroying the country in one blow, as the Madara said. Nagato's Rinnegan burst into flames. Akatsuki, not on his whim. It took him all night to think before he decided to conquer the world. Then Yahiko. Konan was interrupted by Nagato before he could finish speaking. Yahiko, let me talk about it. Now I just want to know what you guys think. Nagato said what you think, but his eyes are fixed on Tianyu, who is reading the Akatsuki plan. Especially you, Tianyu. Your thoughts will be related to whether the Akatsuki plan can be carried out as desired. Seeing this, Konan could only cast his gaze towards Tianyu. She knew that if anyone else could make Nagato change his mind, that person would be Tianyu. Regardless of the past 10 years of signing in, the three of them raised Tianyu. But every time they encountered a major decision, they would consult Tianyu, and even often the decision was made by Tianyu, the first veteran of Xiao Xiao, rather than the founder of their three Xiao Xiao. Nagato, have one thing to say. I have only one thing to say about your Akatsuki plan. Tianyu closed the Akatsuki plan, and Nagato said with a serious face. You say. Nagato looked like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to announce the results of the test paper, sitting in a dreadful manner. The location of the code named Qinglong and the ring of Qing in the Akatsuki belong to me. Tianyu's eyes touched Nagato's solemn Rinnegan, and then said with a serious face. Nagato. Konan. Chapter 20. Okay, Nagato. I have no opinion on your Akatsuki plan. Tianyu put the ring engraved with the word blue on his hand, with a satisfied smile on his face. But Tianyu, will this be too messy? Unlike Nagato, who was excited and gearing up, Konan was worried. Nothing. Now that Nagato wants to make trouble, then bear my name and run in the ninja world to your heart's content. Even if you want to destroy the ninja world for this, it doesn't matter. As long as this is what he wants. Nagato is so are you and Yahiko. Tianyu crossed his chin with his fingers crossed, his face did not change, and he wrote lightly. If one day, Nagato's daybreak plan fails, and the tail beast weapons are not enough to deter the ninja world, and the 5 great nations are brought in, then I will personally take action and bury them along with the inherent order of the ninja world. As soon as he finished speaking, Konan and Yahiko heard a thud in their ears. Immediately afterwards, the walls and floor of the room had been shaken to pieces by the conqueror's haki released from him, and they were covered with cracks like spider webs. Tianyu. Konan looked at Tianyu in front of him, and suddenly there was a kind of emperor who he was looking up high, sitting on the throne, looking down on all living beings. The grandeur of the king who squinted the ninja world and looked down upon the heroes made her look dumbfounded. How strong are you? Why can't even my Rinnegan see you through? Not just Konan, even Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, feels ashamed at this moment. That sublime Rinnegan, under Tianyu's courage, not only looked pale, but even turned bleak. Tianyu, take a look. These ninjas were specially selected by me after screening. From the intelligence point of view, they all have the qualifications to become a member of Akatsuki. Especially this ninja named Kakuzu. It is estimated that you will need to take a trip yourself before it is possible to recruit him. After a while, Nagato recovered from the impact of Tianyu's conqueror's haki. Seeing that Akatsuki not only got Tianyu's support, even Tianyu joined Akatsuki, he felt confident. Read more at fictionzone.net. I not only have Rinnegan, but also Tianyu's great help. After thinking about it, he really couldn't find his own daybreak and there was a reason to fail. Kakuzu. A hint of playfulness flashed through Tianyu's eyes. Not to mention that Kakuzu is the legendary ninja who lost a shuriken at Senju Hashirama 800 miles away, and it is worth his visit just to rush to the other person as the Akatsuki mission recognized by the system. Before signing into Uchiha Obito and Ju, he activated the Whitebeard template and got a supreme knife. Just don't know what surprises the system will bring to him when signing into Kakuzu this time. Who is so good? Actually want Tianyu to be dispatched in person? Konan was surprised and couldn't help picking up Kakuzu's information. In her opinion, Tianyu is a man who can kill the demigod of the shinobi world in one blow. Whether it's the Akatsuki of Reconstruction or Rain Shinobi Village, Tianyu is like a nuclear weapon. Konan, don't underestimate this ninja named Kakuzu. He is a strong man who has challenged Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, to survive. Before I have fully grasped Rinnegan's power, I dare not say that I can defeat him. Nagato said solemnly. Are you serious? Nagato. Tianyu glanced at Nagato weirdly. There is a saying, he is a bit suspicious that this guy Nagato is like Uchiha Madara. One has pillar blowing properties, and the other has angular blowing properties. Can't win Kakuzu? There is one thing to say, you can kill Kakuzu more than 5 times with the 2 pupil techniques of Shinra Tianzheng and Universal Pull. Hiss. Challenged the ninja god without dying? No wonder you would say that only Tianyu can recruit him. Tianyu, should I go with you? Konan took a breath after reading Kakuzu's information once. Then go. Tianyu glanced at Konan with a bit of amusement. Kakuzu only. Don't talk about Nagato, believe it or not, as long as you, a rich woman, show the ability to draw money, you can immediately beat Kakuzu to the point where you can't take care of yourself. You wait for me. When Konan heard that Tianyu wanted to recruit a man who would not die to challenge the god of ninjas, he immediately picked up the detonating charms of the large and small bags from the room, and then stuffed them all into the ninja scroll. This action made Tianyu and Nagato on the side see a cold sweat. Konan, these dangerous goods are not allowed to be kept at home in the future. Nagato almost couldn't control himself, just a shot of Shenluo Tianzheng. No way. Even if it was just a quick glance, the number of detonators that Konan took out of the room was at least 1,000,000. 1,000,000 detonating charms suddenly broke out, and his scalp numb after thinking about it. With this level of banknote ability, let alone kill Kakuzu. It's okay to let Kakuzu kneel and call your mother. Tianyu was a little speechless. Millions of detonators exploded, but he didn't care. Anyway, at most it can only blow up a layer of clothing. It's just soliciting a Kakuzu, you don't need to have hands, just have money. Still need to be so solemnly. Chapter 21. Although after his own persuasion, Konan finally decided to bring only half of the inventory, but Tianyu saw it very clearly. Even if it is only half of the inventory, the number of detonating charms Konan carries with him must be more than 10 million. 10 million detonating charms. What is this concept? One detonating symbol 90,000 taels. 10 million. Konan, actually you don't have to think about that much. Give me all the money and I will help you get Kakuzu right away. You want him to be dead or alive, or half alive? Tianyu stared at Konan with scorching eyes. Mainly staring at the pile of scrolls in Konan's pocket. Where are the tens of millions of detonating charms stored? No. This time we are going to recruit Kakuzu who can fight the ninja god. Maybe there will be conflicts with him. By then, these detonating charms will be able to play a huge role. Although Konan was a little moved, she shook her head when she thought of Kakuzu's sturdy record. It's not that she doesn't want to use the money to support Tianyu. But it's important. After all, it was not the ninja demigod who faced this time, but the existence of a god who had challenged the ninja. A battle with the ninja. The corner of Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. That's it again. It seems that the legendary shuriken has really made the horn blow for a lifetime. But now Kakuzu has one more thing that will last a lifetime. At Akatsuki, Qinglong and Beihu personally dealt with him without saying anything. The rich woman Baihu also specially prepared tens of millions of detonating charms for him. Even if she didn't press it herself, the rich woman planned to bring 20 million detonating charms. Seeing that the rich woman is ready to go, Tianyu immediately rides on the clouds and rises into the air. Conan also performed the paper dance, spreading a pair of angelic wings to follow Tianyu. Read more at fictionzone.net. With the flying speed of the two people, they rushed down at full speed, and quickly leaped over the land of rain. A new place to sign in is found. Does host sign in? When Tianyu and Conan set foot in the land of Fire land, the sound of the system also rang in their ears. Sign in. In this regard, Tianyu is not surprised at all. In the 10 years that Akatsuki signed in addition to signing in Rain Shinobi Village, he also signed in Rain Shinobi Village. Is it unreasonable to be able to sign in for the first time in the country of fire? Successfully signed into the country of fire, congratulations to host for obtaining the refining black knife once. Tianyu's face moved slightly. Refining the black knife once? Could it be that the refining black knives obtained by signing into the country of fire this time allows him to refining any weapons into black knives? Thinking of this, he flew towards the destination of the strip, the gold exchange on Duankai Street, and stretched out his hand to pull out the supreme big knife Kongyunkai that was on his back. Tianyu, are there any enemies? When Conan saw Tianyu suddenly pulled out Kongyunkai, he immediately looked at the bottom with vigilance. Don't worry, there are no enemies. I just want to be sure of one thing. Tianyu relieved Conan, then said silently in his heart. System, cut Kongyun into a black knife. Then he tried to wrap armament haki in his body around Kongyunkai. After getting Kongyun cut, he tried to use armament haki to refine Kongyun cut into black knives more than once. After all, Dracul Mihawk's knight, but trained as a black sword, is nothing more than a supreme sharp knife. And Kongyunki, not a black knife, already ranks among the supreme big knives. Once you become a black sword, then it's worth it? But soon, he discovered that refining the black knife was not as simple as he thought. It's not that armament haki is strong enough, so you can definitely become a black sword. If it were that simple, Roger, Rayleigh, and Golden Lion sabers would have been trained as black knives one by one. After many attempts, he understood that in order to refine the black sword, in addition to mastering a strong enough armament haki, it also requires a specific method and a strong enough swordsmanship. However, even though Kaido is a rare cultural figure among the four emperors, the name of his moves is more charming than one, and even better than the sword moves of the great swordsman. But it just sounds nice. After all, Kaido's skills are just stick skills, not swordsmanship. He who integrates the Kaido template is also a great hero, not a great swordsman. Regardless of whether Kongyun cut it or a mace, he couldn't practice it into a black knife. However, when he passed armament haki onto Kongyunkai this time, he keenly perceives that Kongyunkai's sharp sword has produced a strange change. Under the surprised gazes of him and Conan, the blade and handle of Kongyun's blade showed a stream of jet black like a dragon. When all the black dragons merged into Kongyunki, a piercing knife sounded in vain. The air around Kongyunchi became as viscous as water. While the blade trembled slightly, the invisible edge cut the air like water. Drink. Tianyu's eyes flashed scarlet, and his right hand lifted Kongyunkai up high. Scoff. The clump of clouds burst into an unprecedented dazzling black light, and even the surrounding air and even the clouds floating in the sky were all blackened one by one. Thunder 8 trigrams. Feeling the changes coming from Kongyunki, Tianyu held Kongyunki's right hand and slammed it into the sky. Click. The atmosphere, clouds, and sky were cut apart simultaneously. No, to be more precise, it should be broken. A horrible crack, which was smashed by a giant with a brutal force, filled the space between the world and the earth, and slammed Conan's beautiful eyes full of horror. Chapter 22. Your knife, what's wrong? I seem to think it has become stronger. When Conan woke up from his absence, he found that the dazzling black light that had wrapped the entire cloud cut had disappeared. The Kongyun cut in the hand held by Tianyu has changed drastically. The shape is still a long-handled knife, but the original silver blade has disappeared. Instead, there is a black blade that is so dark and so deep that the Buddha can suck all the surrounding light into it. Not only the blade's edge was changed, but the handle and guard were also plated with black iron. Because it is no longer just a supreme sharp knife, but a black knife. Tianyu looked at Kongyunkai, who had already been trained as a black knife, and the more he watched, the more he loved it. After practicing Kongyunkai into a black knife, he discovered that this supremely sharp knife is not just as simple as becoming sharp and tough. Armament haki's delivery, increase, etc. are far better than before. The most important thing is that the effect of abstaining from the king's addiction and Madara's shadow has become more remarkable. Although I don't know what's going on, it's also a good thing. At least when we faced the Kakuzu who challenged the ninja god, the odds of winning were even higher. Conan said with joy. When Tianyu heard the words, the corners of his eyes twitched suddenly. Are you serious? Kakuzu knows, I think I really want to thank you. However, with the episode Black Blade Konjayun cut, he became more interested in Kakuzu. Signing to the Land of Fire, he got a chance to refine the black sword with 100% empty hands. What about signing into Kakuzu? Just as Conan said, how could the other party be a man in a vest who singled out the god of ninja and never died? Maybe you can surprise yourself? With black knife Kongyun cut his fortune on his back, Tianyu and Conan set off again. After entering the country of fire, the two flew non-stop, and the short book street gold exchange soon caught their eyes. Let's wait for him here. Conan glanced at Kakuzu's information and planned to wait for him near the exchange house. No need. Tianyu observation haki opened fully and immediately felt a powerful breath. The legendary shuriken that is 800 miles away, the real hammer. With this breath, it is at the level of Hanzo. Still singled out the ninja god without dying? It is estimated that picking a wood-style clone has enough suspension. Read more at fictionzone.net. He came. Tianyu looked at the gate of the gold exchange. It is an inconspicuous public toilet in front. When Conan heard this, he passed away suddenly. Under the gaze, within a moment, a figure with green eyes came out of the public toilet door. It is the legendary ninja, Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Conan turned out to be Kakuzu at first sight, and he immediately looked like an enemy. Kakuzu paused, his eyes fixed on Tianyu and Conan. The more he looked, the brighter the green light in his eyes. The Buddha was looking at two rare treasures. Kakuzu. Although Conan is a little puzzled, why this legendary ninja doesn't seem to be very strong. At most Hanzo level. But soon, she thought of it. The real strong are always unpretentious and restrained. Just like the man she raised by her side. Before Tianyu took the shot, who could have thought that this extremely dedicated man who only ate soft food for 10 years could actually kill a demigod with a single blow? No need to say more. I know you guys. Conan of Akatsuki, and Tianyu. Kakuzu's eyes are burning, and his eyes are very aggressive. God treats me well. As soon as I left the money exchange, I encountered two heads with a total of over 300 million rewards. This time, even the time to go to the gold exchange was saved. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Tianyu and Conan couldn't help but change slightly. What do you mean by this? Conan suppressed the suspicion in his heart and asked immediately. Although Akatsuki has a small name in the ninja world, all members may not be worth 300 million in total. Unless the news that Hanzo died at the hands of Tianyu spreads in the ninja world. But except for the 4 of them, the insiders were either dead or controlled. As long as your head is worth 50 million 2 copies, I will come back to your question for free. Someone offered a reward for your head on the black market. Especially this one next to you. Tianyu. The reward is as high as 300 million taels. After Kakozu finished speaking, people were already like arrows from the string, rushing towards Tianyu and Konan with a whistling sound. Wait, we are here to solicit you. Konan was interrupted by Kakozu before he finished speaking. I am only interested in money. What's your organization? I am not interested. What's more, I am a man who has challenged the god of ninja. Even the 5 ninja villages are not qualified to let me play for Kakozu. Although Kakozu loves money as his life, he has been a bounty hunter for nearly 100 years. Of course, he knew that the higher the reward, the harder the head of the ninja. A female ninja at a young age is offering a reward of 50 million. A young man in his early 20s is even more outrageous to 300 million. Nothing, worth the price? But so what? He is not even afraid of the god of ninjas, will he be afraid of the man and woman in front of him? Konan, you think you might as well consider what I said before. Give me all the money and I will help you get Kakozu right away. Just when Konan was approaching an enemy, Tianyu didn't even look at Kakozu, who was getting closer. Chapter 23. It's this time, still joking? Kakozu Legend Ninja. Those detonating points every minute is the guarantee of our lives. Facing the legendary ninja, Konan did not hesitate to unfold the paper wings, intending to avoid his edge first. Very smart. Face me, just avoid it. Unfortunately, I am the man who can fight Senju Hashirama. Like Uchiha Madara's squib properties, Kakozu also has squib properties. However, the former is true and the latter is fake. Uchiha Madara blows Hashirama, that is love. Kakozu blows Hashirama, that's blows himself. Wind style suppress. Kakozu made a seal with both hands, and opened his mouth to spit out a violent storm like a shock wave. This wind style, so strong. Konan, who had already flown into the air, looked a little hesitant. Strong is strong, but it doesn't seem to match Kakozu's record very much. At least the dragon she keeps can wind up a wind-style-sized tornado in the distance. Not to mention the comparison with Tianyu's heat of burning mountains and boiling the sea, and the thunderous 8 trigrams that crushed the mountains. Maybe this legendary ninja wants to test us first. Yes, it must be true. Konan quickly thought of the reason. It must be that the legendary ninja hasn't made any effort yet. After all, it is a ninja who can fight Senju Hashirama. It is impossible to go all out with anyone. Just when Konan almost found the legendary name of Kakozu, mixed with thick water, the legendary ninja's wind style had already slammed Tianyu's body like a heavy cannon. You might as well try harder, I'm fine. Carrying the wind style of the legendary ninja frontally, Tianyu tilted his neck and made a crisp sound of fried chestnuts. That's it, it really is a monster. 300 million taels, it's really clear price? Kakozu's green eyes were dignified. Witnessing Tianyu's physical strength, his body shook slightly. 3 black monsters wearing masks broke out from his back. Read more at fictionzone.net. The legendary ninja is finally going to be true. Seeing this, Konan immediately grabbed a scroll with his right hand. Wind style suppress. Fire style head hard. Lightning style false darkness. The roaring hurricane, the hot flames, and the violent thunder and lightning instantly blocked all Tianyu's retreat. Majutsu, and 3 high-level ninjutsu. Konan secretly said. Just now, I actually suspected that the legendary ninja's record was a little watery, really shouldn't. Fortunately, I wake up early. Otherwise, I am afraid I will suffer a big loss. What worries her even more is that Tianyu faced Kakozu's massive fire style, wind style, and lightning style 3 combos, standing on the spot from beginning to end, letting the flames, storms, and lightning strike one by one body. With your physique, it's okay to accept my 3-stroke ninjutsu frontally, and save a corpse. Of course, in the eyes of the legendary ninja, Tianyu didn't avoid hiding, but couldn't hide at all. Legendary ninja, that's it? However, as soon as Kakozu's voice fell, the thick smoke covering the surroundings suddenly dispersed. The undamaged upright posture of Tianyu caught Kakozu's eyes again. It's a big loss. This kid is worth more than 300 million taels. At least 6 billion. Kakozu stared, his gaze wandering at the gold exchange booth on the side. If it is not forbidden by conditions, he even wants to rush into the exchange house and talk with the staff inside. This Tianyu's reward pricing is too problematic. Seriously, your so-called record of challenging the god of ninjas, wouldn't it be that you lost a shuriken at the entrance of Kanahagakure, facing the Naruto building where Senju Hashirama is located? At your level, it really makes me hard to believe how you survived Senju Hashirama. Tianyu patted the dust on his body and said casually. Very good. I don't know how many years I haven't seen anyone who questioned my Kakozu record. Originally, I wanted to spare your lives. It's not because of how strong you are, but because the money exchanges haven't given enough money. But just for you, I will make a loss-making business today. Challenged the ninja god. This is the golden lacquered sign that his Kakozu is well known in the ninja world, overwhelming many bounty hunters and attracting countless benefactor fathers. How could it be smashed by someone? Kakozu, who has never traded at a loss, immediately changed his mind. After all, after killing Tianyu, he only lost 300 million at most. But if the signboard of the mixed meal is smashed, the loss will be more than 3 billion. Puff. In addition to the 3 black masked monsters that just appeared, 2 masked monster heads appeared again on Kakozu's left and right shoulders. There are even monsters. Conan's face sank like water. The legendary ninja is really hammered. This ninja named Kakozu has definitely challenged the god of ninja. 3 monsters are so strong. If there are 5 monsters, what's the deal? The ghost knows whether there are more monsters hidden in the opponent's body. Konan was frightened and unwound the scroll without hesitation, and she held the 2 large boxes in her hands at the same time. Kakozu, who showed his trump card in one breath, was about to defeat Tianyu with the attitude of facing the god of ninja. His nose suddenly twitched slightly. There can be nothing wrong. This is the taste of money. Chapter 24. Woman, what's in your box? Kakozu's green eyes moved away from Tianyu and turned to Konan, who was flying in the sky. His tone is a bit rush, and a bit hot. Things that kill you. As Konan spoke coldly, the box opened. A wad of white flowered detonating symbols almost blinded Kakozu's green eyes. 90,000, 18,000, 200, and 70,000. Kakozu was trembling violently as if being hit hard. Immediately afterwards, he ignored the increasingly weird expressions of Konan and Tianyu, and his green eyes stared at the 2 boxes held by Konan. At the same time, while counting in his mouth, his body trembled. This pretty girl, did you just say what you are going to do? After a while, Kakozu recovered from his intense to almost dizzy happiness. Tianyu looked at Kakozu in a bit of amazement. His impression of this legendary ninja is the first water and the second dedication. It's not that he doesn't know that Kakozu loves money like his life, but he didn't expect to love it to this point. Frankly speaking, this time he met his opponent. To your life. Konan didn't let his guard down. This is an old monster who has lived for more than 100 years. The ghost knew if the other party was secretly preparing some big move. To my life? Pretty girl, you said it earlier. How hard can it be to want my life? You give me the money and I will take care of myself. Kakuzu pointed at the 2 boxes of detonation charms in Konan's hand. Do you consider me an idiot? Konan sneered. She has had the experience of being deceived. Not long ago, Hanzo fooled her. Not only did she become a hostage herself, she almost killed Yahiko and Nagato. If it hadn't been for the little milk dog that she had raised for 10 years, she would have been utterly shameless. If you don't believe me, you might as well give me a box first. Maybe you don't believe it, but people in our industry are most concerned about credibility. Just ask a colleague and you will know how good my Kakuzu credibility is. Kakuzu suddenly became anxious. Okay, I ignite it all for you. Konan sneered, read more at fictionzone.net. Don't. Pretty girl, if you have something to say, don't be impulsive. Otherwise, pretty girl, I will fix myself once to show my sincerity. Do you think this is okay? With that said, Kakuzu showed a shuriken of the same model that was shot at the ninja god, and then thrust it into his chest. Puff. The sword fell with his hand, the mask shattered, and then a monster fell to the ground. Konan was dumbfounded. Tianyu was also dumbfounded. Ruthless man, he has seen a lot. But when Kakuzu said to kill himself, he didn't hesitate to kill himself. It was the first time he saw him. Give me money. After killing himself once, Kakuzu stared at Konan with scorching eyes. To be precise, he was staring at a box of detonating charms in Konan's hand. Konan, who was a little uncertain, could only cast a glance at Tianyu for help. Good guy. I asked Konan to give me the money, and I helped her get Kakuzu. It turned out to be good. Kakuzu took care of himself. Did you grab business like this? Although Tianyu was slanderous in his heart, he still admired Kakuzu's behavior of using his life to make money. At least if I changed my own words, I couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, he nodded to Konan. Isn't it just a box of detonating symbols? Even if it all exploded, it wouldn't hurt him a single hair. If Kakuzu dared to play with him, it would be a big deal to reward the legendary ninja with thundering 8 trigrams, send him to see the god of ninja, and then get back the box of detonation talisman. Take it? Konan hesitated, and threw a box of detonating charms to Kakuzu. Tianyu doesn't care, she doesn't care even more. It's just a detonation talisman, isn't it enough to have a hand? 90,000, 18,000, 200, and 70,000. After receiving the box, Kakuzu immediately squatted on the ground, picked up the detonation charms in the box with green eyes, and counted them with extremely skillful movements. Seeing his level of proficiency, there is no skill that is more than a good one, and he will definitely not be able to practice it. Tianyu, have you known that Kakuzu has this hobby? That's why I asked me to give you the money before I set off, so you can kill him and reduce a competitor. Konan looked at Kakuzu and counted the detonating symbols without anyone else, and couldn't help but glanced at Tianyu suspiciously. Am I such a person? Tianyu didn't have a good air. Don't tell me, he really had this idea. But thinking about it, I gave up. After all, it's not Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. The members of Akatsuki are not spies, they are undercover agents. From beginning to end, only Kakuzu, a down-to-earth worker, was working for Akatsuki. After going to work, don't forget to work part-time to earn money for Akatsuki. With this enlightenment, besides Kakuzu, who else is Akatsuki? Even honest Kisame is nowhere close to Kakuzu. If I killed him myself, does Xiao still have a serious member? Does Nagato still have any available hitters? What do you say? Konan glanced back and smiled, giving Tianyu a blank look. She really didn't wrong this dragon. Looking back on his 10-year nursing career, besides Gozake Xiao's organization, the dragon in front of him had to add money himself. She always feels that Tianyu and Kakuzu are the same kind of people. All love money as life. The only difference between the two is that Tianyu can handle Kakuzu for money. On the other hand, Kakuzu can do it for the money. Chapter 25. It's a big profit. One day is worth the total income of the past 10 years. Is my life so valuable? If I had known this, I should have sold it sooner. Even though he was familiar with Kakuzu, it took him a while to count the box of detonating charms Conan threw to him. A box of detonating talisman has 1 life, and I still have 3 lives to sell. After counting today's financial income, while feeling refreshed, he couldn't help but fix his gaze on Conan's other box of detonating charms. Pretty girl, you also saw my Kakuzu integrity. If you are still interested in my fate, I can sell you 1 more, no, 2, or even 3. As long as you are willing to add money. Kakuzu raised 3 fingers. It's rare to be let go of his encounter with this golden master's mother. If he didn't die 3 times today, he would not leave. I'm not interested in your life. This time I am here to invite you to join our organization and bring permanent peace to the ninja world. When Conan saw that Kakuzu was no longer doing anything, and even willing to communicate, he couldn't help but send him an invitation. Join your organization? Isn't that about working for someone? Kakuzu frowned slightly. In the past, he had worked in Takigakura village, but was cheated by his boss. He vowed to believe no one, only money. If you want to understand this way, it's not impossible. Conan nodded. I reject. It's impossible for me to work part-time in my life. If you want to buy your life, you can find me at any time. As long as you give money, I can handle myself immediately. But if you work part-time, don't talk about it. Kakuzu refused without saying a word, even a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If you don't buy his life, why don't you kill Conan? In this case, not only the other box of detonating charms is also his, even Conan's head worth 50 million taels is also his. He glanced at Tianyu. This idea comes quickly and goes quickly. He is really not jealous of Tianyu, but that the money exchange office is not honest. Obviously this man started with a head of at least 600 million, but he was priced at 300 million, read more at fictionzone.net. Kakuzu has been in a business for a lifetime, how can he make a loss-making business? And it's a rare encounter in 100 years for a benefactor like Conan, it would be a bit of a loss to just do this. A full meal and a full meal, which is the more important, Kakuzu can still distinguish. And many more. Conan wanted to speak again, but Kakuzu interrupted him very roughly. I said, I am only interested in money. For the sake of this box of detonating charms, I don't need your heads. But don't talk about part-time work or something. Kakuzu finished speaking, turned around and left. That decisive, free and easy, and swearing not to beat a worker's posture, gives people an indescribable moving style. I can add money. Conan glanced at Kakuzu's back, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. How much? Just turning around, Kakuzu raised his right foot suddenly stiffened. This pretty girl's money escape is so amazing. Actually grabbed the old man's dead spot all at once. I think you have 5 mask monsters in total, so you should have 5 lives. That's why you confidently say that you want to fix yourself. Conan looked at Kakuzu with a faint smile. So what? Having revealed the secret of his forbidden technique, Kakuzu didn't panic at all. Everyone knows that Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu is wood style, and Uchiha Madara's pupil technique is Sharingan. But so what? Who can bring down these 2 people? Thinking of him, Kakuzu is a legendary ninja, a man who has challenged the god of ninjas. Then naturally imitate the god of ninjas, and don't be afraid that others will know their skills at all. 1 life in 1 box? I will add to 5 boxes for you. But I don't want you to do it yourself, but I want you to join our organization. What is a rich woman? Konan is. If you don't make a move, you must buy Kakozu 5 life. His. Kakozu turned around suddenly, taking several breaths in his mouth. If you are willing to join us, you can continue to work part-time as long as you complete the tasks assigned to you by the organization as scheduled. Not only can get a salary in the organization, but also part-time bounty hunter. Konan paused. Isn't it money? For her first rich lady at Akatsuki, the problem that can be settled with money is not a problem. Not to mention the use of money to sign a legendary ninja to Akatsuki. Besides these 5 boxes of detonating charms, can I still get a salary? Kakozu was hit hard, and a strong struggle appeared in his green eyes. The energy and financial resources of our organization are far beyond your imagination. Once you join, I can appoint you as the head of finance on behalf of the organization. You are the organizer every day, and all the money of the organization is yours. You don't need to report to me for expenses less than 30 million taels, you are responsible for the whole process. Konan pressed hard, and Kakozu was defeated steadily with a sharp hand of money escape, forcing the legendary ninja to slump on the ground in the end. Go ahead, pretty girl. Who do you want me to kill for you? Kakozu, who felt that he had been wasting time in the past 100 years, immediately got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and then said to Konan with words. Tianyu, who had witnessed everything, fell silent for a while. He felt that he could not use it at all. With this hand of Konan's money alone, Tank Legend Ninja, Kakozu is already. Chapter 26. Seeing that Kakozu listened solemnly to Konan popular science about Akatsuki, and even focused and serious enough to take out a pen and paper to record what Konan said, Tianyu suddenly shook his head. He knew that the first wage earner at Akatsuki, Kakozu, is about to go online. This is the most trustworthy employee of Akatsuki. As long as Konan is alive, Kakozu will never betray Akatsuki. Because betraying Konan is tantamount to betraying money. System, sign in to Kakozu. Tianyu said silently. He was looking forward to it. This is a legendary ninja. Although there is a lot of moisture in it, if you don't look at the strength, but only look at the record, Kakozu's name is well known in the ninja world. Look at Konan and Nagato, who are convinced of this. Successfully signed into Akatsuki. Kakozu, congratulations to host for obtaining Marine 6 Styles, GARP version. When Tianyu heard about Marine 6 Styles, the whole person was not good. Is this because even the system thinks that Kakozu, the legendary ninja, is full of water? Otherwise, how could the reward for signing in this time be so frustrated? Even after signing into the Land of Fire, the system gave him a chance to refine Kongyunkai into a black sword. Can sign in at Akatsuki, Kakozu, actually just got a Marine 6 Styles. This is not to say that signing into Kakozu, a member of Akatsuki, is better than signing into the Place of Fire country. Also, he is dignified Qinglong. What does Marine 6 Styles want to do? Hit someone with finger pistol? Ping a skill, thunder, are 8 trigrams bad? Tempest kick? Doesn't black knife Kongyun cut incense? Use paper arts to dodge? Is observation haki a decoration? Fishin uses moonwalk. Is Tenjayun driving the fog fake? Iron body for defense? Is armament haki fake? Also, who uses iron body for serious people? Iron body's law of death, how many marine heroes died, he didn't know. Thinking about it, it's a bit useful to shave. With his physique, plus the 3 minutes of shitanra that had been practiced on the premise of starting this instant technique and shaved, it is still very awkward. However, when Tianyu, who was extremely disgusted with the 6 forms, heard the system's prompt at the end, the GARP version that sounded like the sound of nature sounded in his ears, How did he look at the 6 forms, how pleasing to his eyes. It's really you. Kakuzu, read more at fictionzone.net. Among the people I have met, I only wish to call you a legendary ninja. With a GARP version, Tianyu felt extremely pleasing to the eye when he even looked at Kakuzu. What do the 3 words GARP edition mean? I believe Kakuzu once challenged the god of ninja, not only Conan, but also the system. Can blow the record of the battle with the god of ninja to the point where even the system can believe it. An existence that can deceive the system. This is not what the legendary ninja is. Kakuzu, this is the uniform of Akatsuki and the ring that symbolizes your identity. Don't lose it. The role of the ring is not trivial. Once lost, long, the leader said that he would not kill you himself. At this time, Conan also shared the rules and regulations of Akatsuki and its purpose to Kakuzu. As long as you are willing to add money, Kakuzu's attitude is nothing to say. At least, Conan is very satisfied with Kakuzu's attitude of recording everything he said with paper and pen. It's okay, I can't kill. Kakuzu doesn't change his face. He has 5 lives, what is he afraid of? If the leader is willing to give money, he can handle himself. Why is it so troublesome for the leader to do it himself? He will deduct your money. Conan wrote lightly. I am with it. Kakuzu put on a solemn expression. Nagato worked overtime yesterday. He also changed dozens of handmade Akatsuki uniforms that Shadow Clone drove out overnight, and then put on a ring with the word North on his face solemnly and holy. As soon as he put the ring on, Kakuzu noticed that the ring on his finger suddenly lit up. Remember the technique I taught you just now? Use it to ignore the distance and receive the command from the leader. Conan finished speaking and turned chakra into a wave of thoughts. Seeing this, Kakuzu on the side also turned his chakra into a wave of thoughts. At the same time, Nagato, who was far away in the country of rain, accepted the thought wave of Tianyu and immediately displayed the magic lantern technique. The 3 Tianyu, who were still near the gold exchange on Duanxia Street, immediately noticed that the scene in front of them had changed drastically. The gold exchange was gone, replaced by a black cave that was so dark that ordinary people could hardly see it. Tianyu, Conan, and Kakuzu all stand on the fingers of the Gadu statue in the form of colorful phantoms. Renigan. Kakuzu's eyes turned and fell on the leader of Akatsuki for the first time. Although it was difficult to see his appearance under the magic lantern technique. But some salient features are still clearly presented. Like Renigan from Nagato. Boss, this is Kakuzu. Now he is a member of our Akatsuki. Except for the private meeting of the group of 4, Conan would not call Nagato's name directly when there are outsiders. When deciding to implement the Akatsuki plan, Nagato told her and Tianyu. Until the time is right, the connection between Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi Village cannot be exposed. When we first met, I was the legendary ninja you were looking for to fight against the god of ninja, Kakuzu. For the first time meeting the leader who owns Renigan, Kakuzu certainly can't be rude. Have nothing to say. Sacrifice his only record and fame for the first time. He didn't want to be underestimated by the leader when he first met. Chapter 27. Are you Kakuzu? When you first meet, you can call me a god. Rewrite the order of the ninja world, correct this wrong world, and bring permanent peace to the world. Nagato is not vegetarian either. When writing the Akatsuki plan, he knew what kind of arrogant soldiers he wanted to recruit. Legend has it that the ninja Kakuzu was the first, but definitely not the last. In order to better suppress the members of Akatsuki, he also specifically consulted Tianyu. After all, he has witnessed Tianyu's own power to help Hanzang avoid god addiction and Uchiha Obito to avoid Madara addiction. When it comes to force, he only takes Tianyu, the blue dragon. In the face of Nagato's humbly study, Tianyu did not hesitate to teach. Before he set off to recruit Kakuzu, he wrote a compulsive instruction called a bag of rice to carry several floors for Nagato. When opening this teaching at first glance, Nagato's first reaction was shy and embarrassment. What line is this? It's really secondary too. But after Tianyu and Konan left, he took out this teaching book and read it carefully. He gradually began to feel shocked. Especially when he saw the line "a bag of rice carries a few floors, there is mud in the mouth, who will give you a bag of rice, spicy Tiansen." He was shocked that the heavens did not say it, and almost couldn't help it. With a shot of Super Shinra Tianzhen, he took Yahiko and the newly acquired Rain Shinobi village into dust together. He had to admit that Tianyu's talent, and even more so, had to admit that Tianyu really understood him too well. This teaching is simply tailor-made for him. Every sentence is used to pretend to be compelling, and he will remember it as soon as he reads it, and he will catch it as soon as he learns it. God. Kakuzu's face tightened slightly when he heard the words. He knew he had met his opponent this time. But when Nagato saw Rinnegan, who was still exuding lofty pupil power even under the magic lantern technique, he opened his mouth, and in the end he could only be silent. The companion is Tianyu, who makes him jealous, and the rich woman who Tien defeats him. The leader is the one who owns Rinnegan. At this time, he was shocked to realize that Akatsuki was far from being as simple as he thought. Why suddenly summon us? When Tianyu saw Nagato talk about the lines he wrote, he had a strong sense of substitution, and he didn't have the shyness before, and he also laughed secretly in his heart. He can remember that Nagato was extremely resistant at first, saying that these lines were so second-hand, and how to say it. As a result, how long is this? Found Sasori. In front of Kakuzu, Nagato pretended to be like a god. But in front of Tianyu, he didn't dare to pretend to be a ghost. Read more at fictionzone.net. Where? Tianyu and Konan looked at each other. Sasori of Red Sand. Same as Kakuzu. It is one of Akatsuki members selected by Nagato. Only before they set off, Nagato hadn't found the location of Sasori in the Red Sand. How long have they been in the country of fire? Found it so soon? The land of wind? Judging from the information returned, Sasori of the Red Sand is hiding in a small oasis near Tsunagakuer. Nagato said. He is a Tsunagakuer traitor. Not only does he not hide from Tsunagakuer, he also lurks near Shinobu village. What does he want to do? Konan was puzzled. I don't care about this. We only need to recruit him to become a member of Akatsuki. Nagato didn't care about Sasori's thoughts. Konan nodded. Just go again. When Sasori of Akazugo becomes a member of Akatsuki, I will put him and Kakuzu into a team. They will be responsible for the recruitment work in the future. Nagato said to Tianyu and Konan. He also didn't want to trouble Tianyu and Konan in everything. Especially Tianyu, this blue dragon. In Nagato's view, Tianyu is the trump card of Akatsuki and Rain Shinobi, the Dingai God Needle of Akatsuki project. How can the existence of nuclear weapons be lightly moved? But the Akatsuki of the reorganization, at this stage the organization is so poor that only the detonation talisman is left. Coupled with the apparent separation from the Rain Shinobi village that Yahiko is in charge of, the number of people at Akatsuki is even more than 4. He can't give the job of recruiting people to Kakuzu, who has just joined in less than 3 minutes before Akatsuki, right? For the front foot just arrived in the country of fire, and the back foot had to make another trip to the country of wind. Tianyu was very happy. Sign into Fire Country and Legend Ninja, Kakuzu. He has already obtained a black knife Kongyunkai, as well as the Garp version of the 6 styles. What about the country of wind and Sasori of the Red Sand? How can I say that Sasori of the Red Sand is the ninja who has killed the strongest wind shadow? Although Third Kazekige's name is the strongest wind shadow, it has astonishing water content as Kakuzu's 3-word challenge to the ninja god, but it can't stand the system to eat this set. It doesn't matter if he believes it or not. As long as the system believes that third cage is the strongest wind shadow. The world is so big, of course he has to go for a walk. After signing in for 10 years in the Xiao organization, he now only wants to sign in all parts of the ninja world and sign in members of the Akatsuki. As for recruiting people for Nagato, catching the tail beast, and maintaining world peace, that's all by the way. Compared to the tempting 10 tails, what he wanted to see was the scenery that he could see after all the people of Akatsuki had signed in all parts of the ninja world. Right, boss. There is one thing I think it is necessary to tell you. Someone offered a reward for me and Tianyu on the black market. Especially Tianyu, his reward is as high as 300 million. Seeing Nagato finished talking about business, Konan immediately reminded. What about my reward? When Nagato heard this, Rinnegan burst into a terrifying cold light. Konan didn't speak, just looked at Kakuzu. Chapter 28. I only saw Tianyu and your reward in the black market. I haven't seen anything about Rinnegan yet. Other people's eyes, Kakuzu can be ignored. But to the Gold Master's mother, he was convinced. Is that so? Since you are familiar with the black market, I will arrange a task for you now. Find out who is offering us a reward for Akatsuki on the black market. Nagato pondered for a moment. He thought a lot. But this needs someone to help him confirm. Tianyu and Konan went to recruit Sasori of Red Sand, and the task of tracking down the person who offered the daybreak was just given to Kakuzu. This is also his test of Kakuzu. However, Nagato was clearly careless. He looked at God's compulsion, and also looked at Rinnegan's deterrence, but underestimated Kakuzu's money-thirsty temper. Akatsuki chief, right? I recognize money but not people. You give me money and I will do things for you. A slideshow of Kakuzu appeared in front of Nagato. He poked Nagato's chest with one hand while speaking. The corner of Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. What is this? Do you help me add money to Akatsuki? Konan held his forehead a little speechlessly. Sure enough, the legendary ninja Kakuzu really did not disappoint her at all. Even Rinnegan turned a blind eye. It seems that to restrain this legendary ninja, she really has to escape with her money. I am the leader of Xiao, and you are a member of Xiao. Then you can't refuse the task arranged for you by the organization. Or do you want to experience firsthand the fate of rejecting God's will? Nagato, who was far away in the land of rain, turned black. I don't know why, he regrets letting Tianyu and Konan to recruit Kakuzu. In exchange for him, he must beat Kakuzu first. But it's not too late. When Kakuzu found out about the black market rewards, he was the first to clean up Kakuzu. Don't tell me this, read more at fictionzone.net. Chief, since you have found me, you have to do it or not. For a dime less, I will kill you. Kakuzu looked straight at Nagato's Rinnegan and said every word. Who is he? Ninja gods are unkillable. Just a pair of Rinnegan wants him to do something? What a joke. He didn't do this task for less than 5 million. Of course, if you don't want him to do it, you have to give him 5 million taels. Nagato didn't speak, but the pair of Rinnegan appeared to look at the dead. Don't be disrespectful to God, or even if God doesn't kill you, the angel will kill you. Konan ranted coldly. It's just that when she talked about God, she felt extremely second in her heart. What does Tianyu think about this BD? First, Nagato was assigned the identity of a god, and then she was assigned the role of an angel. Can you not make people feel ashamed to say this line? Since it is God's will, then I should obey it. Kakuzu's slide avatar suddenly squatted down. His 2 fingers were rubbing quickly, as if counting something quickly. About 10 seconds later, when he stood up again, he had already put on a look of respect. Tianyu looked at Kakuzu who had just squatted beside him and counted the money, and couldn't help being silent. He always thought he liked money enough. Compared with Kakuzu, he felt that he was clearly not interested in money. Conan put a scroll full of detonators back into the bag. God, as an angel, I can only help you here. Within 3 days, I want to see the results. Disband. Nagato stared at Kakuzu for a while. If Kakuzu had no one else's money counting action just now, he hadn't seen it from Tianyu many times in the past 10 years, he would really think that Kakuzu respected him very much. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up the urge to rush to the country of fire in person and smash Kakuzu's inspiration with the palm of his hand. Starting a business is not easy. Let alone the beginning of a business. With the help of Tianyu, he finally sent away Mr. Madara and Ju, the two behind the scenes. He just wants to carry forward Akatsuki. However, at the Akatsuki of this time, if it is really to be counted, the employee will be Kakuzu alone. Kakuzu shook to death in one palm. It was a momentary pleasure, but after the refreshment, he, the leader of Akatsuki, became the commander of the bachelor again. Kakuzu, the will of God cannot be violated. If you fail to complete the mission within 3 days, then you will be considered to have fled to the end of the world, but as long as you are still in the ninja realm, you will not be able to escape the chase of the gods. Even if you are a legendary ninja, you are no more than a mortal before God. After dispersing the slideshow clone, Conan warned Kakuzu solemnly. After all, this is the first employee after rebuilding at Akatsuki. It is still the legendary ninja she provokes. She didn't want to be so useful. The obedient ninja was beaten to death by Nagato because of the extra money. Since mastering the awakening Rinnegan's pupil power, she has clearly felt that the strength of this companion is getting horrible day by day. Angel, if you are willing to add money, I will be able to finish it in less than 3 days. Kakuzu was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Roll." Conan took a deep breath and almost couldn't resist the urge to blow up Kakuzu with 10 million detonating talisman. It is good. Hearing this, Kakuzu turned around and rolled out of the sight of Tianyu and Conan. Although Conan refused the price, he was a bit regretful. However, it has always been his Kakuzu's forbearance to do things with money. Since Jinzu's mother had this request, he was ready to go. Chapter 29. Brother Akatsuki and money, he deserves it. Congratulations, Conan. You are already the most powerful woman in Akatsuki's organization. Tianyu watched Kakuzu's leaving figure and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Let's go. Conan gave Tianyu a look. A 4-person organization that is full of play is still powerful. As Tianyu, Conan, and Kakuzu left one after another, the door of the gold exchange became quiet again. It's just that the 3 of them didn't know. In an inconspicuous corner, there was an inconspicuous tuft of pitcher plants. And the direction that this cluster of pitcher plants is facing is exactly where the 3 of them just stood. Huh. Monitoring a dragon is really a scary thing. What Black Zetsu said is really true. Even if it is mayfly technique, it must be motionless if it is too close to him, otherwise it is very likely to be discovered. No wonder Black Zetsu didn't let me monitor Nagato, but instead let me monitor him. The difficulty of monitoring this blue dragon is far higher than that of Nagato who owns Rinnegan. Tianyu and the others left for a long time, and this humble cluster of pitcher plants slowly emerged, revealing a pale body. It's White Zetsu. And it's the main body, not the clone. Obviously, to monitor Tianyu, Black Zetsu didn't worry about letting White Zetsu do it. Either White Zetsu's body was dispatched, or he dispatched himself. Looking at the direction they are leaving, they should be going to the Kingdom of Wind, and Black Zetsu and Madara must be notified. White Zetsu stared at the direction where Tianyu and Conan had left for a while, and then his body slowly merged into the earth as if it had melted into the water. However, at this time, Tianyu, who was flying in the clouds and flying above the sky, suddenly turned his head and glanced at the direction of Short Book Street. The dragon eyes had been occupied by scarlet rays for some unknown time. "What's the matter, Tianyu?" Conan looked at it and couldn't help asking. "Nothing." Tianyu shook his head, secretly said in his heart. "Is this listening to the sound of all things? It seems wrong. At best, it can only be regarded as listening to the voice of Chakra." Read more at fictionzone.net. He had nothing to do since he set off. After 3 minutes of Chithura in Conan's arms, he found that he could hear some special sounds when he used observation haki. At first, he thought he could listen to the sound of everything. But soon, he realized that it was not. Rather than listening to the sound of everything, he felt that it was listening to the sound of Chakra. Just now, he heard a voice. "Mayfly technique." Tianyu retracted his gaze to look at Short Book Street, and a smile was revealed in the depths of his eyes. Kanahagakur. In a room in the deepest part of the base, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. "There is news from White Zetsu that the Blue Dragon is flying to the Kingdom of Wind. At the speed of Qinglong, even if Conan drags his feet, he can reach the Kingdom of the Wind in the afternoon." Black Zetsu looked at Danzo, who was sitting on the chair in front of him. "Very well, everything is as I expected. Next, just look at the performance of that snake." The masked man slowly walked out of the darkness behind Danzo. In Gen's base, it was Danzo's room, and they didn't need to hide it deliberately. That snake is not a good kind. Even if you give Danzo an order through the mouth, he may not listen to you. But don't change things again then. Black Zetsu's gloomy voice was suspicious. The plan to sink Nagato failed and was driven away in despair. If it hadn't happened to hit Danzo, like Uchiha Obito, they were both the unlucky ones who were blinded by Sharingan by Tianyu. He and Uchiha Obito, the two behind-the-scenes guys, could only hide in the base left by Uchiha Madara at this time. Continue to eat dirt. He had encountered such a bleak condition for the first time in 1,000 years. This made him have to doubt Uchiha Obito's ability. After all, when Uchiha Madara was alive, everything went smoothly. But as soon as Madara died, Uchiha Obito almost collapsed as soon as he took over. What if it's not kind? I am Uchiha Madara. In front of my Mangekyo Sharingan, that snake is just a humble reptile. When Uchiha Obito heard it, the Madara addiction that had just been quit for a few days came again. Black Zetsu's expression immediately became a little subtle. He is familiar with this. The last time Uchiha Obito said this, it was when they were blown by Tianyu together. If the person who said this were replaced by Uchiha Madara, he would believe it. But Obito, the scene of the other party being addicted to Tianyu quitting Madara, he still vividly remembers. That snake is hiding the forbidden technique experiment carried out by Konoha's senior officials and Danzo. I have all the evidence in my hand. Unless he wants to become a betrayal and is chased to death by Konoha, the snake can only listen to me. It's not me who has the final say to rub him round and flatten him. Uchiha Obito coughed. Obviously, he also saw the meaning behind the subtle expression of Black Zetsu. Is it really? Although Black Zetsu's mouth was not questioning, even the subtle expression on his face was put away. But in my heart, I really couldn't get 10% confidence in Uchiha Obito. Now he really misses the days when Uchiha Madara was there. Why don't you find an opportunity to bring Madara back to life in advance? As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately took root in the bottom of Black Zetsu's heart like a bone gangrene. Chapter 30. I really don't know what Sasori of the Red Sand thinks. Obviously it was rebellious and forbearance, so I didn't need to escape from the Kingdom of Wind, but he was still hiding in this small oasis closest to Tsunagakur. What is he trying to do? In the sky of the Kingdom of Wind, Conan looked at the oasis in front of him, his eyes flashing suspiciously. Who knows? Tianyu shrugged. He is interested in signing into these people at Akatsuki, and by the way help Nagato hire an employee. What does this employee think? How could he be interested? Is he here? Konan asked Tianyu beside him. When recruiting Kakuzu, she knew that Tianyu not only can transform into a blue dragon, but also possesses powerful perception abilities. There are ninjas here, but the aura is not very strong. Tianyu felt it with observation haki. Is the information wrong? Or maybe he has left. Konan frowned slightly. In this regard, she did not have many surprises. Not to mention that the rebel ninja has no fixed place, just to say that the ninja itself has powerful maneuverability. It is normal to cross a country in one day. Not to mention that Sasori of the Red Sand is still the top grade among ninjas. No matter how fast they fly, the time required to fly from the country of fire to the country of wind is definitely enough for Sasori of the Red Sand to run thousands of kilometers away. It is possible, but not necessarily. Tianyu shook his head slightly. In the short book Street Battle, he understood that observation haki's perception is not absolute. With the magical energy of chakra, some ninjas can even hide the perception of seeing, hearing, and s**x. At least, I can hide from him observation haki, who can't predict the future and listen to all things. How to say? Read more at fictionzone.net. Konan didn't quite understand it. Boom. Tianyu didn't speak, but a pair of black pupils on the white background had become erected dragon pupils. With the flash of scarlet glow, with his body as the center, a domineering and overbearing conqueror's haki, like the water of the Tianhe, poured down from the sky above the oasis. What? My head. Dizzy. Under Tianyu's control, conqueror's haki, which descended from the sky, swept the entire oasis with the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. It just so happens that the oasis is not big. With his conqueror's haki, he can achieve a full range of shocks without dead ends. In the oasis, whether ordinary people or ninjas, anyone who was shocked by his conqueror's haki, without exception, rolled their eyes and foamed and fell to the ground. In this process, Tianyu has been engrossed all the time, carefully perceiving every breath in the oasis. Is this an illusion? No, this kind of brutal impact directly directed at the spirit and will is much more domineering than ordinary illusions. In an inconspicuous house, the red-haired Sasori who was making a puppet suddenly changed his face. Conqueror's haki, who slapped his spiritual will one after another, suddenly, like a stormy sea, quickly formed the seal and mobilized his spiritual energy to resist. Conqueror's haki is also a mental attack after all. It just so happens that similar abilities exist in the ninja world. That is illusion. Below Jonin, facing Tianyu's 4 Emperors level Conqueror's haki, he was shocked and collapsed. But a shadow level powerhouse like Sasori of the Red Sand is completely different. Not to mention the strong spiritual energy, the will is quite firm. The wave of Conqueror's haki that held Tianyu was shocked. Naturally, it was not a problem. Got you. The corner of Tianyu's mouth raised slightly and immediately dispersed Conqueror's haki. At the moment when Sasori of the Red Sand resisted his Conqueror's haki's shock, his observation haki felt that the originally weak aura in the oasis suddenly became stronger. It was like a burst of flame that suddenly ignited, and it was very eye-catching under his perception. Something's wrong. Sasori of the Red Sand found that Conqueror's haki suddenly disappeared. He was startled at first, and then immediately reacted. But before he could make the next move, a voice that seemed like a smile but not a smile came into his ears. It's really not easy to find you. It's also the sight and taste, and it's Conqueror's haki, that's why I found you. Are you planning to leave if you don't come out to meet the last time? Sasori of Red Sand. Although there are some parts of these words he doesn't quite understand, but Sasori of Akasha still understands the specific meaning. However, when he walked out of the house, he was still shocked by the oasis in front of him. 1, 2, 3. Wherever you can see, the ninjas in the oasis, or ordinary people, all fainted to the ground. The kind of technique just now. As expected, it's not just for one person. Judging from the current situation, this technique can at least cover the entire oasis indiscriminately. This is simply ants under Jonin. Although he was mentally prepared, Sasori of Akasha still felt a panic when seeing the scene before him. Even if it was only a brief confrontation, he roughly understood the deterrent power of the wave of Conqueror's Haki Tianyu just now. Unless you have a special bloodline or physique, people below Jonin are not even qualified to stand in front of this man. If he really wants to use one sentence to describe the ability of the man in front of him, he can only use this sentence. Under Jonin, all are ants. Chapter 31. Interesting. No matter who you are, if you disturb me to make a puppet, then you will pay me. Judging from your ability just now, I believe you will become a masterpiece that I am extremely satisfied with. However, Sasori of Akazugo is not easy to follow. Although he was afraid of Tianyu's Conqueror's Haki, before defecting, as the strongest of Sand Shinobi's generation, his performance was extremely strong. Without waiting for Tianyu to express his intention, he has made no secret of his idea of making Tianyu a puppet. It's a coincidence. It just so happens that I have similar thoughts. A puppet master like you is predestined to our organization, and should be used by our organization. Regarding the maliciousness and greed in the eyes of Sasori of the Red Sand, Tianyu has no resistance. Meetings between big people are to show respect by two tricks. Just like Conqueror's Haki just now. If Sasori of Akazugo happens to miss it, he can only say sorry. Conversely, if he will catch the two moves of Sasori of Akasha later, that's the same. Wasn't it the same when he recruited Kakuzu? If Master Jiao didn't come close by means, and after hitting him with all three skills, he found that he couldn't even scratch his skin, then Master Jiao was not calling you to give me money, I'll help you do things. It's killing people and robbing money. Then it depends on how many caddies you have. The eyes of Sasori of Akazugo flashed with cold, and his right hand did not know when he had already held a scroll. In the next second, there was a bang, and accompanied by a cloud of white fog, a puppet had been reflected in the sight of Tianyu and Konan. This. Is it the third Kaze cage that is known as the strongest in the history of Wind and Shadow in your hands? You actually made third Kaze cage a puppet? Konan's beautiful eyes glared, and his cold pretty face showed a hint of shock. Pretty girl, you know the goods. Yes, he is the third Kaze cage with the name of the strongest Wind and Shadow. This is the most satisfying work of my life. Among the puppets I have done, there is no better than him. Read more at fictionzone.net. When Konan was shocked by his puppetry, Sasori of Akazugo was just like Kakuzu after adding money, and his words immediately became very nice. It's no wonder that Sasori of the Red Sand has become a traitor, and he dared to cat in the oasis near Tsunagakure. How can a traitor who can kill even the shadow of his own village and become a puppet fear Tsunagakure? Konan glanced deeply at Sasori of the Red Sand. Such people are much more dangerous than Jiaqian. Even the shadow of the ninja village can be killed, and even made into a puppet. Then what else can Sasori of Akazuga fail to do? Of course, I believe you will also become two rare excellent works in my hands. Especially you. When Sasori of the Red Sand looked at Tianyu, he was connected with 10 chakra threads, and the third Kaze cage floating in the air suddenly moved. Magnet-style sand iron shiu. In an instant, the sky was covered with a layer of black, heavy, and forbidding sand and iron. What is even more terrifying is that after the appearance of this thick sand iron like a cloud, it immediately turned into countless fine needles and shot it out towards Tianyu. Too late to hide. Or did he not plan to avoid it at all? What made Sasori of the Red Sand squint his eyes slightly is that he found that Tianyu stood in place without evasive, letting the fine sand iron needles that were even more terrifying than the torrential rain pear blossom hit him. The strongest wind shadow? This is it. Tianyu stretched out his hand to pat on the body without changing his face. The black sand and iron piled up on the body were all shot apart. This is just an appetizer. Akasha no Sasori's pupils shrank, and a terrifying physique was heard secretly. This guy is physically stronger than the brash guy in Cloud Shinobi Village. Seeing the monster-like physique of Tianyu, he did not dare to be negligent, and immediately manipulated Third Cage to perform big moves. Magnet-style sand-iron boundary method. Countless sand and iron gathered again, forming a series of terrifying spikes in an instant. These spikes are all exuding purple light without exception. Obviously, the sand and iron were all poisoned by him. Bang bang bang. However, no matter the fine needles or sharp thorns made by sand iron, when all the bombardments on Tianyu's body, let alone pierce his muscles, even one layer of skin cannot be scraped. Master Sasori, are you scraping me? Tianyu stood in place, looking at Sasori of the red sand with a playful expression. As for the sand iron spikes that couldn't even be scratched on his body, he didn't even look at it from start to finish. What monster? Sasori's expression gradually became difficult to look at. Even the fart can't be broken, no matter how poisonous he urges it, it's useless. It seems that the strong Etsunagaku are really like mixing water. Whether it is the name of Third Kazekige's strongest wind shadow, or the name of Sasori of your red sand, the first puppet master of the ninja world, all have amazing water content. Tianyu made an understatement, and at the same time reduced the living Sasori of the red sand and the dead Third Kazekage to nothing. A whole, don't underestimate Master Puppet. The eyes of Sasori of Akazugo showed hideous bloodshot eyes. Seeing that he can be shocked by Konan for his puppetry, he can speak so much that he can hear the nickname of a pretty girl, and this alone can tell how much he values the puppetry he has mastered. Chapter 32. Click. Seeing that Tianyu despised the puppet technique he was so proud of, Sasori of the red sand immediately jumped in the void like a spirit. Third Kazekage in midair quickly raised his arms, releasing thousands of puppet arms and blasting against Tianyu fiercely. Puff. More than that, when these arms touched Tianyu's body, they also spewed a purple poisonous mist that engulfed a radius of more than 10 meters. No matter how strong you are, the toxin carefully formulated by the first puppet master in the ninja world. Boom. The words of Sasori of the red sand confidently have not finished yet. The thousands of puppet arms released by Third Kazekage have been pressed into the air by Tianyu with a finger entwined with red light. Hiss. What made him even more horrified was that Tianyu grabbed his post-operation with one finger, and unexpectedly opened his mouth to suck. This simple inhalation action actually rolled up the appalling hurricane and sucked all the poisonous mist floating around in his mouth. What did you just say about the poison? After Tianyu sucked the poisonous mist into his mouth, he asked Sasori of red sand in a leisurely manner. Idiot, you are dead. Actually dared to suck away my poisonous mist in one breath. You wait, in less than 10 seconds, you will die from poisoning and festering. After being sluggish for a few seconds, Sasori of the red sand immediately pointed at Tianyu and shouted proudly. 10 seconds, right? I will give you 1 minute. Tianyu nodded clearly, and then stood on the spot very leisurely. 10 seconds later, the smile on Sasori's face froze. Because Tianyu is still standing. After half a minute, Sasori's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Because Tianyu squatted on the ground, fiddled with his sand iron in a boring manner. 1 minute later, just when Sasori of red sand collapsed, Tianyu suddenly stood up with a serious face. Poisoned. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sasori of the red sand felt happy, but Tianyu with a slightly frowned brow greeted him. Are the materials you used to create poisonous mists out of date? Why do I feel that my mouth has breathed after inhaling your poisonous mist? Tianyu looked at Sasori of the red sand curiously. No matter who you are, Sasori of the Red Sand today bet on the name of the first puppet master in the Jonin world, and I will kill you here. Sasori of the Red Sand roared angrily, and then manipulated the third kaze cage to release magnet style to gather all the sand and iron to form a huge, fast-rotating sand iron top piercing down Tianyu's Tianlinga. Boom. Scoff. Facing the sand iron top falling from the sky, Tianyu neatly arranged his clothes, and then allowed the sand iron top to drill continuously against his Tianling cover. But the sharp cones at the bottom of the sand iron top drilled red, hot, and even melted into sand iron ash, and his scalp was still undamaged. This horrible physique not only made Sasori of Akasha look terrifying, but even Konan felt goosebumps all over his body. Don't speak wild words, it will only reveal your weakness. Tianyu patted the iron ash stained on his thick hair, and then walked towards Sasori of the Red Sand unhurriedly. His steps are not fast and not heavy, but every time he steps on the ground, the blue sky above the oasis will become darker. When he walked in front of Sasori of the Red Sand, the blue sky and white clouds over the original oasis were gone, replaced by heavy thunder clouds that were about to fall down. Squalls, thunder, and lightning appeared one after another. The horrific and oppressive feeling of wind and rain rushed into the heart of Sasori of the Red Sand madly. No, impossible. How could there be such a powerful person in this world? No, I don't allow such a powerful person to exist in the ninja world. Scared to take a step back, Sasori of Akazugo put the Buddha in annoyance and took out a scroll again. Red Secret Skill 100 Machine Performance. You disappear for me. Bo 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 bo. Along with a white mist, groups of puppets appeared one after another. In a blink of an eye, the sky of the oasis seemed to be occupied and filled by this huge number of puppet army. Although the body has not been modified yet, it is still a bit difficult to control the huge number of puppets, but if it is only for a short time, it shouldn't be a problem. Sasori opened his hands, and 10 fingers gushed out a large amount of chakra thread. Looking at it, there are at least 300. Just connect each puppet. Do you still think of dancing? Tianyu raised his head and glanced at the sky full of puppets. The dragon eyes full of gazes were gradually shrouded in scarlet light. Just as Sasori of the Red Sand was about to manipulate the hundreds of red puppets in front of him to attack him, he held the black knife Kanjai Unkai behind his right hand with his right hand. A series of dark as ink, horribly moving lightning burst out, and flowed around the black knife cluster cloud cuts. Yung 3 in Eric. The icy, violent, but domineering voice resounded like thunder throughout the oasis. In the next second, the black knife Kong Yunkai held by Tianyu was out of its sheath. Scoff. The black knife in his hand, Kong Yunkai, was just smashed. Obviously, it was tens of meters away from the nearest puppet, but when the black knife and cloud cut fell down, the front end of the blade burst out like black mist and streamed black energy. That is Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. Chapter 33. Boom. With a loud noise, the sky and the earth in the entire oasis shook. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki swept the sky and the sand like a storm. Faced with the power of releasing the Buddha to shake Tianwei, the hundreds of puppets that Sasori of the Red Sand had just released, before they had time to attack, had already entangled Conqueror's Haki by Tianyu, and they were all wiped out. After the wind and sand in the sky dissipated, the puppet army that had almost occupied the sky of the oasis in the previous second was gone. Only a 1,000-meter-long crack connecting the sky and the earth remained in the sight of Sasori and Konan of the Red Sand. No matter how many times I saw it, it was still so shocking. With Tianyu's strength, I am afraid that even Kakuzu, a legendary ninja who can fight against the god of ninjas, is not an opponent. With Tianyu's shocking glance, Konan's beautiful eyes showed a thrilling splendor. At this time, she couldn't help but an idea popped up in her heart. That is, after I went back, I asked the legendary ninja Kakuzu to fight against Tianyu. Anyway, Kakuzu has 5 lives, and he is not afraid of competing with masters. There will be deaths and injuries. It doesn't matter if there are casualties, she can add money to Kakuzu. Run. On the other side, Sasori of Akaza, who had never been awed by anything, recovered from the huge shock. There was only one thought left in his mind. As for the gambling on the name of Sasori of Red Sand, it is not important at all to kill Tianyu here. Sand Shinobi's moisture content can be known by looking at the moisture content of the strongest wind shadow on the head of third Kaze cage. Chien. But just as Sasori of Akazago was about to perform ninjutsu and slip away, a black knife, Kongyunki, which was as black as ink and filled with awe-inspiring haki, had stopped a millimeter in front of his forehead. Don't be too persistent, I can't keep my hand every time. You should already know it very clearly. It's hard to master this power if you step on the ant without killing him. Tianyu holds a black knife Kongyunkai, and Buobo Gujing's voice entangles the awe-inspiring haki who looks over the world and despises Wan Ren. Snapped, read more at fictionzone.net. Looking up at Tianyu in front of him, Sasori of the Red Sand was in a trance and saw a blue dragon entrenched in the sky and overlooking all beings. And this blue dragon was looking down at an ant that was obviously insignificant but dared to provoke the dragon. The horror filled his mind, causing the body of Akaza of Sasori to tremble slightly. Click. As time went by, the spirit and will became weaker and weaker, and this Sand Shinobi, who is also the #1 puppet master in the ninja world, even weakened his knees and knelt directly in front of Tianyu. This is not the hallucination of Sasori of the Red Sand. Not to scare yourself. Instead, Tianyu's black knife Kanjayun cut the conqueror's haki that entangled him. Even if the black knife Kanjayun cut is still 1 millimeter away from the center of the Red Sand Sasori's eyebrows, the conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade is still like a mad anger, madly impacting the spiritual will of the Red Sand Sasori. Seeing this, Konan, who was unknown, couldn't help but startled. Don't look at Master Sasori's guasha output from start to finish. She knows the reason for this. What if the opponent is not Qinglong Tianyu, but try another ninja? She estimated that even if the legendary ninja Kakuzu was in front of him, he was manipulated by Master Sasori not only to scrape the bones, but also to scrape away several pieces in a row. So even if Master Sasori behaves no matter how much guasha when facing Tianyu, she doesn't have the slightest contempt. She is still the #1 puppet master in the ninja world who agrees with Master Sasori from the bottom of her heart. But such a ninja who is so proficient in puppetry that the world of ninja actually knelt down? This scene had a great impact on her soul, one can imagine. Why can't I scratch his skin? Am I not the #1 puppet master in the ninja world? This puppet technique, what's the point of my practice? If Konan is so shocked, Sasori of the Red Sand on his knees can only be described as desperate. He has practiced puppet skills for a lifetime, and he is also known as Sand Shinobi's first puppet master. The results of it? But even a layer of Tianyu's skin can't be broken. This also caused him to kneel on the ground, and the whole person was muddled. I only know that those few words kept repeating. System, sign into the Kingdom of Wind and Sasori of the Red Sand. After Tianyu beat Master Sasori to his knees, he no longer paid attention to the other party, but said silently in his heart. He just signs in and recruits people. After this set of procedures is completed, are there any problems with the recruited people? Can you still eat? He doesn't care about it. After all, when he was recruiting people, he was already careful enough to control his own power to avoid accidentally crushing the first guasha master at Akatsuki, Master Sasori, to death. If Master Sasori is beaten up as a fool, then he can only change Nagato to a Akatsuki member. In his opinion, as long as the sign-in is completed, then this trip to the Kingdom of Wind is considered complete. Successfully signed into the Kingdom of Wind, congratulations to host for obtaining a pacifist design drawing. Successfully signed into Sasori of Akatsuki Red Sand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% completion of the Whitebeard template and successfully activating Shockfruit. Chapter 34. Host, Tianyu. Sign-in time, 10 years. Sign-in location, Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village, Fire Country, Wind Country. People who sign in at Akatsuki, Nagato, Konan, Uchiha Obito, Z, Kakuzu, Sasori of Akazugo. Character template, 4 Emperor's Whitebeard, 30% completion. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit, Unawakened. Haki, Armament Haki, Inactive, Observation Haki, Inactive, Conqueror's Haki, Inactive. As soon as the reward for signing into the Red Sand Sasori, the completion of the Whitebeard template was increased by 30%, and Tianyu immediately opened the Whitebeard template. I found that the Shockfruit column in the Whitebeard template has changed from the original inactive to unawakened. His 30% template completion. Is the Sasori value of the red sand really worth the price? Is it because Sasori of Akasha is the Kazekage killer and has killed the strongest Kazekage? The name of third Kazekage, the strongest wind shadow, has enough water content, and it has to be above the legendary ninja Kakuzu. Seeing that Sasori signed into the red sand, actually increased the completion of the Whitebeard template to 30%, Tianyu was a little shocked. How difficult is it to improve the completion of a 4 Emperors template? For him, who is extremely experienced in signing in, that couldn't be more clear. He signed in at Akatsuki for 10 years, and had to take the 2 sign-in locations of Rain Country and Rain Shinobi Village. This is enough to sign in the 4 Emperors template Kaido to 100% completion. But now, just signing into Sasori of Red Sand, the completion of the Whitebeard template has increased from 0% to 30%. This makes him have to doubt that the system will give sign-in rewards. It only depends on the record and the title, not at all water content. Otherwise, why does the system give more rewards when signing in Kakuzu and Sasori, 2 amazing members of Akatsuki, each with more water content? If the system is really as I thought, just looking at the record and the name, not the water content, then Orochimaru is not. Thinking of this, Tianyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Legendary Ninja Kakuzu, challenge the god of ninjas, with 75% water content. Read more at fictionzone.net. Third Kazekage, the strongest wind shadow in ninja history, with 85% water content. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha Village has the strongest Naruto in history, with a water content of 100%. In his opinion, looking at the world of ninja, whoever is the most astonishing water content is definitely Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. But it doesn't matter. Since the system doesn't look at the water content, even signing in to kill Sasori, the strongest wind shadow in the history of ninja, gave such a high sign-in reward. What about Orochimaru of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has the highest water content in the ninja world? With these thoughts, Tianyu almost couldn't help but go to Konoha to talk to Orochimaru. If the reward for signing in Orochimaru is as high as he thought, then he doesn't mind mastering his power more finely, so as not to kill Orochimaru in one blow. You won, but please respect me more or less. At least put your eyes and attention on me. At this time, Sasori's angry voice suddenly sounded. Obviously, after he calmed down, he saw Tianyu glance towards Konohagaku's direction even though Tianyu took the knife and shook it at him. This clearly did not put him in Master Sasori's eyes. Ah, I'm sorry, I just thought of an old friend, so I was distracted. What did you just say? Tianyu apologized insincerely. But after Red Sandy Sasori said so, he also remembered how to get a sign-in reward. Pacifist. One of the masterpieces of Grand Line's first black scientist Vegapunk. It involves many sciences such as mechanics and life sciences. In the ninja world, to be able to use the rewards obtained from signing into the Kingdom of Wind to the fullest, he could only think about 3. 25 Sons Orochimaru, Orphanage Dean Yakushi Kabuto, and Guasha Master Sasori. You guys really make people angry when you look at it? You didn't even look at me just now, wouldn't you be afraid that I would take the opportunity to attack you? When Sasori of Akazugo heard it, it was even more uncomfortable. But when he said this, he almost couldn't help but slap himself. Fine. Master Sasori, if you want to attack, just do it. As long as you can shave a hair off of me, I lose. Sure enough, as soon as Master Sasori's voice fell, he heard what he didn't want to hear from Tianyu's mouth. I am Sasori of Akazugo, not Master Sasori. Kill if you want, never want to humiliate me. Yes, the puppetry that I am proud of is indeed not worth mentioning in front of you. But the dignity of being the #1 puppet master in the ninja world, you can't even trample on it. Sasori gritted his teeth and growled. Isn't it just death? As the first member to release himself at Akatsuki in the future, Master Sasori has never been afraid of anyone. In any case, he is also the one who planned the Battle of the Atlantic in the future. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't let Joe and Sakura drop himself in the Battle of the Atlantic. Chapter 35. Is this anxious to die? You don't want to live, and then go and see the higher level of puppetry? Tianyu said with a smile, but a smile. Isn't it just death? Just do it, I'm not afraid of Sasori. Wait, this pretty boy, did you mention a higher level of puppetry in your words just now? Halfway through the words of Sasori of Red Sand, he was startled to realize the higher level of puppetry mentioned in Tianyu's words just now. Although he had just used all the puppet techniques he had learned in his life, except for the title of Guasha Master, Master Sasori, even a layer of Tianyu could not be scratched, which made him feel ashamed of puppet techniques. But after all, he is a person who dedicated his life to puppetry. It didn't take long before he cheered up. Can't scrape Tianyu, it's not that puppet art can't do it, but that Master Sasori can't do it. That's right. That's it. Therefore, even if Tianyu talked about higher level puppetry, the pretty boys didn't say anything when they came, and they shouted with great enthusiasm. What do you say? Tianyu took out the reward for signing into the Kingdom of Wind, the pacifist design, then tore a page and threw it to Sasori of the Red Sand. How is this possible? How could there be such a sophisticated puppet in the ninja world? Not only is it invulnerable, it can attack from a distance, and it can fight in close combat. It does not need to be manipulated by a puppet master. It can also identify the enemy's hiss. I have never seen such a perfect masterpiece in my life. Who is Master Sasori? The first puppet master in the ninja world. A scientist who integrates mechanics and genetics. With the exception of Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto, no one in the ninja world can do it. Even if it's just a page in the pacifist design, he can get a glimpse of Madara. It was exactly the same, he was instantly shocked by the pacifists. If I told you that the creator of the pacifist is just an ordinary person who doesn't even know chakra, how would you feel? Tianyu's words made Sasori of the Red Sand horrified. Ordinary people? An ordinary person who can't even use chakra can design a puppet that even I can't design. Akazugo no Sasori's eyes widened in amazement. Read more at fictionzone.net. Laugh. Tianyu did not speak, but tore a page from the pacifist's design and handed it to Sasori of Red Sand. Anyway, the pacifist's design is more than 100 pages, and he is not afraid that Sasori of the Red Sand will learn it now, and then turn his face and refuse to recognize people. This pacifist design was originally intended for Sasori of Akasha. If he is afraid, will he still take it out? Besides, isn't it a pacifist? What if Sasori succeeded in stealing his teacher? It's just a pile of scrap iron. Of course this is for him. For other ninjas, just pull out a pacifist, and without a detailed report, even a jonin may drink hatred in the hands of a pacifist. This puppet really doesn't have chakra at all. Sasori of Akatsuki quickly took over the second page of the design drawing and looked at it carefully. It just so happened that this page of blueprints gave him a better understanding of the pacifist puppet. So, do you understand what I mean? The pacifists created according to this blueprint do not have what chakra said. What if you join chakra on this basis? For example, pacifists will be able to use ninjutsu, illusion, physique, and even occult and blood inheritance limit. Tianyu looked at Sasori of the Red Sand with interest. This pretty boy, I haven't asked who your last name is. Akatsuki no Sasori took a deep breath, and then his handsome face burst into a smile that was unprecedentedly brilliant. Tianyu. This smile made Tianyu startled slightly. I have to say that although Master Sasori's output is really a bit of a shat, but in terms of appearance, it is really impeccable, and it can even be said that it almost threatened his existence for a while. But it's okay. As for Master Sasori's convincing beauties, he is sure that he is better off. It turns out that your name is Tianyu, pretty boy, a good name. Having said that, just now I seem to hear you say that a puppet master like me is predestined with you. I wonder if your organization is still recruiting people? If you do, what do you think of me? The first puppet master in the ninja world, once killed the strongest Fenying in the past. I really didn't say it, just puppet art is fast, you really can't find a better puppet master than me in the ninja world. Sasori's smile became brighter. He started to recommend himself without waiting for Tianyu's answer, and tried his best to introduce his various skills. Not so good. The puppet didn't say anything, the output was still very shabby. Tianyu shook his head and said something. Seriously, he really didn't wrong Master Sasori. In terms of output, apart from Haydn at the bottom of the Akatsuki mission, no one can compete with Master Sasori for the second to last position. But Master Sasori is ashamed to compare with Haydn? Is Haydn playing output? This product is just a piece of meat. A Cbit is ashamed to compare the output with a meat? Therefore, the name of Guasha Master at Akatsuki, Master Sasori is well deserved. Chapter 36. I'll join with Pei. Akasha no Sasori's smile is still bright. Great, what I have been looking for is such a talent as your excellency. Tianyu held the hands of Sasori of Red Sand, and the brightness of the smile on his face was not inferior to Master Sasori. This wave stabilized. Regardless of the fact that the pacifist maker is in place, Master Sasori still joined with Pei. Looking back, Nagato will definitely praise me fiercely when I know it. Not only is I able to play, I am pretty, but I am also very good at doing practical things for Akatsuki. Coincidentally, it just so happens that I have been looking for an organization with a handsome boy like Tianyu. Please be sure to let me join your organization. Sasori of the Red Sand also firmly grasped Tianyu's hand. This wave has also stabilized. Isn't it money? For the pacifist, let alone the paid joining, even if he sells himself, he is willing to do so. On behalf of Akatsuki, you are welcome to join. Facing the sincere Master Sasori, Tianyu was also slightly moved. Who doesn't like such enlightened wage earners? Nagato knew that when he praised him, he must have worked harder. Konan on the side looked at the two people who were still fighting each other a second, and then stopped making peace in the next second, with a subtle expression. I don't know if it is an illusion. She always felt that Nagato was really accurate. Otherwise, how can we pick out the legendary ninja Kakuzu and the first puppet master Sasori, the first puppet master, among the ninjas? One person can add money. One paid to join. Within a day, Akatsuki could harvest Wolong and Phoenix chicks at the same time. This is nothing short of Godsuk Nagato. Tianyu, since we are our own family now, then let's not talk to each other as a family. This pacifist design can also let me take a closer look. After arriving at Akatsuki with pay, Sasori of the Red Sand immediately glanced at the pacifist design that Tianyu held his mind. Good to say. For his family, Tianyu is still very good at talking. After all, compared with a series of 2 or 5 boys, such as 1,007, Kisame, and Ju, Master Sasori is at best just letting go when encountering an enemy. Read more at fictionzone.net. As long as it's not for 1,000 generations of mother-in-law, Sasori of Akazugo can be regarded as loyal to his duties in most cases. Employees like Master Sasori can definitely be called a clear stream at Akatsuki when undercover agents and spies account for half of them. Not to mention, he thought from the beginning that pacifists would be handed over to Master Sasori. The blueprint is for you. I don't care how you want to study or modify it. But before the end of the month, I want to see the first pacifist come out at Akatsuki. Tianyu threw the pacifist design to Sasori of the Red Sand. No problem. Sasori of the Red Sand packs the ticket without thinking about it. There are all design drawings. Given his master Sasori's scientific research level that integrates genetics and mechanics, isn't it enough to have hands? What's more, the magical energy of chakras still exists in the ninja world. Used well, it can completely turn decay into magic. Tianyu, it's time for us to withdraw. There is so much noise here that Sand Shinobi, who is very close to this place, can't possibly fail to notice it. It is estimated that the group of Sand Shinobi will arrive soon. It might even come from Fenying. Seeing that Tianyu and Sasori of the Red Sand had a thorough negotiation, Konan also walked over and said, Sand Shinobi, she is not afraid. Although she hasn't reached the point where there are 600 billion detonating charms in one shot, she can still take out thousands of detonating charms in minutes. It's just that she didn't want to confront the 5 ninja villages at the beginning of the Akatsuki. Not to mention the tail catcher, even the 10 core members of Akatsuki are confronted with the 5 ninja villages before they are fully assembled. Why bother? It's alright, Fenying. The last thing our organization is afraid of is Fenying. Not to mention me, only Master Sasori, the Wind Shadow Killer. If Tsunagakuru's Wind Shadow really comes, let Master Sasori add another collection. It just so happens that I am very interested in the scenery of Tsunagakure. After Master Sasori has prepared 4th Kaze Cage, let's go to Tsunagakure to take a look. What do you think? Tianyu wrote lightly. Fenying. Don't you know that he is known as the Wind Shadow Killer at Akatsuki, and Tianki all the shadows with wind characters? 3rd Kaze Cage, the strongest in history, died at Akatsuki by the hands of Master Sasori. 4th Kaze Cage Lugo Sha, died at Akatsuki by the hand of Orochimaru. 5th Kaze Cage Gara, died at Akatsuki by the hands of Deidara. Tsunagakure Fenying passed down the 5th generation, among which the 3rd generation died at the hand of Akatsuki. In one sentence, if you don't kill Fenying, you are embarrassed to say that you are a master at Akatsuki. It's Sasori, not Master Sasori. If Luasha comes, I will take care of it. Sasori of Akasha corrected. However, he had no resistance to Tianyu's arrangement. For Tsunagakure, he has no sense of belonging. Except Cho, Sand Shinobi can be killed. Okay, Master Sasori. Tianyu nodded. Sasori of the Red Sand is speechless. You agreed, that's right? Forget it, for the sake of the pacifist design, he doesn't care about it. However, the name of Master Sasori can only be called by Tianyu. Others shouted that he would kill it. The new book urgently needs the help of the big guys. The humble writer is here to plead with you guys for a wave of flowers, collections, reviews, and book reviews. Thank you very much. Chapter 37. That's right. But you also have to think about Nagato. It is really not easy for him alone. You don't know the difficulty of starting a business. What's more, his goal was set so high as soon as he came. Don't give him a hell mode start when he started his business. Regarding Tianyu's suggestion of viewing the Tsunagakure scenery, Konan was a little moved, but she still had to think about Nagato's situation for a while. As a past person, I have also started a career. Konan knows the difficulty of starting a business. Thinking of Nagato's hard work at home to make Akatsuki, and as a result, the Rain Shinobi village was surrounded by the 5 great shinobi villages before even 10 people were recruited. She immediately dispelled the idea of seeing the scenery of Sand Shinobi with Tianyu. Okay. Tianyu promised to forgive Nagato, but still looked reluctantly in the direction of Sand Shinobi. First I arrived in the country of fire, but I didn't go to Konoha to get a glimpse of the scenery. Soon after I arrived in the country of wind, I didn't go to Sand Shinobi for a walk. After passing through the door twice in a row and not entering, he felt that he was more or less impolite to Luasha and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tianyu, if you really want to go to Tsunagakure for a walk, it's not impossible. I have someone in Sand Shinobi, who can keep you from hiding Tsunagakure's enchantment and perception, and go in for a stroll. At this time, Master Sasori, who received the pacifist design drawings, said. But before he finished speaking, he found that Konan had screwed up 2 boxes of detonation charms and surrounded him. Beautiful girl, can you give me another chance to reorganize the language? Master Sasori swallowed and said hard. She deserves to be a pretty girl who can follow Tianyu. Between these gestures are 2 boxes of detonating charms, really a man with big breasts. Say. Konan stared at Sasori of the red sand blankly. Regardless of the purpose of the organization, I think it is better to withdraw now. Read more at fictionzone.net. After all, it is indeed a bit close to Sand Shinobi. Master Sasori said quickly. Very good. Konan put away the 2 boxes of detonating charms with satisfaction. Bold, my country of the wind is the one you know, come and leave if you want. Quiet Xiao, you dare to plot against Sand Shinobi, I think you won't put me in your eyes. You don't need to go anywhere today, this oasis is the burial place of the 3 of you. Just as Tianyu, Konan, and Master Sasori were preparing to leave, the sand under their feet suddenly turned into golden dust. As soon as the dust appeared, it immediately rose from the ground like a snake, winding upward along the 3 people's bodies. The 3 of them were completely wrapped in an instant. Magnet-style gold placer burial. 1, 2, and 3 pyramids composed entirely of placer gold are suspended in the air. Each one is sealed with a member of Akatsuki. Good luck. Originally, I only planned to deal with Akatsuki, who was plotting against Sand Shinobi, but I didn't expect to meet the traitors in the village here. After all this was done, a red-haired figure wearing a blue hat with the word 4 on his head slowly emerged from the dust everywhere. It deserves to be Tsunagakure's 4th generation item, and it will seal all 3 Akatsuki members as soon as they make a move. It seems that a few of us can complete the task without even having to shoot. Not far away, a pupil with cold snake eyes clapped his palms and walked towards 4th Kazekage Rasha. At the same time, behind him were several Konoha shinobi. They are Abarame Ryoma, Heitake Kakashi, and Yakushi Nanoyu. What's Yao organization, but so. He even wanted to plot against Sand Shinobi, and he did not know how to live or die. Luo Sha snorted coldly. However, he also knew that the ability to seal the 3 Akatsuki members in one fell swoop, apart from accounting for the sneak attack, was the most important information provided by Orochimaru. If there is no information provided by Orochimaru, let him know the abilities of these 3 members of Akatsuki. Even if he attacked, he would not dare to say that he could win 100%. Let alone seal 3 in one go. Sasori of the Red Sand is a traitor to the village, and he was captured by you, Master Fenying, so he should be handled by the village. But the other 2 Akatsuki, I hope Master Fenying can give it to me. Orochimaru smiled, when the cold snake pupil looked at the pyramid that sealed Tianyu, a touch of greed that was not easily detectable emerged. No. I captured all three of them by myself, and your Konoha ninja has never even shown any strength. At best, I can only give you that Xiao's woman. Luosha refused without hesitation. Not to mention that people are sealed by his own power, but just to say how Tianyu crushed the Sasori of the Red Sand just now, he has a panoramic view. Such a ninja is simply the nemesis of the puppet master. What's more frightening is that Tianyu can actually treat the magnet style that manipulates sand and iron as nothing. If it weren't for him, he didn't get inspiration from Shao'erhi and developed the magnet style technique with sealing ability. Luosha's performance in front of Tianyu is definitely not much better than the Red Sand Sasori who manipulates the third Kaze cage puppet. A ninja who is both sand shinobi puppet technique and magnet style at the same time, how could he hand it over to Konoha because of a word from Orochimaru? Chapter 38. Master Fenying, what you said is a bit wrong. Haven't we already said it before coming? All Akatsuki's people will be handled by Konoha. For the fact that Master Fukage really contributed a lot, plus the fact that Sasori of the Red Sand is Sand Shinobi rebellious, I am willing to hand him over to you. Master Fenying, please don't take my politeness as cowardice. Orochimaru's snake eyes turned, staring at Luosha with a dangerous sight. The leader of the defeated village in Amir district, dare to turn back. Dare to negotiate terms with him. I don't know how to live or die. This time he took over Danzo's mission from the Kingdom of Wind, which was completely directed at Tianyu. How can Luosha grab food from his mouth? Orochimaru, you better figure out two things. 1. Here is the country of wind. 2. You are not Konoha's Hokage. If you want to make a request with me, let's wait for you to sit in the position of 5th Hokage. Luosha's face was cold. Orochimaru's condescending, completely seeing Sand Shinobi's tone below Konoha, how could he not hear it? In that case, Master Fenying is determined to go back and forth. Orochimaru's snake Hitomi shrank, his expression a bit ugly. Although he didn't care about the position of Naruto for a long time, it is an indisputable fact that he lost to Orochimaru's disciple in the race for 4th Hokage. Now if no one else raises it by Luosha, isn't this tantamount to hitting him in the face? If you want to understand it this way, it's not impossible. Rosa is not afraid. He knows Namikaze Minato's character. There will never be a battle with Sand Shinobi for a few Akatsuki people. At most, it's just ridicule. Not to mention, he suspected that it was not Namikaze Minato at all, but Danzo, or even Orochimaru himself. Rosa, read more at fictionzone.net. Orochimaru's snake pupil narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light. Following him, Abarame Ryoma, Heitake Kakashi, and Yakushi Nanoyo seem to be standing still, but in fact they all have tight muscles, like beasts preparing to prey. It's too boring to start an argument. Why don't you talk to me? The atmosphere between the two sides became extremely sharp, and when a fierce conflict might erupt at any time, a ridiculous voice sounded in vain. This sound not only broke the deadlock and resolved the tense atmosphere between Orochimaru and Luosha, but also changed the colors of Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi in the oasis. Can you still speak? Luosha, who used the seal, turned around suddenly, staring at the middle of the 3 pyramids. His body is not strong enough to even the seal is invalid, right? Although Orochimaru's face changed slightly, Snake Eyes showed a touch of joy. Sure enough, it is really not easy for someone who can attract the attention of Danzo, the old yin coin, and even let him run to the Kingdom of Wind to cooperate with Luosha. However, this is more to his liking. Kaka. Under the gaze of Luosha, Orochimaru, and others, thick and long cracks began to appear in the pyramid ceiling Tianyu. Damn it! Luosha looked at it and couldn't sit still anymore. He hurriedly patted his hands on the ground. Magnet-style alluvial gold sealed. A large amount of placer gold continuously emerged from the oasis, and then quickly poured into the pyramid, making this pyramid more massive, stronger, and more powerful in its sealing ability. At this level, even shower he can't get rid of it. It should be. After strengthening the seal again, Luo Sha just breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge pyramid once again extended dense cracks. Click. Boom. This time, even if Luo Sha mobilized more placer gold to reinforce it, it was useless. A horrible force burst out of the pyramid, causing the pyramid to collapse completely in an irreversible direction. This quarrel is still too early for you. After all, it is far from the time to sit down and divide the spoils. Under the cover of alluvial gold, Tianyu's stalwart figure reappeared in the eyes of Orochimaru and others. Can the technique that is enough to seal Xiao'er be unable to confine him? Luo Sha's face gradually became gloomy. He felt an unprecedented anxiety. So perfect. This is simply a masterpiece from heaven. Orochimaru's cold snake eyes burst into greed like never before, excited like a python, spitting out frantically. Such a body is simply what he dreams of. Looking at Tianyu, who was close at hand, he became more and more dissatisfied with his own broken body that was getting older and older. If it's not too late, he can't even help but do it now. Orochimaru. That's it? Danzo is still alive. Tianyu ignored Luo Sha, whose complexion became more and more ugly, but looked at Orochimaru with a playful look. Previously, when he found White Zetsu's chakra on Short Book Street, he had guessed. Now Orochimaru's appearance not only confirmed his guess, but he also saw more. Mr. Tianyu, you are right. Danzo did come back alive from the land of rain. If you want to kill him, then I can help you. Orochimaru nodded, a weird smile appeared on his face. Chapter 39. Only you? Orochimaru, I wonder if you have heard a word. Tianyu looked down on Orochimaru condescendingly, a pair of dragon eyes gradually occupied by orangutan. The dragon does not live with the snake. An icy voice full of contemplation sounded, and the sky of the kingdom of wind exploded with the thunder. The sky and the earth began to blow violently. Endless sandstorms rose into the sky under the hurricane, turning into dust storms that obscure the sky, and terrifying desert storms that rushed straight into the sky. What kind of power is this? Can actually affect the astronomical phenomenon? Orochimaru, Kakashi, and others couldn't help showing shock. What made a few people horrified even more was that a thought was surging, and Tianyu, whose heaven and earth's color changed, turned into a blue dragon that was hundreds of meters long and entangled in the sky. Dragon. The world has changed, the blue dragon is now. This scene stunned everyone. Damn Orochimaru, hiding such an important thing from me. This Akatsuki member is actually a blue dragon. Luo Sha looked up at the blue dragon in the sky, only feeling dry for a while. Not to mention how terrifying Tianyu was after turning into a blue dragon, just how Tianyu beat Sasori in the red sand, when he was hiding in the barrier with Orochimaru just now, he could see it clearly. Third Kazekage sand iron can't shake Tianyu's physical body, so it's absolutely the same after changing his sand gold. But when he glanced at the two stable pyramids beside him, his confidence was immediately enough. I didn't expect your excellency to be a blue dragon. Really a terrifying existence. But I advise your excellency to think about your companion first before you do it. Sasori, a traitor, you don't care about it? What about the other woman? Seeing that the two pyramids sealing Konan and Sasori of the red sand still remained motionless, Luo Sha immediately threatened with courage. You are the first person in my life who dared to threaten me. Tianyu's eyes turned, and the overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted like a mountain torrent, crushing on Luo Sha's body one after another. That's really an honor for me. Luo Sha trembled all over. Read more at fictionzone.net. Conqueror's haki of the Four Emperors class, although unable to stun Jonin, and the shadow that surpasses Jonin, it does not mean that the shadow can see Conqueror's haki as nothing. What's more, Tianyu, who has signed up to 30% of the completion of the Whitebeard template, is so powerful that he must be above Kaido. Even though it is as strong as 4th Kazekage Luasha, facing Tianyu's conqueror's Haki shock, there is also a feeling of dizziness and heavy eyelids. Pleasure? Let's wait for you to see what is sealed in the pyramid. A trace of sarcasm that was visible to the naked eye flashed through Tianyu's scarlet-colored eyes. Except for the traitor and Akatsuki's woman. Luo Sha hadn't finished speaking with certainty, and the desert not far away had broken open. Then, surrounded by a piece of sand and iron, a red-haired figure came into view. Playing magnet style in front of me, Sand Shinobi's first puppet. Luasha, you are still tender. Don't forget, who killed your teacher 3rd Kazekage. Whether it is the piece of sand iron that has no output or that almost threatens Tianyu's appearance, I'll tell everyone the identity of this man. Former Sand Shinobi's first puppet master. The current first Guasha master at Akatsuki. Master Sasori. Call out. Thousands of detonating symbols suddenly fell down like a vast expanse of white snow. Not only was it covered with several Sand Shinobi's whole bodies brought by Rasha in a blink of an eye, but they were also besieged. What is this? Boom. Before Luo Sha was rescued, the huge flame explosion engulfed the bodies of these Sand Shinobi. At the same time, a twinkle of white wings descended from the sky like an angel descending from the earth. Thousands of detonating talisman opened the way. Who can have money, except for the first rich woman at Akatsuki? You just attacked me once. Now we are fighting. Konan flew in the sky, his delicate and pretty face was full of evil spirits. You knew we were hiding in the dark. After witnessing the tragic death of his subordinate Sand Shinobi, Luo Sha was frightened and angry. Sasori of the Red Sand is first, then Konan. He still doesn't know what's going on. Speaking of unseen mice, I really knew a few of them were hidden in the ditch for a long time. Tianyu's calm voice exudes an aura of scowling and domineering. Good means, good intentions. Knowing that we are hiding in the dark, we have been pretending to be ignorant. It turned out to be against us. Luo Sha was a little bit anxious and growled again and again, but his eyes turned slightly. Obviously, his heart is not as angry as his appearance. Don't get me wrong, I am not talking about you in general. In fact, I don't even know that those mice are you. After all, who would bother with a few mice hiding in the ditch? As long as I don't jump out and trample in front of me, I will ignore it. But the mouse jumped out, whether it was one or two, it would be crushed to death. In a dull but hacky voice, a dragon claw shrouded in a terrifying black mist and surrounded by black lightning fell from the sky, sweeping the power of destroying the earth and suppressing Luasha. Chapter 40. Akatsuki, don't be too mad. Sand Shinobi fenying is not something you can trample unscrupulously. Hearing that Tianyu compared dignified 4th Kazekage self to a mouse in the ditch, Luo Sha was furious. Magnet-style hand of dust. I saw him pat his hands on the desert. Boom. With a loud noise, a big gold dust hand whose volume was not under Tianyu's dragon claw suddenly surged in the desert. Boom. However, when this big gold placer faced Tianyu's dragon claws, it collapsed at the touch of a touch and was instantly beaten into a ball of golden mud. Fenying is only, who has killed it? Tianyu smiled disdainfully. The two dragon beards fluttered in the wind, and the dragon claws entwined with the armed color and conqueror's haki patted Luasha in a devastating posture. Orochimaru, when will you see? Luasha's complexion changed drastically, and she fled in embarrassment while she was casting sand, while shouting at Orochimaru who was not far away with her arms folded. Master Orochimaru, shall we just keep watching? If we don't make a move, Master Fenying will soon be killed. Heitake Kakashi's face was stern. He could see it just by playing against it. Luo Sha, 4th Kazekage, is vulnerable to the blue dragon at Akatsuki. Lhasa is dead, Xiao's Qinglong might not let us go. Pharmacist Yanai also said. Not urgent. Wasn't Luo Xia the Qinglong who asked us to know? Now I will give him the whole piece. Orochimaru smiled. Shot. Who slapped him in the face just now? Now that you don't even call Orochimaru, you want him to help? No way. Anyway, he didn't care about Luoxia's life or death at all. Even, he wished to be slapped to death by Tianyu's dragon claw. Is this really good? Seeing this, Kakashi and others didn't agree with it, but Danzo had already ordered it before leaving. This mission is based on Orochimaru, read more at fictionzone.net. Even if they do not approve of Orochimaru's approach, they can only endure it. Damn it! Luo Xia roared furiously. But he could only curse like that. Because Tianyu's dragon claw has been photographed in front of him. Magnet-style placer gold world method. Seeing this, he could only greet the Orochimaru family politely in his heart, and then he sealed his hands with lightning, manipulated the wave-like dust into a dense spike and inserted it on the oncoming dragon's claws. Puff. But this trick consumes a lot of Luo Xia, the placer gold realm that Chakra has only used, but even the skin of Tianyu's dragon claw can't be pierced. Damn it, what kind of body is this? Luo Xia was so angry that she cursed. Placer gold realm, this is already his strongest move. As a result, even a layer of Tianyu could not be scraped. Is Tsunagaku rich in Guxia masters? This Fenying line is really Guxia per capita. Tianyu sneered, the dragon claw smashed all the dust, and then drowned a few desperate Luo Xia. Boom. One claw fell, and the oasis was dismembered instantly by the cracks that stretched for more than a kilometer. As for Fenying Luoxia, it was completely covered by sand dust that was rolled hundreds of meters high. Seeing this, Sasori's expression on the side suddenly became a little subtle. Luo Xia feels, he understands. I really understand. Because a few minutes ago, he felt that way. He had scraped the sand iron into powder, and as a result, even the skin of Tianyu could not be scraped. He is so is Rasha. This made Master Sasori couldn't help but ask himself. Could it be that I, Sand Shinobi, is really a Guxia master? Threaten me? Merely Fenying, dare to threaten my Azure Dragon at Akatsuki? Don't you know that my line of Akatsuki is known as the Hand of Wind Shadow, and Tien has always suppressed all wind shadows? When Luo Xia was crushed into the ground like a fly, Tianyu took back the dragon claws with satisfaction. Fenying. But how many people in Fang Xiao's organization have never killed Fenying? In the face of Fenying, Xiao's people never had enough points, even if they were afraid of it. Since I met today, of course I have to kill one. Is it unreasonable and reasonable to kill the wind and shadow of the Qinglong? Scoff. But just when Tianyu's dragon claw was lifted lightly, the torn oasis rushed out of a wave of majestic dust. The placer gold stretched all the way along the dragon's claws like flowing water. In a blink of an eye, the body of the hundreds-meter-long Azure Dragon will be covered by God bless. Qinglong, today I bet Luo Xia on the name of Fenying, and I will let you remember one thing for the rest of your life. Never underestimate those sand shinobi who bear the name of Fencage. Not far away, Luo Xia half kneeled on the ground in ragged clothes and with shocking wounds all over her body. He raised his head and opened his eyes and glared at Tianyu, and tried his best to manipulate the dust with both hands to wrap Tianyu, bind him, or even pull it underground. The expression on Sasori's face is no longer subtle to describe, but weird. Luo Xia's words at this time, he is more familiar. He still vaguely remembers that not long ago, he also shouted similar words in front of Tianyu. But the bet is not the name of Fenying, but the name of the first puppet. Although everyone bet on different titles, he knows that the result is absolutely the same. Boom. The Buddha was released for the purpose of confirming Master Sasori's thoughts. Tianyu, who was entangled in the sky with dust, did not change his color, nor did he look at the dust covering his body like a python or a giant wave, but lightly expelled a breath of heat. Hundreds of meters high sand gold waves were instantly burned through, and then the heat enough to burn the mountains and boil the sea stretched across the void for kilometers, completely engulfing Luosha, who was full of anger and stunned face. Chapter 41. You just told me not to underestimate the shadow. Tianyu, who had turned from the blue dragon form back to the human form, wandered to the face of the whole body of charred and incomplete bones. Master Sasori fixedly looked at the remains of Luosha. At this moment, he saw not only Luosha, but also Sasori of the Red Sand, who refused to join the Akatsuki organization. If he didn't see the situation badly, and applied for the Akatsuki organization in a timely and decisive manner, then the skeleton lying next to Luosha would definitely have to add another one. Slap. It really is Tianyu Jun. You are simply the most perfect existence I have ever seen, no one. From the outbreak of the war, Orochimaru, who had been watching with folded arms, suddenly clapped his hands gently and walked towards Tianyu unhurriedly. Every time he took a step, the greed in Snake Eyes became stronger. When he came to Tianyu, his tone, expression, and greed in his eyes almost all spilled into the air. I don't like the look in your eyes. Tianyu frowned slightly, and the dragon eyes burst out with a scarlet glow. What Orochimaru thinks, even if his observation haki is not strong enough to listen to everything. It seems that this reptile has already embarked on the path of seizing the body, and has even researched living corpse reincarnation. Yes? That's really a pity. Because of Tianyu, everything about you will soon belong to me. At that time, you will always be one with me who you don't like. Orochimaru spoke, sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth like a snake spitting out a letter. Just you. The scarlet light of Tianyu's eyes became more and more intense. His emotional changes let the Buddha affect the celestial phenomenon, and it was instantly transmitted to the sky. The clouds, which were thick enough to let the Buddha fall down, became more drowsy and more depressing. The storm that ravaged this area has become more and more violent. Read more at fictionzone.net. Hee, you are right. Just me. Before Orochimaru's voice fell, Abarame Ryoma, Heitake Kakashi, and Yakushi Nanoyo all jumped up at the same time. First a sneak attack, and then 4 more. I didn't expect that so many of you combined would be worse than me alone. In the face of the Kakashi 3 who suddenly started, he still didn't change his face, standing in place with a calm posture. As if he did not look at the Kakashi trio from beginning to end. In other words, he has never looked at any enemy on the scene. Sasori, do it? When Konan saw this, he immediately shouted at Sasori of Akasha. But when she just wanted to do it, Tianyu stopped her. It's okay, Konan. It doesn't matter whether the dust removed is 1 or 4, it makes no difference. In Tianyu's nonchalant voice, haki, the horror of watching the world exudes. Whether it's Orochimaru, who is an enemy, or Master Sasori, who has become his own, he is shocked by this kind of courage. Akatsuki Qinglong, are all the people in the organization as strong as him? Master Sasori couldn't help asking Konan. I can only tell you that. Our leader is the god who owns Rinnegan, and the teammate arranged for you by the organization is a legendary ninja who has challenged the god of ninja. When Konan heard this, Sasori said with a serious face. There was one thing she said, but she was telling the truth, and she didn't mean to fool Master Sasori at all. It's just that she never thought that whether it is Nagato, the god who owns Rinnegan, or Kakuzu, the legendary ninja who has challenged Senju Hashirama, all have amazing water content. Isn't this the level of the god of ninja per capita? What kind of organization is Akatsuki? The background is so big. Even if Konan doesn't know, Master Sasori is even more unlikely to know. So, at first hearing Konan said this, he was immediately scalp numb by the powerful cards of Akatsuki. At the beginning, he had the first puppet master of his own dignified tolerant world, and he joined an unknown Xiao organization, and he really wronged his idea. But looking back now, he found that he seemed to be climbing a little high at Akatsuki. At least the per capita power value of the god of ninja, he is definitely lowered. Seal technique, seal of 4 directions. Just when Master Sasori thought that he had finally found the right organization, Heitake Kakashi, Yakushi Nanoyu and Abarame Ryoma on the other side had teamed up with a shadow clone of Orochimaru to complete the sealing technique. Starting from 3 people standing in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and a shadow clone, a tetragonal enchantment shining with bright green light has trapped Tianyu. Mr. Tianyu, I want your body. Seeing this, Orochimaru could no longer contain the greed in his heart. A white snake sage flew out from his mouth suddenly, wrapped in a fishy wind, and flew towards Tianyu, who was imprisoned by the seal of the 4 directions. How many tails did you drink? So drunk. Tianyu's scarlet dragon eyes stared at Orochimaru coldly. The look in his eyes is basically a blue dragon entrenched for 9 days looking down at an ugly reptile that does not know the height of the sky. As long as there are a few peanuts, you won't be drunk like this. The cold voice of disdain fell, and Tianyu's body changed again under the shocked eyes of Orochimaru, Kakashi, and others who turned into White Snake Sage. Chapter 42. Tianyu under normal conditions was originally nearly 2 meters tall. Such a height is naturally only the per capita altitude on the Grand Line. If it can be placed in the shinobi world, that's terrible. Like his appearance and strength, that is the existence of disdain for Kunrin. Now, his body has changed again. Although he is not as scary as he was when he transformed into a 100-meter-long Qinglong, his height is also as high as 4 meters. The black knife Kongyunchi, which was originally in his hand, became like a long knife. Of course, none of this is important. What really moved everyone present was Tianyu's transformation this time, which not only maintained the human form, but also had the characteristics of a blue dragon. Bathed in the blue dragon-shaped blue light falling from the sky, Tianyu's head grew dragon horns, his body was covered with dragon scales, his hands and feet were turned into dragon claws, and a slender dragon's tail was extended behind him. Obviously his current size is far less than that of a giant in the form of a blue dragon, so overbearing. But compared to the blue dragon form, the breath exuding from the drastically shrunken human dragon form in front of us, gave people a more terrifying feeling. Can you transform? Tianyu, who changed from a human form to a human dragon form, shocked everyone. They didn't expect that Tianyu could transform again in addition to the human posture and the form of the blue dragon. The most important thing is that every time he sees Tianyu in the form of a human dragon, an idea sprouts in his heart. The terrifying degree of Tianyu in the form of human dragon is even higher than that of blue dragon. This is not everyone's illusion. Because of transforming into a human dragon form, Tianyu not only maintains the human body shape, but also possesses the overwhelming strength, defense, speed of the blue dragon, as well as near immortality, vitality and recovery ability. Scoff. After the transformation, everyone saw that Tianyu first looked down at his dragon claw-shaped hands, and then he raised his hand and waved forward. That action, that posture, seemed to be pulling away a fly. However, it was just such a simple action. A shadow clone in Orochimaru, Kakashi, Abarame Ryoma, and Yakushi Nanoyu's 4-part seal were put together and shattered like paper. What? Having turned into White Snake Sage, Orochimaru's pupils not far from Tianyu shrank. Read more at fictionzone.net. The quartet seal can't trap Tianyu, he is still very compelling at this point. But he never expected that the quartet seal could not hold on to a face-to-face encounter in front of Tianyu. This made Orochimaru, who only wanted to take Tianyu's body, had the idea of retreating in his heart for the first time. But this idea was fleeting. How strong is his physique? My living corpse reincarnation is a ban on the soul. As long as there is no summoning soul technique, and the spiritual energy is not strong enough. In front of my living corpse reincarnation, it is nothing more than an external force. After doing psychological work for a while, Orochimaru decided to bite it down at Tianyu. Scoff. However, the next scene made Orochimaru almost desperate. After Tianyu tore the seal between his hands and feet, his body was covered with a thick black fog, and at the same time, the black lightning released. The Buddha is a celestial phenomenon bowing to him, the king, and winding around him, as if worshipping. Immediately afterwards, he raised the dragon's claw and grabbed it forward. Boom! White Snake Sage was firmly pinched in his hand. No matter how hard Orochimaru struggles, he can't get rid of Tianyu's dragon claws, let alone use living corpse reincarnation to seize Tianyu's body. What kind of power is this? Why can't I take your body away? Orochimaru shivered in horror and anxiety. After witnessing Tianyu's unmatched strength and physique, he still sat confidently watching Luo Xia being killed. This confidence was all given to him by living corpse reincarnation. However, White Snake Sage, who can directly destroy human souls, can't break away from Tianyu's palm. He can feel that there are two terrible powers pervading Tianyu's dragon claws, blocking him out of the body. It must be very difficult for you to give up taking away my body. It doesn't matter, you can continue to hold on, leave a White Snake Sage, and then retreat. Tianyu pressed White Snake Sage with his left hand, and with his right hand pulled out the black knife Kongyunkai that had been on his back. Do not. Under Orochimaru's desperate and collapsed gaze, the black knife Kongyunkai holding Tianyu's hand abruptly fell. Ping a skill, Thunder 8 trigrams. Once played Uchiha Obito out of the shadows, and even almost gave up Madara addiction, the flat A technique reappeared. But this time Tianyu was not using a mace that he picked up casually, but a supreme sharp knife, and it was a supreme sharp knife refined into a black knife. When the blade cut by black knife Konjyun was 10 centimeters away from Orochimaru's head, it stopped abruptly. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, who can be wrapped around the blade, exploded toward Orochimaru's forehead. Boom! Accompanied by the loud noises, the waves of Haki shook the desert with a radius of more than a kilometer into countless plates of sand and rocks, and then the desert began to sink downwards. At the same time, the clouds above, no, even the entire sky also appeared a terrifying sinkhole. As for Orochimaru, of course, the entire White Snake Sage was beaten up. Chapter 43. Master Orochimaru. After being affected by the shock of Conqueror's Haki and the armed color, the pharmacist Yaneiyu, who flew 100 meters away, climbed up, and suddenly saw a vast desert on the barren ground, quietly paralyzed by a broken into nearly 100 pieces. White phosphorus snake carcass. Even the forbidden technique to seize the body can be developed. Konoha Sunin, so terrible. At this time, Tianyu took a deep look at the white phosphorus snake corpse, and slowly withdrew the black knife Kongyunkai with his right hand. Akasha no Sasori's expression froze. Can't you Qinglong speak some human words? The words are terrible. The result is one mouthful, one wind shadow, one sword, and 1 3 forbearance. How can I tell when Orochimaru is in front of you, what is scary? Puff. Just when Heitake Kakashi and others were a little at a loss because of Orochimaru's death, a small white snake suddenly emerged from the desert, and then quickly merged into Orochimaru's body that was limp on the ground because of White Snake Sage's departure. After a while, the lifeless body stood up again. But everyone could see that Orochimaru's breath had fallen to the bottom compared to before. Is this still alive? Those of you Konoha shinobi who have the name of Sunin, are really as strong as monsters. Tianyu exclaimed slightly. Although it was only a flat A skill, he did not try his best, but it was not waiting for the idle generation to follow. Killing a Hanzo with a stab is still not a problem. Even if it is Wang Luffy face to face, he has to move his head, there is no chance of a prison situation. But Orochimaru still lingered after using his face to accept the flat A technique he used with the black sword Kongyunchi. I have to say that Konoha shinobi like Sunin are really as strong as monsters. Orochimaru, who was originally pale, turned black when he heard Tianyu's words. Give me such a high evaluation, and almost chopped me to death with a single knife. I really thank you. No, the knife hasn't been cut down yet, there is still a decimeter away from my front door. If it is cut down, read more at fictionzone.net. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt sweaty. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary three ninjas, you are too powerful. Sorry, I can't let you be at ease. The solemn and cold voice fell, and Tianyu people had disappeared in place. Before Orochimaru had time to make any response, Tianyu had already pushed him on the desert. When Orochimaru watched Tianyu push his head on the desert with a dragon claw, and instantly rolled up the sandstorm with a height of hundreds of meters, the whole person was stunned. See what your dragon is talking about? When you said this, did you really have no idea in your heart? Where is my power too strong? Obviously you can push what I have become White Snake Sage with one hand, and now you push me on the desert with another hand. My name is too powerful. What is your special name? So, I invite you, Sunin, to die here today. Tianyu pressed Orochimaru on the ground with his left hand and raised his right hand high. After Orochimaru took the initiative to jump out, he was able to sign in the Akatsuki member at any time. Is Orochimaru dead? Still alive? It doesn't matter to him. It just so happened that Orochimaru's greedy look just made him feel uncomfortable. He doesn't care whether Akatsuki will be stronger after recruiting Orochimaru, and whether the pacifists of the Ninja World version will be upgraded to be more perfect, so he skips the step of recruiting. Reikari. Seeing Orochimaru was dying by the hands of Tianyu, the fastest Heitake Kakashi finally arrived carrying Reikari. With the 3 Tomo Sharinan left by Uchiha Obito to him, he instantly locked Tianyu, like a flash of thunder piercing through the sky, and instantly pierced Tianyu's heart with Reikari. Secret technique Insect Jade. At the same time, the worm, which was only half a beat slower than Kakashi, also climbed onto Tianyu's body under the control of a Barame Ryoma. The last pharmacist Yaneiyu who rushed over held the chakra operation and directly pierced the center of Tianyu's eyebrows. Triple attack, all hits one after the other. But whether it was Heitake Kakashi who arrived first, a Barame Ryoma who arrived second, or Yakushi Nanoyu who arrived last, none of them showed any joy on their faces. Ah, this. Kakashi stared blankly at Reikari in his hand. Since the development of Reikari, he has never encountered something impenetrable, and he met today. Tianyu's flesh and blood carried his Reikari unscathed. A Barame Ryoma staggered back a few steps. Others didn't know, but he heard it clearly. The worms who were biting Tianyu's body all sent the same message without exception. My mouth parts are all knocked out? Can't Chakra's scalpel break through the surface of the body? Pharmacist Yejiun Chakra's scalpel couldn't pierce Tianyu's eyebrows at all, his pretty face was horrified and moved. This is the first time she has encountered this situation. In fact, she is not afraid of strong people at all. After all, no matter how strong the body is, the inside is still extremely fragile. Coincidentally, her chakra scalpel specializes in internal organs. But now when the chakra knife she was holding touched Tianyu's eyebrows, it was blocked outside the body, unable to extend out of the head at all. Chapter 44. Reikari, Worms, and Medical Ninjutsu. You Konoha shinobi are really scary. Tianyu kept his right hand held high, but the daunting deep black mist appeared again in his body. This is. Conqueror's haki is wrapped around the body. Scoff. Facing Conqueror's haki, who was biting him, all the worms who were biting him were shaken to death on the spot. There is no chance to quit tooth addiction. Call out. Immediately afterwards, Tianyu's dragon tail swept away, and the black mist and lightning entwined with amazement suddenly drew on Heitake Kakashi and Yakushi Yaneiyu. Puff. The bodies of Yakushi Yaneiyu and Kakashi were like popped balloons, exploded into a cloud of blood, like a broken kite, which flew upside down and fell on the desert. They glided all the way for 500 to 600 meters before they barely stopped. Come down. Get two, and one more. Tianyu still showed no sign of releasing Orochimaru, nor did he put down his raised right hand. He just glanced at Abarame Ryoma from a distance. The surrounding air suddenly rippled with water ripples visible to the naked eye. Conqueror's haki hit Abarame Ryoma like a raging sea, a flash flood and a tsunami. As Danzo's right and left hand, although he was not stunned on the spot, he was also shocked by Tianyu's Conqueror's haki and stared at Venus and lost his mind on the spot. Boom! When he returned to his senses, a mouthful of heat that made the air sticky had already burned him, including people and insects. When the three elite Jonin joined forces, they couldn't hold on to even one round. Being pressed by the dragon's claws on the desert, Orochimaru, who could only open a snake pupil, saw this scene, and his hair was horrified. Even if he tried his best to eliminate the Kakashi trio, it would take a lot of time. Like Tianyu, staying on the spot, defeating the Kakashi trio's cooperation in a single encounter, and still crushing it in a destructive posture, how can this not make Orochimaru's heart beat? It's your turn. After a bit of heat burned Abarame Ryoma to death, Tianyu's gaze shifted back to Orochimaru. With a sneer, the raised right hand burst out with pitch-black lightning. Wait, don't you want to kill Danzo? I can help you, read more at fictionzone.net. He is behind this mission. And I have someone in Konoha, if you want, I can let you walk up to Danzo without disturbing any enchantments or ninjas. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and although his body was struggling and twisting with all his strength, he couldn't escape Tianyu's dragon claws at all. Sasori of Akazugo always feels this is familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. No need, behind the scenes, I know better than you. Tianyu heard the words, and a figure with a scarlet cherry non flashed before his eyes. Orochimaru only saw the first floor. But he had already seen the third layer. Regarding Orochimaru's words, he was unmoved, and directly opened the right hand entwined with the black lightning, and slammed Orochimaru down like a hook. Pretty boy, keep a snake under his palm. I also have a relationship with Akatsuki. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Tianyu's dragon claws had already hit his face. Half of his body turned to ashes on the spot. Sorry, our organization has always only recruited rebellion. Tianyu said to the half-body of Orochimaru, neither salty nor indifferent. Puff. Suddenly a wet Orochimaru emerged from half of Orochimaru's body. Beautiful boy, isn't it just a betrayal? My biggest dream in Orochimaru's life is to be a traitor. When Tianyu saw it, he was about to do it again, but Orochimaru's eyes were quick and his mouth was quick, and he snapped and said at a faster speed than lightning style. Tianyu, or don't do it first. Let me finish it. At this moment, Konan also came over. You know how short the organization is. I think Orochimaru is pretty good. After all, I can get you a ninja who is as strong as a monster, but Orochimaru is the only one at present. If he really wants to join, you might as well consider it. As he said, he is indeed related to us at Akatsuki, otherwise, how could he come from the country of fire thousands of miles to the country of wind to give you a favor? She whispered in Tianyu's ear, but gave the decision to Tianyu. Master Sasori and the legendary ninja Kakuzu don't know, can she still know? The leader of this Akatsuki is Nagato, yes, but the real person is Tianyu. If Tianyu really wants to send Orochimaru away, it will be her, Yahiko, and Nagato who can't keep it together. Creak. When Orochimaru was pressed by Tianyu under the dragon's claws, he saw Konan coming over. He immediately seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and took off the forehead protector symbolizing the Konoha shinobi from his head with the speed of lightning and flint, and then placed a ninja mark on the forehead protector. Draw. That fluent movement is absolutely impossible for Lao Renren, who hasn't decades of experience, to do it. Do you really want to be a traitor? Seeing this, Conan's pretty face also moved slightly. She is also someone who has seen the world. It is clear that every ninja in Ninja Village, they treat their ninja forehead protector as a treasure. Not a last resort, few ninjas are willing to make that cut on their forehead protector. Not to mention the 3 ninjas with high weight in Konoha like Orochimaru. Chapter 45. Beautiful girl, can you let this pretty boy let go first? Not to mention that Jun Tianyu's strength is the best in the ninja world, even if the god of ninja is born again. Just here are 3 Akatsuki members. Could it be that my little Konoha Renin can slip away under your noses? Seeing Conan coming, Orochimaru exhaled suddenly in his heart as he could move Tianyu. Even if he is killed twice, he can be resurrected. But in fact, there is not much chakra in him. After all, most of his power is concentrated on White Snake Sage. But White Snake Sage was flattened by Tianyu's A skill. Thunder 8 trigrams was blown up. The big snake flow body replacement technique just now was the last chakra left in his body. If Tianyu gives another hand, then his former 4th Hokage candidate will really go to meet Konoha's ancestors of Hokage. You have a minute to convince me. Tianyu thought of Nagato's face that was becoming thinner in order to nucleate the ninja realm, and couldn't help feeling compassionate in his heart. Never mind. As the saying goes, the grace of the spring should be reported by dripping water. Nagato worked hard to raise him for 10 years, but never asked him to reciprocate. At the moment, Nagato only has to recruit 10 people at Akatsuki, collect tail beasts, and nucleate such a small ninja dream in the ninja world. From the perspective of Nagato, it is not impossible to give Orochimaru a chance to join the organization. The premise is that Orochimaru will speak well enough later. Thanks. After Tianyu released his hand, Orochimaru immediately stood up. He patted his face and the sand on his clothes first, then arranged his appearance, and when his cold snake pupil became melancholy enough, he met the gazes of Tianyu and Conan. Mr. Tianyu, give me a chance. I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be a betrayal. Orochimaru didn't say all sorts of crazy things, only 2 words full of frankness and hope. Read more at fictionzone.net. But his few words made his helplessness exhausted. He didn't want to be shot to death by Tianyu, he just wanted to be a traitor. Mr. Tianyu, pretty girl, please give me a chance to join the Xiao organization when I am lost. After speaking, Orochimaru slowly bent down towards Tianyu and Conan. Tianyu, even though Orochimaru was a bit hip-struck just now, how he said it was also one of the legendary 3 forbearances. Since he is willing to get lost and is willing to reform and rehabilitate, I think he might not be a qualified traitor in the future. Just treat me as a face and give him a chance to be an intern. What Tianyu thinks, Conan doesn't know. She only knew that her thoughts were very accommodating at this time. Back then, when she, Nagato, and Yahiko met Orochimaru for the first time, they were almost killed by this cruel Konoha shinobi. However, 30 years in Hidong, 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully the girl. Now she is rich and can raise a man. Even Orochimaru, who was already expensive as Konoha's son, could only call her a pretty girl, begging her to give her a chance to join Akatsuki. With such a huge contrast, with such exhalation and raising her eyebrows, can she not be cool? Orochimaru smiled like a flower, letting Ant Buddha and Snake possess his body. The words in Conan's mouth are really hip, intern, and other fonts, he can't hear a word. Well, it depends on your face, and he does have the idea of reforming and rebehaved, then I will give him an internship for the time being. Tianyu pondered for a while, and finally nodded under the gaze of Orochimaru, who was almost crying with joy. He really simply gave Konan a face, and it had nothing to do with the 2 extra bundles of detonating charms that had just come out in his pocket. You heard that too, Orochimaru. The organization is well organized and hierarchical. I can only help you here. Whether you can become a full-time intern and become a qualified Akatsuki member in the future depends on your own performance. Konan said lightly. Seeing that Tianyu gave herself face so much in front of outsiders, at an angle that Orochimaru couldn't see, she stuffed 2 bundles of detonation charms into Tianyu's pocket. Thank you, pretty girl. After joining the organization, I will definitely work hard and strive for an early conversion. Orochimaru was grateful to Konan. Where are those 2 guys? I think the 2 of them still have a sigh of relief. Should they be included in the organization like Orochimaru? At this moment, Master Sasori, who had been silent all the time, saw Tianyu and others settled and agreed to Orochimaru's application to join the group, and couldn't help asking. Although he is 1 level higher than Orochimaru, he is an official member like Tianyu and Konan as soon as he enters. However, I have already learned from Konan that the members of Akatsuki are at the level of a ninja god per capita, and he knows that he has not reached the standard at all. He dare not call the shots without authorization. No need. The number of official members of Akatsuki is limited, there are only 10 in total. Although in addition to regular members, there are places for internships, but not all cats and dogs are eligible to join Akatsuki. Konan glanced at Kakashi and Yakushi Yano, who were lying in the desert in the distance, covered in blood. The 2 of them are indeed still alive. Chapter 46. Understood. Master Sasori glanced at the intern Orochimaru, and understood in seconds. Even the legendary Sunin is only worthy of being an intern. At Akatsuki, the threshold for full membership is so high that Madara can be seen. Seeing this, Master Sasori still doesn't understand that when he comes, he will have a staff and become a full-time official. In all likelihood, it's good fortune to meet Tianyu. In addition, he not only speaks nicely, but also happens to make and study peace. The best choice for activists. Otherwise, in Akatsuki's organization that randomly pulls out a member that can fight the ninja war, his master Sasori is really not ranked, let alone has an organization. After clarifying his thoughts, he also felt that the copying ninja Kakashi and the walking shrine pharmacist Nanoya were indeed characters in the vast ninja world, but if he wanted to join Akashi, it was indeed a little bit meaningless. Not to mention the official staff with the establishment and the ring, even if they only become interns with a set of Akatsuki uniforms, they are far from reaching the standard. Pretty girl, since you don't plan to let them join the organization, then I suggest that you better dispose of them. Although Konoha's senior management should already know the existence of the organization, if the 2 do not want to expose more, they still have to do what they should do. Sasori of Akazugo proposed to Konan to make up the knife. As for Akatsuki, it has long been exposed, and when Konoha's senior officials learned, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. An organization that is capable of fighting the ninja god on average, no matter how careful it is to hide, it is hard not to attract the attention of the 5 ninja villages. Not to mention that he looks at Tianyu and Konan acting without being low-key and hiding. One move turns into a 100-meter-long blue dragon, changing the celestial phenomenon in one thought. One starting hand is thousands of detonating talisman to smash people. Expose. Isn't this reasonable? What's more, in his opinion, with the strength of the organization, exposure is nothing. When Konan heard the words, the head slightly. She still understands the importance of making up a knife. During the 10 years of raising Tianyu, the man he raised has often talked to her about popular science. There is nothing to say, the rich woman's hands are always so simple and unpretentious. Even if it is a make-up knife. I saw her who agreed with Master Sasori's proposal of making up the knife, and took out 10,000 detonating charms on the spot. This action immediately scared Orochimaru and Master Sasori on the spot. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for, it's just to make up for the 2 Konoha shinobi who have only 1 breath alive. Is it 10,000 detonating charms to start with? And many more. It doesn't matter if you want to kill pharmacist Yaneiyu. But this Kakashi will never die in your hands. Tianyu reached out and grabbed the detonation charm Konan took out. Although he was talking while receiving the 10,000 detonating charms in Konan's hand into his pocket, he was really thinking about Konan instead of taking the opportunity to fill his own pockets. Why? Konan's pretty face was puzzled. Don't ask why, it's the guy who opened up. Tianyu didn't explain much either. After all, before Might Guy opened up and turned into the King of Guy, who would have thought that Konoha's physical ninja could kick the ninja god with his foot? He didn't want Konan to hear Yagai suddenly when he went out one day. With Konan's strength, it is estimated that even yelling before death, among the ninjas I have seen, there is no better than you, and I will not have the opportunity to call you the strongest at Akatsuki. Orochimaru, they are your subordinates and you brought them. Take care of your own business. After Tianyu grabbed Konan, he turned his head and ordered Orochimaru. That night guy's kick, Konan was blessed to endure it. Let's change Orochimaru. Anyway, an intern was kicked to death just to make room for Akatsuki. Don't tell me, if Might Guy learns that Kakashi died by Orochimaru's hand, and he really brings Yagai to the door and kicks Orochimaru to death, then he will laugh out loud in his dreams. After all, in the era when the 6 paths are not out, there are really few people in the world who can get a tie with him. The king guy with the 8 gate fully open is not only one, but also the only one that can truly threaten his existence. Anyway, before signing the Whitebeard template to 100% completion, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to turn the 8 gate and open the Guy King. This is also the reason why he never thought that he was a strong person in the ninja world. If it is said that a punch to death of a Hanzo, in the ninja world, he has the power to protect himself. That lossless night guy can only be called as strong in the ninja world. That's right, this is Tianyu's view on the power of self-protection and the strong. Orochimaru was startled. If Tianyu didn't say to stop Konan just now, and if he asked what he said, it would be that the Emperor guy opened up, then it would be really not a problem to ask him to kill Kakashi. As Kakashi's elder, he is still obligated to send him to reunite with White Fang. But Tianyu's phrase Guy Emperor has become big, but it is like a bone gangrene, and it is deeply rooted in his heart when it comes. Whenever he was born to kill Kakashi, he always had a lingering shadow. It seemed that as long as he swung that knife at Kakashi, something terrible would happen. Take care of your own business. Is it possible that you, an intern, still have to be a full-time member to wipe your A? Tianyu took it for granted. 8 gate kicked Orokai all the way, and he thought it smelled so good. By the way, I have to talk to Nagato when I look back. Orochimaru, an intern, doesn't need to be regular. Anyway, it's gone if you turn to a normal position. Chapter 47. But Orochimaru wanted to say something, but Tianyu didn't give him a chance to quibble at all. If you don't do it, I will send you to reunite with White Fang. Tianyu didn't change his face, and wrote lightly. In that tone, letting the Buddha squeeze an Orochimaru to death is easier than squeezing an ant to death. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Master Sasori if nothing happened. What a meaningful look. Orochimaru, you better remember a little. Your status as an intern, but the pretty girl asked for it for you. Don't let down the kindness of the pretty girl. Master Sasori suddenly hit a violent spirit, and quickly revealed Third Cage, manipulating a large piece of sand and iron that obscured the sky and surrounded Orochimaru. Tianyu's eyes, he understands. As a full member of Akatsuki, he feels it is necessary for him to stand up and teach the intern Orochimaru a lesson. Okay, I'll kill. Before and after Tianyu, Sasori of the Back Red Sand. An intern in Orochimaru, what else? Even if he knows that Heitake Kakashi is a pit, but is there someone more suitable for stepping on the pit than his intern? No matter how aggrieved, resentful, and uneasy in his heart, he can only walk towards Heitake Kakashi in his hand. Laugh. When Orochimaru passed by the pharmacist Nanu, there was nothing to say, but the knife fell with his hand. Born to speak of blood and background, it would be so sad to have no pharmacist Yaneiyu. But when it was Heitake Kakashi's turn, Tianyu's words were like Shinigami's life-death screaming, lingering in his heart. It seems you are in pain. Tianyu reached out and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Conqueror's haki wrapped in the palm of his hand burst out. Humph. Orochimaru rolled his eyes and fell into a state of loss for an instant. Master Sasori, please help him. Tianyu said to Sasori of Red Sand. Call out, read more at fictionzone.net. Sasori of Akazugo, who outputs Gusha, but is talented in not doing human affairs, immediately opened his 5 fingers and shot 5 chakra threads around Orochimaru's body. With the beating of his 5 fingers, Orochimaru was manipulated by him like a puppet to walk to Kakashi, and then raised Kunao and plunged into his heart. Kamui. Heitake Kakashi, who had been lying quietly in the desert, suddenly opened a Sharingan with only a weak breath. When the scarlet light flashed, his 3 Tomo Sharingan had been connected in a line and became Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Orochimaru's head. Click. Kamui made a sneak attack with all his strength, and the twisted space instantly smashed Orochimaru's head. Did it only kill the Akatsuki in turn Orochimaru? It's a pity, I wanted to leave this blow to the blue dragon, and no matter how bad it is, I will leave it to the woman. At least she is also a full member of Akatsuki. A trace of regret flashed by Mangekyo Sharingan of Heitake Kakashi. He heard some of the conversations among Tianyu. Orochimaru, the legendary Konoha-sunin, joined Akatsuki as an intern. Before he died, he used the last shot of Kamui to take away an intern, and not long ago, this intern was Konoha-sunin, his immediate boss. No matter what he thinks, he feels that he has suffered a lot from this wave of operations. Puff. The regret in Kakashi's eyes quickly freezes, and Mangekyo Sharingan's look quickly fades. Because just when he unscrewed Orochimaru's head, Orochimaru's karma was inserted into his heart accurately. Obviously, Kakashi only wrung out Orochimaru's head, not the chakra thread connecting Orochimaru's body. Naturally, this will not affect the operation of Master Sasori's frantic click on the compensation button. Having said that, Kakashi's shot of Kamui before his death surprised several members of Akatsuki. Konan was startled. Master Sasori was also dumbfounded. Obviously, neither of them expected that Heitake Kakashi, who had only 1 breath alive, could not only suddenly violently kill people, but also hid such a terrifying pupil technique. But when they turned their gazes to Tianyu, they found that the Akatsuki Blue Dragon's face was as sinking as water, without the slightest surprise. Did you know it a long time ago? In this case, Master Sasori only dared to think about it in his heart. The one who really dared to say this is naturally the rich woman at Akatsuki. Don't wrong people, be careful, I sue you for slander. How would I know that the dying Kakashi would suddenly violent? It is even more impossible for me to know that Kakashi's Sharingan also hit a pupil called Kamui, which can distort space through the line of sight, thereby destroying things in the line of sight. Tianyu said slightly excitedly. So you didn't know that Kakashi would be Kamui either. But fortunately, you are cautious and didn't let me go up to make up the knife. Otherwise, my head is turned off now, and the person lying there is not Orochimaru, but me. Konan nodded suddenly, and believed Tianyu's nonsense on the spot. Master Sasori bowed his head and said nothing. There are many sentences in his heart, but he dare not vomit a word. Even the name and effect of the pupil technique can be called out all at once. Is this still called? Also, why did Orochimaru be like a dumb guy just now? With Orochimaru's strength, let alone his chakra thread. However, does he dare to say it? Being in an organization where everyone can fight fiercely with the ninja god, he is just a small guasha master who yelled Tianyu and walked through the back door, and he didn't dare to say anything when he was light-hearted. Chapter 48. It's just a pity Orochimaru. Although it is only an intern, it can be regarded as a useful person. Unexpectedly, when he just joined the organization, the people were gone. Konan glanced at Orochimaru's headless body and shook his head. Frankly speaking, she really didn't want Orochimaru to die like this. Hidong for 30 years, Hexi for 30 years. Don't bully the girl into being poor. She just pretended to be forced in front of Orochimaru for a while. Orochimaru is gone. It's not a pity at all. Tianyu saw that Sasori of Akasha was about to destroy the bodies of Heitake Kakashi and pharmacist Nanoyu, and immediately stopped. Master Sasori, don't move their bodies. Not only was Master Sasori stunned by this, even Konan was a little puzzled. Why? Konoha's Yamanaka clan can read memories from dead people's brains. Simply killing them cannot completely prevent the organization's intelligence exposure. Master Sasori said suspiciously. You destroy their bodies. How did Konoha's people know that the person who killed Heitake Kakashi was Orochimaru? What if King Guy can't find a revenge object and knocks the pot of Kakashi's death on my forehead and kicks me over? Tianyu didn't have a good air. All he wanted was to hold the pot of Kakashi's death firmly on Orochimaru's head. If the Yamanaka clan cannot read the cause of death from Kakashi's brain, how can Emperor Guy find Orochimaru accurately? Master Sasori destroyed the corpse. What if King Guy can't find a revenge object? Just kick him. Or is a lucky one randomly selected from Akatsuki's organization? If you really kick him, that would be fine. With the vitality and recovery ability of his Azure Dragon form, he is still very hopeful that he can carry the full set of output of the Emperor Guy. But what if one lucky guy is randomly selected by the King Guy? Master Sasori and Kakuzu, the legendary Chunin, were selected, and that was not a big problem. But the lucky one drawn at random is one of Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. No matter who King Guy kicked in the end, he was reluctant to recite this pot, nor did he want Konan to recite. Akaza no Sasori's expression is a bit subtle. Can't you do some human affairs? This Orochimaru is dead, you still refuse to let him go. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't people just look at your body reluctantly? Isn't it just a picture of your body? Need to remember the hate so far? How can I say that Orochimaru died gloriously as an intern at Akatsuki? Hey, your expression looks very rude. Don't think this matter has nothing to do with you. If the pot of Kakashi can't be detained on Orochimaru's head, you will be the lucky one chosen by the Emperor Guy every minute. Tianyu glanced at Master Sasori. Let alone, the probability of finding Master Sasori is very high. After all, King Guy wants to kick him, and the 8th gate must be fully opened. But to kick Master Sasori, 7th gate is enough? Forget it. This pot is for the intern to carry it. Sasori's face changed slightly. Although he didn't know what Emperor Guy was, he really didn't want to experience it in person to make Xiao Qinglong so concerned. But Orochimaru is dead. Even if Konoha finds out that he killed Kakashi, in the end it is not only our organization. Before Konan finished speaking, his pretty face suddenly changed. Fang Buddha thought of something. She turned her head abruptly and looked at the corpse whose head was screwed off by Heitake Kakashi with Kamui. Is this Lion Majesty dead? Konan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of disbelief. Do you get up by yourself, or do I make you never get up? Tianyu glanced at Orochimaru's headless corpse. Puff. Under Konan and Sasori's shocked gaze, at the neck of the headless corpse, a wet Orochimaru crawled out of the corpse's neck bit by bit like a snake molting its skin. It really is Tianyu Jun. I have always been most proud of the body replacement technique developed by myself. Unexpectedly, it is useless in front of you. Orochimaru got up, his tone admiring, but more fearful. In addition to taking the place of death, his big snake flow body replacement technique is even more deceptive to death. However, in front of Tianyu's observation haki, who can listen to Chakra's voice, it makes no sense. This is the first and last time. Don't show off your unpretentious means in front of me in the future. It should be the pot on your back, you can't miss one. Tianyu's plain words are full of unquestionable dominance. Orochimaru lowered his head and should be. Do interns have no human rights? What is my pot? No one is missing. Didn't I just take a look at you? Am I just figuring your body? As for arranging me to this point? I'm willing to give you a scapegoat at Akatsuki, and I won't even give you the chance of suspended animation. Mr. Tianyu, you wait for me. Hidong for 30 years, Hexi for 30 years. Don't bully the big snake and be poor. The shame you gave me today, one day I will return it to you one by one. Don't look at him on the surface with a nod, but who is he? Orochimaru? One of the three ninjas, as strong as a monster. How would you be willing to subdue under the dragon? He has all the ambitions and courage he should have. No, he was already shouting, roaring, and swearing in his heart at this time. Chapter 49. Since the person is not dead, let's go. The noise just now was really too loud. Even Luasha is dead. Most of Sand Shinobi will arrive soon. Conan suppressed his shock at Orochimaru's 6th-level life-saving ability. Sand Shinobi's large force, she is not afraid. After all, there are tens of millions of detonating charms carried with him. It is not a matter of minutes to bury a large army of ninjas in one go. But when she thought of Nagato's distressed and desperate expression, she just thought about it. After all, the purpose of her and Tianyu's coming out this time was to recruit people, not to match Tsunagakuer. Sand Shinobi, just so scared. Isn't it just right here? Anyway, Feng Ying was killed, and this trip was a complete success. After getting them done, he rushed directly into Tsunagakuer and took Xiaojuru away. Tianyu's eyes brightened as he spoke. Apparently, he was still thinking about signing into Tsunagakuer. It's not that he is eager to sign to Tsunagakuer, nor is he insecure and eager to improve his strength. In fact, with his current strength, as long as he is not against the 6th level, he can say one thing, I am invincible, you are free. But he himself knows that the noise that came out this time was a bit big, and it violated Nagato's policy of keeping a low profile and hoarding strength. He could completely imagine how wonderful Nagato's expression would be after learning what happened in the Kingdom of Wind. Needless to say, this time I went back and gave him 100% ban. At that time, next time I want to come to the Kingdom of Wind, I don't know when it will be. Then, do you want to take it easy and erase Tsunagakuer from the territory of the Kingdom of Wind? Conan stared at Tianyu, his eyes gradually becoming weird. It's okay, anyway, there are at least tens of millions of detonating symbols in your pocket. Tianyu thought for a while, and felt that this plan was not bad either. Anyway, with Nagato's little dream of nuclear leveling the world of ninja, sooner or later, he will confront the 5 great ninja villages. Then destroy Tsunagakuer first. Isn't this weakening the enemy's power in advance? Read more at fictionzone.net. When Nagato finds out, God knows how he will praise him for his reliability. It also detonates. Why don't you go to heaven? I beg you, be a man again. Nagato worked so hard at Akatsuki, but he hasn't even recruited 10 people. Do you want him to be surrounded by Konoha, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi? Conan clutched his forehead and whispered weakly in Tianyu's ear. To be honest, Nagato had secretly pulled her aside before she came out. Qian Dingwan told her to look at Tianyu, and don't let this blue dragon mess around. Except for hiring people, Don't do unnecessary things. But there is another saying, she has been looking at Tianyu very hard since she met the legendary ninja in the short book street. However, wherever Tianyu goes, between his gestures is Conqueror's haki. The movement was so loud that she couldn't cover it even if she wanted to. A series of things like Master Sasori, Luasha, Orochimaru, etc. behind the Kingdom of Wind, all proved that no matter how fast she wipes her butt, she definitely can't keep up with Tianyu's tossing speed. She has a hunch. No, don't have a hunch. She is sure. If Tianyu were to erase Sand Shinobi from the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, then Yahiko and Nagato would not be far from hanging. It's not a big problem, don't we have Orochimaru? He is an intern, no uniform, no ring, and has a relationship with Akatsuki, and he deserves to be Akatsuki's back. Tianyu said while looking at Orochimaru. Those eyes clearly said, the first pot king at Akatsuki, you must belong to you. Orochimaru's expression can no longer be described as subtle. The interns of the Ching Ching organization are used to give back to the official members. Conan is right. This blue dragon is really inappropriate. Give yourself a reward for this new intern who just joined the organization. Please, he has carried Kakashi's pot on his back. Konoha didn't need to check it, and we knew it was done by our organization. Conan sighed. The idea is good, but Orochimaru is already his own. Killing a wind shadow is at best Tsunagaku or hatred at Akatsuki. With the grievances between the 5 great shinobi villages, not only is it absolutely impossible to stage the feat of the 5 villages joining hands to encircle the Akatsuki, even the other 4 shadows learned that Sand Shinobi had died, and the first reaction was to do a beautiful job. Nicking sunflower seeds, while sitting and watching Tsunagaku was unlucky. But if Sand Shinobi, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is erased, the nature is completely different. Or, kick Orochimaru out of the organization. Then buckle the pot on his head. In this way, both Kakashi's pot and Tsunagaku's pot can be seamlessly connected to Orochimaru's head. Tianyu's words made Orochimaru and Master Sasori's foreheads sweat. Especially Orochimaru. He felt that his intern was not as good as a warm bag that he lost when he used it up. Pretty girl, you can't let him do this. Keep me, there will be a pot to be carried in the future, you can still throw me on the head of the intern. But now kick me out of the organization, then it's gone. You must make a clear distinction between a pen and a pen. Orochimaru looked at Conan eagerly. At this moment, seeing that Tianyu wants to arrange himself one after another, he is chilly both physically and mentally, where there is still the ambition of Hidong and Hexi for 30 years, and don't bully him. Chapter 50. It's okay, the intern is gone, you can recruit again. Before Conan was moved by Orochimaru, Tianyu had already said. Mr. Tianyu, you love to joke again. Every one of your pots is so extraordinary, you really can't afford to wait for it. Apart from me, where can you find a better back pot than me, an intern? Orochimaru smiled forcefully. Don't tell me, in the age when the 6 ways did not come out, the pot that Tianyu threw out, apart from Orochimaru, really few can afford it? Ah, let me stroke it first. See if you can find a way to memorize it without kicking you out of Akatsuki. Hearing this, Tianyu had to ponder. What Orochimaru said makes sense. As for the back pot, few other than Konoha Pot King, there are really few that can compare to Orochimaru. But he was almost at the gate of Tsunagaku, and he was really unwilling to leave without signing in. The cold sweat on Orochimaru's forehead became more. After all, you still didn't give up the idea of letting me go. Seeing that Tianyu was obsessed with Tsunagaku, he could only send his distress gaze towards Conan. At this time, he could be regarded as seeing it out. Not to mention that Master Sasori is also a full member of Akatsuki, but in fact he is a staffed employee, and he has one more ring than his own intern. Conan is the rich woman who can really move Tianyu. Let's go. Don't think about these improper things all day long. You want to go to Tsunagakure so much, so you want to guard Tsuru, and when the full members of Akatsuki are recruited, you can wave whatever you want. Now, I will bother you to let go of Nagato and let him live for a few more years. Konan has a wing, not allowing Tianyu to say separately, grabbing him to the sky, and flying towards the country of rain. She still knows how bad Nagato's body is. Although Nagato's legs were not blown off by Hanzo, Rinnegan's burden still made the god of Akatsuki with vortex blood gaunt and thin. How does Nagato care about this? Putting all his thoughts on the Akatsuki, he looks like a dream-seeking young man who is struggling to neutralize the world of ninja in his lifetime. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's just that the two of them didn't know if they walked too quickly or too quickly. The Mangekyo Sharinan inlaid in Kakashi's eyes, whether it is Tianyu or Konan, both of them have forgotten the same as the Buddha. Not only didn't mention it, but also didn't try to poach Mangekyo Sharinan from Kakashi's eyes. Sasori-san, I didn't expect that you and I would work together. I would like to ask you for your advice on the day of Akatsuki from now on. When Orochimaru saw that Tianyu was finally pulled away by Konan, he finally breathed out in his heart. It's a mere intern, but it's just going to come back. Is it worthy for me as a full member to advise? Master Sasori dismissed a smile, ignored Orochimaru's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and turned away. Damn Guasha Master, what's so great? Isn't it more rings than me? Why don't you look down on the backpot, Master? Orochimaru gritted his teeth and stared at the back of Akasha no Sasori. At this moment, he really wanted to give Sasori of Akasha a backstab. But when he thought that he was just an intern, but the other party was a full member, he was suddenly discouraged. Just as Orochimaru was about to step up to keep up, the corner of his eyes noticed Heitake Kakashi's body. Mangekyo Sharinan, good stuff. A flash of greed flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, then he walked quickly to Kakashi, reached out and dug out Mangekyo Sharinan from the opponent's eye socket. An idiot blinded by greed. Sasori, who was walking in front, noticed Orochimaru's actions, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a touch of sarcasm. Mangekyo Sharinan is a good thing, yes. But when is it the turn of an intern to touch the good stuff? Even if Tianyu and Konan disdain to ask for it, isn't he still a regular employee? The line is not up to Orochimaru. However, whether Tianyu or Konan, Fang Buddha completely forgot about Mangekyo Sharinan. Even after Orochimaru poached Mangekyo Sharinan, there was no intention to ask for it. I thought I picked it up. As everyone knows, this is another pot that Tianyu throws at you. Akazugo Sasori glanced at Orochimaru, who looked like he had picked up a treasure behind him, and sneered in his heart. On top of a chaotic oasis that was torn apart, the corpses of Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi were lying quietly. Unknown how long it has passed, the space next to Heitake Kakashi's corpse suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a mask and only a scarlet Sharinan exposed to the air appeared in a Uzumaki-like twisted space. When his eyes touched Heitake Kakashi's corpse, and the face that had been poached by Mangekyo Sharinan, leaving only the hollow eye sockets, he staggered like a heavy blow. Kakashi, you trash died like this. How dare you? I ask, how dare you? Obviously owning one of my Mangekyo Sharinan, he died here so easily, and was so embarrassed that even the Mangekyo Sharinan I gave you was poached away. Uchiha Obito muttered to himself. Seeing Kakashi die in front of him, various emotions surfaced in his Sharinan. There is anger, unbelief, disdain, sadness and anger. There are no emotions such as joy and joy.